And oh shit, we're live. Cool, cool. Anyways, me and Conk here holding down the fort till the reinforcements arrive. Then we're gonna wreck the ball, burn it alive. Oh wait, it was never alive. This is a fairy tale. But yeah, what were we talking about? Oh, the how YouTube's kind of like taking over all these alternative forms of media, even radio. Hell, more people listen to radio nowadays than watch TV. Of course,
Well,
you
TV
guys
is so
know.
obviously scripted. Just what it is social controlling, and it's just so obvious that even people that
You
they've
know,
dumbed down notice it.
you know what? Yes, there you go. See, they're trying to control it so hard that I think eventually people are gonna realize it's like that's their undoing is the
Well,
amount.
they undid themselves. I tell you what, 2015 was a bad year for the libtard. I don't know if you know who Paul Joseph Watson is, but he works in England and he works for
No.
Alex Jones. But he is one smart son of a bitch, and I tell you what, some of his videos will
Is he
just
a lib?
crack you up. Huh?
Is he
Paul
a
Joseph
libtard?
Watson?
No. He's conservative or what? Libtard?
Oh yeah, yeah, but he's English and he's young. Well, he's worked for Alex for 20 years, but he looks like he's 30, but he's 40. But I tell you what, he just calls out the libtards, and he did this thing of at the end of the year, 5 libtard fails, the biggest ones of 2015.
With
And
Bill Maher on half of them.
oh my God, they did them all from the transgender thing to all the women hating men, and the black matters. He did them all, dude, and he does them great because this is an English guy that's not even supposed to understand how we think, and he understands more than most of our youth, you know.
And that's not even supposed to be PC. It's not
Oh,
PC for the liberals.
he pointed out that this, that whole thing with Jenner, the whole heartbreaker of another one of our heroes going south, that thing was all set up to make the Kardashian empire a lot of money. And he points it all out and shows how it happens. And, he's a smart one, that Paul Joseph Watson. I tell you what, they can't even smear him. And he's pretty smart staying in England. He comes here once in a while and does a show, but the guy's right on it. I guarantee you, if we get those guys on the flat Earth page, it'll help. But I mean, it's like saying, "Hey, excuse me, would you mind wearing these panties on your face into the mall?" You know what I mean? I mean, you got to have a set to come out to the freaking world when you got $1 million show and say, "I think that the world is flat." I mean, you know what I mean? It's just like it's got to be hard for somebody who's established.
If they knew it the way we know it, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm best friends with my computer now. I don't hardly ever go nowhere. My computer believes me just fine.
Oh my God.
Me and my PC.
Yeah, no, speaking of Bill Maher, you ever see, you know how they call out the liberals, but man, he thinks he's calling everybody out.
Well, he started. I used to despise that man, and I got to say that he is a liberal, but that doesn't make him all bad. I've changed my view. I used to be a hard-gold conservative. Now I realize this, that they both control us.
Well,
The liberals do it with babies and social issues, and the Republicans do it with war and keeping us broke. And the bottom line is somewhere in the middle is the American people, and man, we are tired of bending over. It's time for we actually took it back.
it is true, but it is just funny to see that guy go off on nonsense, really.
Which
You have
guy's
to
that?
admit, Bill Maher.
Oh yeah, yeah. But you know what? He calls it. Sometimes he hits it though. And I tell you what, I had bumper stickers about him 15 years ago. I mean, this is a guy who I didn't have any use for at one time. But you see who's American when the chips hits the pan? Ellen DeGeneres. She's a famous one. I used to have his sticker called, Ellen DeGenerate 15, 20 years ago. But you know what? And Mark Dice steals that from me now. Not only that, and Pavlovian dogs. I've said Pavlovian dogs since high school. You can't find it anywhere on the net if you look it up. It's my saying. Mark Dice says it now. That's just two of the things that he's ripped off from me. But anyway, no,
Who's Mark Dice? I'm sorry.
he's like a wannabe Alex Jones coming up, but he's
Uh,
kind of an people don't care for him as much. He's kind of mouthy and doesn't believe in the flat Earth. He's dumped on the flat Earth before. Yeah, he thinks we're a bunch of idiots. And I never had any use for Mark Dice anyway. But now he's stealing my old shit and my new shit. So it's kind of like, tired of this. You know what I mean? But anyhow, yeah, I mean, it's just amazing that what these people can do with their media and how they cover their ass. I mean, and the whole thing, they make people think. I mean, if you ask somebody in Europe about Trump and they're like, here's the Pope coming out against Trump. This shows the world government right here. No matter what you think, what in the fuck is the Pope and the UN and all these people that are promoting this one world government coming out against Trump? Because he's going to fuck that one world government right up. You can bet on it.
Yeah, you gotta wonder why the Pope is even involved in politics. You know, on the surface, of course, that's all he is politics.
No, they've run the world for 2,000 years. That's true what Matt Boland says. Of course, if you were them, why wouldn't you make the world think it was the fucking Jews? I mean, they're all nutty as fuck. We know that. But the point is, the Catholics control shit. They send people out to whack people. It's truth. I mean, that's the real deal. You know, I mean, they actually have a hit squad of people. They don't let. He's talking about us putting up our wall. You know, that stupid wall they're talking about. I could give a shit about that. I love Hispanic people. I don't fucking care about the wall one way or another. But I do like Donald Trump. But he's calling Donald Trump. He's got excommunicating from heaven, Ace, and say he can't go and all this shit.
See, the wall's more than a wall.
Let me finish, Ace. That's because he's the one world government stooge. They removed the other pope first time in 1,000 years without him dying. This is all a set-up deal, man. Yeah. I'm done.
No, I was just gonna say about the wall. That's it's more than just a physical structure. It's like a symbol for what we mean. You know what I mean?
I know that, but that wasn't the point of my point. Was
yeah.
They're calling him a hate monger and all this stuff because we don't want our country to end up like Germany and Sweden and these poor countries that are getting raped by these people that aren't refugees anyway. What has happened, Ace? There's over 1 million people on the freeways in France walking right now. What has happened is, say 60% of the people that we bombed out of house and home and they have nowhere to live, so they're coming there for a place to live. And then at least another 40% are just fucking Al-Qaeda soldiers that are coming into Europe to put in place. That's all it is. And they're going to do it here behind our back. They've already started. Apparently in Austin, they've already brought a bunch of them in, and in different places, they're sneaking these people in already. It's amazing to me that he's still sitting on the throne and somebody hasn't put him in jail. I mean, he must be really, really powerful.
Wait, who's sitting on the throne?
I'm not going to say his name.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just funny, the backhandedness, though, man. They promise one thing and end up, like, let's just go with the current president. You know, his whole thing 8 years ago was to end the war, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, shit, he ended that war because we accomplished our objective, but we started 100 new ones.
Yep. We didn't end that one either, Ace. It's worse than ever.
Well, you know what I mean. Medley. Yes.
Now, there's a picture of a hero. Who's this?
This is Dave. How's it going?
Dave who? New Dave, not the normal Dave. Who's this? Nice to meet you. I'm Con.
I don't want to give my last name out, but
no,
that's okay. We got another guy on here named Dave. Is all I'm saying. So we got to find you. We'll just call you Smedley.
I could be Dave too.
Dave too. How about Smedley? That works.
That's fine.
Dave squared.
So there's the man that knew. There's the man that knew the first tester of the quick acting cancer right there in front of us.
Yep. War is a racket, my friends.
2 months, man. 2 months is what he lived once they injected him or whatever they did to give him the cancer. Boom.
Refresh my memory.
That's the man that out of the bushes, man.
Yeah, he's a famous Marine general, and he did participated in a bunch of wars in Central America and in China, all over the world, and he wrote a book called War is a Racket, and pretty much laid out the whole fucking Ponzi scheme and how we pretty much raped Central America and set up big business to make profits off of war and stuff. And
Yeah, he also outed the Nazi banker Prescott Bush and was asked by him to take part in a coup on America for the Nazis, and he outed him instead and got him busted. And yeah, he didn't live a year. They gave him the fast end cancer, and that was it.
Yes, sir.
Ugh. It's fucked up how they can just shoot you with fucking cancer and all that shit, man. It's bad, man. They fuck it. You know what? Depending on what you do or how you betray them, they just take out a different vial.
They had World War II in the wings, and he was going to get in the way. Man, World War II did all this for them. It put the UN in place. It put the banks in place. It put this whole evil bunch of bullshit Nazi NASA crap in place. And he was going to get in the way, and they whacked him.
Yeah, yeah.
That seems to be a trend. If someone's got something breaking or telling about, you know, the government or secret societies, they seem to all decide, let's not.
Now they obviously don't do that nowadays. Judge Scalia in Texas, I mean, no, they wouldn't do that. Judge Scalia in Texas, no, they wouldn't do that.
No autopsy needed.
Hold on, wait. So, right now, what's the official cause of death for him? You know, in the main.
Oh, now they're trying to say it was a fucking like a
heart attack, right?
Illuminati party, and he fucking croaked on a Viagra, like he's screwing a little boy or something. They're trying to screw his name up, dude. There was no women there. It's an all male deal, and they're saying he died of a heart attack on Viagra doing one of these ancient ceremonies of this 3,000-year-old hunter bunch of, you know, it's a bunch of crap is what it is, dude.
That's not what they're officially saying, though. They're just saying it was a heart attack, right?
No, this is some kind of fucking official deal. I don't know what it is. This is like the latest cover story or something. I haven't heard the details yet, but this isn't an insider conspiracy thing. This is some kind of thing that was floated by the people that are trying to cover it up.
Do you know where you heard that from? I'd be interested to hear that.
I thought it was a pillowcase.
Once I investigate a little bit more, Smedley, I'll fill you in on the details.
All right, cool.
I thought it was something about a pillowcase.
Well, they found him with a pillowcase over his head. That's what I heard.
Look how many people were involved in Kennedy shit, dude. That's the whole deal. Let's involve the milkman. Let's involve the burrito seller.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy.
Airport there, the guy owned an airline and an airport, flew the people in, but for some reason, instead of fly the guy to Washington when he died, they drove him all over southern Texas to different mortuaries trying to find somebody that would dump his blood and help him out.
Ain't that fucked?
Went to three towns, dude. They went to 3 towns. They avoided Amarillo and went to 2 other fucking little podunk towns, dude, because one place told them no, like the judges told them. 2 judges told them no, and they got a 3rd judge that gave them a fucking sign-off, dude. And the judge that gave them the sign-off, the fucking name is Guevara. I mean, it's unfucking believable, man. Only on TV could this shit even be taking place and everybody not even care.
Yeah. It's a fucking joke.
See, that's something else, the not caring of the average citizen these days. Back in the day, we got riled up. I mean, the Boston Tea Party, it didn't really take much. Even the hippies kind of protested, you know? And they're potheads.
First man killed was a black man, Crispus Attucks, and it was an all set up false flag fucking deal. That's how we've done it the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, apathy's all around.
Dude, if Agenda 21 comes in, we won't even be able to go to the mountains and build a bonfire. If Agenda 21 comes in, no cars. Nobody with a house over 10 by 10. Agenda 21 is bad.
I saw that Agenda 21 usefulness, something about if it's still
sustainability.
But how they define it is fucked up.
Yeah.
Basically, it says people aren't sustainable in general.
Yeah, people are the enemy. That's basically.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
How could they?
Overpopulation and all that. Yeah.
Because of TV. TV has allowed them to do this. The young people believe this fucking bullshit, and they have the power to vote. That's the fucked up thing.
Let's save the penguins. I mean, fuck people. You got bigger problems to worry about than goddamn global warming or the ice caps melting.
They aren't. There's 25% more ice up at the Arctic and something like fucking 40% down at the bottom.
It doubled in Antarctica. The ice fucking doubled. Yeah, it's. I mean, that's all manufactured. But what I'm saying is that even if it was real, they're picking the wrong things to worry about.
Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio just came out and said, pay your carbon taxes. And he flew in a jet 6 fucking times, a big body jet, 6 fucking times. You know, starting a jet is equivalent to running like a car for 10 fucking years, dude. It's unbelievable what these people do.
Freaking, I was at
Sounds
WSU at like 2 years ago, and one of the classes I was taking was called Roots of Contemporary Issues, and it's basically trying to lay out all the issues that are probleming society nowadays, and they were just blaming everything on the white man, freaking global warming, climate change, and racism. That was it. Like it was just ridiculous, and you know they would just lie, and you know, I would call out the teacher as much as I could without sounding like a maniac, but
That's called Propaganda 101.
yeah.
Is that a mandatory class?
Oh yeah, it's mandatory. Mandatory.
No, and what's it called?
Roots of Contemporary Issues. It's stupid.
That's a class in college?
Yep, and I had to take it. It
22.
pissed me off so much. I wanted to quit so bad just
19.
because of that class.
Great, Smedley. How old are you?
29.
You know what? Good on
We're
you,
both
man. Good on you for waking up. At 29, I was their slave big time. You know what? Good on you. You know what? This is what's fucked up is that my teacher told me in 5th and 6th grade about this whole fucking deal here. All of it. Oh, yeah. Everything, even the names and the people and all of it. Dude, I can't even believe that here I am, 43 years fucking later going, holy shit, all of this is really happening.
So did he just tell you personally, or did he tell the whole class?
He told the whole class. They're 2 different classes, 2 different years, 2 different teachers.
Damn, well, you're lucky, man.
Yeah, but I should have acted a lot stronger on it a long time ago, and I wouldn't be sitting where I am right now. You know, I really knew. They even put it on TV, guys. It's on Barney Miller in 1983 on fucking TV, a sitcom. Makes fun of it all night long. Yeah, on the sitcom, 30 minutes or whatever.
Where he's a conspiracy theorist?
No, about the fucking New World Order and about Kissinger and Rockefeller and all the plans to do this weird shit that they're doing. All of it. It's all been planned for a long, long time.
Yeah, they throw it out in the open like all the time. It's part of their lesser magic or whatever. It subliminally gives you, or they think that if you see it and like whatever and don't do anything about it, you're giving your will to it and allowing it to happen. So therefore, they're, you know,
it has to be that way. It's beyond just trying to mock it.
Why do you think Why do you think our leader comes out and brags about killing people and all this and acts like it's a joke?
Right.
He's actually really doing it.
Right. Yeah, I remember freaking Bush gave given a speech, and he was like, "Oh, making jokes about not finding weapons of mass destruction in Iraq." And it's like, I fucking sacrificed my body over there, and I lost friends over there, and like that right there just pissed me off beyond belief. Like he's just sitting there in front of a bunch of fucking idiots, just they're all laughing about it. It's all weapons of mass destruction.
These people are not human beings. Whatever makes
none of them bastards have ever served in the military. None of the people that's dispatched all of our boys and girls, none of them have ever served. Cheney, Bush, none of them fucks have ever served. Obama, none of them people have ever served, and they've sent people to their deaths. That is a disgrace.
Yep. Well, and that's one of the things Smedley Butler put in his book was like the way to end this racket of war is to force people in power to put their families on the front line and get paid like the same amount that the frontline infantry are getting paid and stuff. But
fuck, man, frontline infantry should be being paid the most.
Yeah, for sure.
You know? Fucking some of these.
We should have no foreign army. It's in our paperwork, our code of our country, not to be doing what we're doing right now. We are not supposed to go to war without Congress saying it's okay. We are not supposed to go to war without being attacked on our own soil.
But
Yep.
there's a loophole because it's not a declaration of war.
Yeah, they just use executive
See,
orders
they
to say
wrote
executive
that.
orders are
Look, the
law.
people that want to fuck us wrote the
Well, thank you
Constitution
guys
and
for setting
everything.
me straight on what they do.
Well,
But,
no,
and there's really a
but
globe
the
too, Ace,
reason
because it
behind.
spins 1,000 miles an hour,
No,
and then it goes
no.
70,000 miles an hour through the. You can explain to me their process. I think their process stinks. I've known about their
Yeah.
process since Vietnam. You guys
Well,
weren't even born then.
the viewers may not know all the
Oh,
details.
okay, you're
You know,
true. Yeah, I
we
forgot we were on talking
gotta.
live.
But the whole bottom line is that people miss is that the people they've set in motion a plan for hundreds of years, and it sounds ridiculous, but
Oh, it
that's
is.
true, and it's playing out. And the Constitution was part of that, and it was written in this loose, really loose fucking, I don't know what you call it, legalese or
It's all
whatever.
we got, though. It's all we have, dude.
Yeah, I know. And they want it gone, and that was their plan, so that it would be loose enough to where.
He started talking that way the minute he was up there running for office. He started talking about the antiquatedness of our Constitution. He's supposed to be a
I know.
constitutional attorney. It was all a setup fucking bunch of.
But yeah, that's the one thing they're scared of. They can't quite take over yet. But once we say, "Oh yeah, Constitution is bullshit," then they're gonna come in with their iron rule,
Right.
with laws that are one sentence long that are fucking to the point. And oh man, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, I don't know why people couldn't see through him. I don't know why. When I came out with the No Obama shirt, I designed it in 2006. But when I came out in 2007 with it, I full on told everybody I interviewed. I was on the radio. I said, "Look, he's not a socialist. He's a fucking fascist. Why can't you see that?" I knew what he was. Why are people surprised now that he's running things like Adolf Hitler and doesn't want to leave office? And that's where it's going to go, guys. He's going to try to find some reason to stay.
Well, yeah, that's why he picked off frickin' Scalia, frickin'.
And he's a man of his word. Hope and change.
Yeah, change is a double-edged sword.
Emphasis on the change. Yeah.
Unbelievable what we've watched over the last 8 years.
Our enemies.
Waste of money. Can you believe what they just gave NASA? For what they just gave NASA, they could have bailed out every house in America. For what they just gave NASA, they could have fed all these people that are fucking hungry. I mean, good Lord, these people are evil. I'm a conservative. I'm a fucking Republican, and I'm saying this, man. I'm not anymore, but what I'm telling you is that where I come from places where people wear short hair, and we work our fucking asses off, and we pledge allegiance. I have a letter from Nixon. I'm telling you that this thing, they're trying to take our country down now. Both parties are polluted with cancer, and we got to start over, man. I mean, our only hope is to elect the outsider. Even if he was a fucking Democrat, if he was the outsider, I would vote for him. It doesn't matter who it is. We gotta have somebody with their own money that's not fucking beholden to these people, man.
You talking about Trump?
Yeah, we have to have him.
I mean, Hillary has money too,
Yeah, but she's owned by Sachs-Goldman, dude. Just like Rubio, they got a Sachs-Goldman trail, dude, which leads to the New World Order.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Trump ain't never done that. And 35 years ago, Trump was trying to fight this trade agreement, which they did behind our back the other day, which is it's fucked. This thing that they're doing in Pacific, they won't even let our fucking people that run our laws look at the damn law. What kind of crazy ass dictator shit is that? This UN is out of control, dude. They're unnatural. That's what UN stands for, dude. They're a great big coven.
You should make a shirt. With the UN flag, unnatural, and then the flat earth on the back. That'd be cool. So, who's that, Dan? You there?
Our guy Dan.
Dan the man.
Yo.
With the master plan.
Yo, you don't even want to hear my comments on this discussion so far. Where do you want to start?
I don't know. Go for it, man.
Start on Leo DiCaprio's planes?
Carbon tax?
I'm coming for you, cunt.
How about Al Gore?
I'm waiting here. I'm in my shorts. I'm not even cleaned up yet. But
Mad Bear Pig.
Wait. Do you think we should have a carbon tax? I'm sorry.
Well, Well, hold on. Can we do that?
How is it going to fix global warming, Dan? How is taxing poor people going to fix
Hold
global
on, hold on. Go ahead.
Like
All
if,
right, Dan, go
if
ahead.
I think like
Y'all wait a minute.
DiCaprio gets attacked for, he's a jet setter or whatever, and he's a celebrity. He's everywhere.
No, we're jealous of his beauty.
Yeah,
That's a
naturally.
pretty
No, he
man.
shot his mouth.
But he's all over the place, and people are like, "Yo, man, like you're a hypocrite. You're complaining about climate change, but then you're here burning all these fossil fuels. What's the fucking deal, you hypocrite?" And I think that's your angle, right, guys?
No, well,
No.
yeah, except for, it's even
Or
more than
just,
that. The fact that he would throw his fucking country to the wolves with this carbon tax, he knows it's going to kill poor people.
Right. If even unions and workers can't get higher wages, what does he think? Like we're going to give up money for supporting the environment? If people aren't even getting the money.
I would support the environment if this was going to work, Dan, or if it was true, but it's not. I know a lot about it. They've been caught with the emails. It's a scam. And besides that, if it was true, Dan, we would be, New York would be 17 foot underwater a year ago.
I think all of us here are very much for the environment. Not cutting down jungles, using hemp, renewable resources.
Carbon isn't the threatening factor. It's industrial pollution and stuff like that.
Yes.
This is what
Whatever happened to
CO2 guy.
pollution? Why do we never talk about pollution anymore? It's always carbon. Carbon
Right.
dioxide levels go up and down. They level themselves out, and carbon dioxide isn't even what
It's really
causes
easy to
global
figure out.
warming. It's methane and it's water. It's actually water vapor is the biggest thing.
Creates life, Ace. That's why. It will make
Yeah.
population boom. They'll make population boom, and that's what they don't want. There'll be better farms. It'll be better, and they don't want it to be tropical again. They don't want that.
But when I was in school, it was all about reduce, reuse, recycle, and they were talking about pollution. They weren't even talking about global warming. It was pollution. And then that pollution just kind of went away.
Yeah, because that was the decade thing. Me too. Pollution and the hole in the ozone. What about that? Remember the hole in the ozone?
From the
Yeah.
CFCs.
Closing up.
Is it because, the corporations have so much power now?
Right, and if we were focusing on pollution, it would be restricting these corporations and stuff, and they don't want to be restricted. They want to restrict you.
Yeah, just so they can make an extra 0.1% profit instead of just doing their shit clean.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Well, yeah, if you want to look at pollution, I mean, just look at China. Like, the smog and, all their rivers are completely contaminated. They're importing water from America. It's disgusting. China's disgusting.
In that river in India that people go dip in, for
Well, yeah,
reasons.
the Ganges has always been freaking disgusting. But
I heard it smells like human just shit. Just straight.
I've seen videos there's just dead bodies floating in it. Nobody cares.
Oh, no.
It's fucked up. And people are like, "Oh, Eastern culture is so much better." Yeah, yeah, right.
Their way of life, maybe, but no. A lot of this shit, anything with the rituals is always going to be kind of screwy.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, but I put a rebuttal because last night we were talking about Eastern versus Western culture. I put a big one up there because that English guy kind of cut me off a little bit. So
No, it is interesting. It's fun. It's fun to see someone just completely set. How quick they come up with the replies. That's what intrigues me. Yeah. But yeah, so carbon tax, Dan, you think that's a good thing? I mean,
well, see, they're not going to do anything with it towards the climate at all. It's just so they can have more money to spend. That's
right. I think it would end up being just misallocated or otherwise misspent.
But how would they reduce the carbon dioxide, which makes plants grow? I mean, come on, guys, it's just not even science once again. And the thing is, such a majority of science has come out against it, but they don't even get, like us, they don't get to the primetime news.
Actually, I don't even think it's about money for themselves as much as it is about taking money from everyone else.
There you go. Yeah.
You know what? You're right. They have to crash us.
Yeah.
The poorer you make everyone else, the richer you are by default. Actually.
Exactly. And then the poor people have to come to the rich people and suckle on their tit.
Here's the deal. Some people think, oh, it's such a good idea if what's that country they're giving like 2,500 a month free to all the citizens? All
Was
right,
it
look at
Israel?
this.
Hell
Look at
yeah,
this.
basic income, buddy.
Look, if everyone just got $1 million, guess what? Your $1 million ain't worth shit anymore.
Right.
One of
Back
the
to
best
square
kept
one.
secrets, one of the best kept secrets of the American people right now is that, well, for one, Switzerland said, "Fuck you, you ain't taking our guns," and another one is, and Australian people say, "Oh, you shouldn't have, don't do it, America." England's saying, "Don't do it, America." I mean, but the best kept secret on the net is I just fucking forgot what I was going to say. Give me a minute. And go ahead, you guys. I'll tell you in just a sec. Oh yeah, Iceland. I'm pretty sure it's Iceland. They fucking arrested their government. They threw them in jail. They thought that they were part of this fucking thing that's going on, and they had taken the money and lied to their people, and they fucking arrested like 70 of them bastards and threw them in jail, and it's over. Now they got their country back, and it was that easy. That's why we'll never see it on our news, because if our law enforcement officers weren't all compromised, they would have already done this, and it's pretty obvious to us older people like. I can't even get a ticket without going to jail, but these motherfuckers can do anything they want.
Alright, you
Well, the
remember the
police are
movie Fight Club,
brainwashed.
y'all? Hold on, y'all remember the movie Fight Club?
Yeah.
Yep.
Remember how the Fight Club kind of infiltrated everywhere, including like law enforcement and everything, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a metaphor for the secret oath societies that people pledge allegiance to,
Yep.
you know? And I'm just hoping that pledge, some people, I don't know, God himself or somebody.
If you were
Jeez.
threatened, if you were threatened, if you were dad and all that, and they said, "Hey, if you don't do
Man,
what we want, we're gonna kill your kid,
is
or we're
it
gonna rape
is
your
it
wife."
is it honestly is it coming down to the whole world, you know what I mean? Is gonna be fucked if I don't? Then no, I'll fucking stand my ground, unfortunately. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You know,
Well,
Yeah, but what if they were going to sell your kid into fucking
I
male
know. I'm
prostitution to
sorry.
fucking Arabs? I mean, these people and those some
Okay,
people, yeah, but some
here.
people won't. But then for those people that won't do that, like you, those people that would stand up to that, then they'll have dirty pictures of them, or they'll have some other way, or they'll just fire them and get new people, like they did to our military a couple years ago. When they all stood up to Obama and stuff, they all got fired for it, dude, and then he put
yeah,
his own people in.
the purge.
Yeah, just like Joseph Stalin, dude.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah.
Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, if I guess I'm gonna say on the police, like if you look, police call themselves the Fraternal Order of Police. I mean, that's not a coincidence. It's a secret society. I mean, the police are overrun with Freemasonry and stuff like that. And to get to the higher levels of Freemasonry, you got to do some, compromising shit so they can blackmail you if you ever freaking go public. So, but. And not to mention that the police are trained by Israeli ADLs and also getting brainwashed, telling them no, terrorists are everywhere, they're all around the corner. Watch out! Freaking anybody complaining about the government is a Nazi, neo-Nazi who wants to freaking establish a Fourth Reich and shit. So it's fucked.
Well, it's true. It's all true. It's never left. It's still the Third Reich. That's the point. Is it never left? They just took over. I mean, those things like Bohemian Grove should not be allowed. I mean, there's too many rumors about sacrifice and raping young men, and I mean that place shouldn't be there. I mean, they should go in and arrest all the rich motherfuckers on one of their little gay ass weekends and just put an end to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, send SEAL Team 6 up in there.
Well, everybody deserves a trial, Dan. That's what our country's based on. I'm not that political, Dan, to where I hate the other side or. In fact, I'm a lot more of the other side than I ever have been, and I am. I believe that at this point the people do need help, and they should have got it already. I mean, good Lord, look at the money we have spent to ruin people's lives and countries. Look what we did to Libya. We will burn in hell for even knowing the president or whoever did that, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, that's who did that. He had 12 pounds of gold, man, so he had to go. 12 fucking pounds of gold. That's what it costs you. When you have 12 pounds of gold and America ain't got none, that's what happens.
A lot of the shit that was going on in the Middle East over the past few years is because, I mean, the dictators, yeah, sure, they might be bad guys or whatever, but they were kind of they're against the New World Order that's being built, so they had to be taken
Exactly.
out.
And it was that he was also helping all of Africa. He was building aqueducts and helping other countries besides his, taking the oil money, just like what's her name up in Alaska, and putting the oil money back into the countries there. He had changed Africa, and they went in, and his poor country looks like nothing now. They went in and just fucked it up, man. And all that for what reason again? You know, did he even have a reason? He helped us find half of Al Qaeda, and that's what he said. As they were killing him in the street, he said America's behind Al Qaeda and stuff. You know, and he was just trying to tell the truth. That's why they killed his ass,
Al Qaeda.
or whatever you want to call him this week.
No, it's the Bush Senior. Al Qaeda.
Oh, hey, did you see they got a picture of Bush Senior at the thing the other night when Trump was up speaking, and Bush Senior looking like shit, by the way.
Jesus, how old is he now?
I don't know, but check it out. He does the throat cut symbol when fucking Trump is up there, dude. It's all over the net. It just came out today. He fucking threatened Trump like you're a dead man, dude. And he's fucking 90-something, dude. I mean, he did it. You can see it. I watched it. I can't believe it. I mean, now there's a cocky motherfucking devil.
Holy shit. You know Trump's got to be a little bit scared for his life.
Fuck yes. Would you even keep one of your... I wouldn't have one of the Secret Service agents that work there even. I'd bring in 150 people if I had to.
I'd bring in some, oh hell, I forgot the name of that country now. Hondurans or some shit. Some Honduran militias.
Sessions.
Okay.
Come on, Dan.
With a shoot first, ask questions later order.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed it for so many years that they had to destroy every hero that was around. Sorry about the dogs, guys.
No, you're good. Fuck them all.
Oh, yeah, anyway, so, I mean, they destroyed every hero that anybody ever had in the 20th century. Not that I ever had heroes. The closest thing I ever had was Muhammad Ali and Evel Knievel. I just wasn't one of these guys that worship football, that bullshit. I was always too grown up. But I'm telling you, a lot of people did. And every hero has basically been just fucked. I mean, and obviously on purpose. They're trying to demoralize us. It started with, what's that? All in the Family, and then Married with Children, and Roseanne, and all these other, in The Simpsons, and all these imbecilic shows that show a man that can't even fucking wipe his ass, and a woman that tells him what to do. As if it was really, it wasn't that way in America when these fucking shows came out, guys. It might be that way now, but it wasn't that way then.
No, and that's exactly when the family unit started going to shit, and everyone's divorced.
Yeah.
Everybody is divorced or knows someone firsthand that's divorced, or their parents were divorced. I mean, when I was growing up, I didn't even know what the hell that meant until my backdoor neighbor, one of my best friends, his parents got divorced at like age 10 or so. I was like, dang. I started seeing him a lot more, because he had nothing to do after that. And then
man. They made people too in school. They did it when I was in school too. They try to make you think that if you settle down and have a family, somehow you've sacrificed what you could be in life.
Right.
I mean, you could go to Washington and you could help blah blah blah. You could be a lawmaker as if we need another few hundred more laws. I mean, all we've done is make fucking laws every 4 fucking years for a whole time we've been in existence. I mean, why doesn't anybody ever just stand up and say, "Fuck you! This is bullshit"? I just did. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, isn't it? To a certain extent.
Man, you just overheated one of the computers at the NSA just now.
Oh, they're going, not him again. We better send a Greyhound bus to get him this time.
IT's in there putting extra hard disks in. It's like it's filling up. Like, oh shit, what's wrong with my computer? Fuck it.
Listen, there's a reason why they prey on little kids to go to armies They prey on kids to go to war. They prey on college kids to vote for them. They prey on children. They prey on children. It's their favorite prey.
Yeah, man. Something about that innocence they don't have. They want to be the one to take it, just like.
Have you heard some of these idiotic college students talking about shit? I mean, oh my God! I used to regret not getting the college education that I wanted. You know, I wanted to go back to, Harvard and Yale and be that kind of guy, but I just didn't have the money or the bloodline or none of that shit that I could do that, or the intelligence. So, I mean, I'm really not. I'm not that fucking pissed now when I see these people and the stuff they believe just because somebody higher up in the company or country or in their ilk says it. They gotta believe it, and there's not even an option of having free thought anywhere. I mean, that's what really, really gets me. The people that are. When I was a kid, the whole essence you got of a scientist is they were very critically thinking and they didn't believe hardly anything. Well, you get the impression nowadays that they will not only believe anything, but they will suck anybody that they ask them. I mean, good Lord, what do they believe? I mean, everything's a theory to cover a theory to cover a theory to cover a theory. I mean, when does it stop?
Right. Yeah, that's something I come up on often in the flat Earth discussions. It's, I call scientism a religion. I mean, because that's basically how it operates. Is it's all on faith. I mean, ooh, this guy said it, and he's a big scientist, so it must be true. So,
Doesn't anybody say prove it? Like, that's what I did last night. It was so funny. This guy was just condescending to all of us. Nice guy, but he was like, well, you haven't heard the Earth spins, and that's gravity, and he's doing it and all that. I go, okay. Then he started talking about this evolution with this eye of this fish, and I said, okay, well, tell you what, go get us a picture of that fish and a name, and then he started, I don't know what, it went on and went on and went on. Vaguely, like half an hour later, I heard some name kind of spurted. I don't know if that was supposed to be it or what, but anything I asked him for that he'd said, literally said 30 words before, and I said, okay, just show me one. And I felt like he was the flat earther and I was the glober here. I mean, come on. I mean, he never showed us anything all night long. Of all the things that he was laughing at us about, he couldn't show us nothing.
Hello.
hello, moment of silence.
Sorry, I'm actually shaving right now. I got a big day tomorrow. But yeah, it's unfortunate.
You know who we need is Johnny Carson.
You know what? These people come talking mad conjecture and then try to blame us for talking about conjecture, and then they pull up names of people I could care less about. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're all fucking fluff. Like, go look at some real shit. You know what I mean?
Well, hey, like 10 years ago, it was all about quoting some fucking author. That's when everything became proof. Like you quote some fucking science fiction author, and that made it proof. Like, no, that's not proof. Haven't you ever seen a scientific experiment in school? Well, yeah, they showed us this film of, it's like everything is video. It's like everything is bullshit. I mean, come on, man.
But Bill Nye.
Yeah. Hey, well, when I was in 8th grade, we had to go out and kill a coot, bring it back to class, boil it, take all the nasty-ass meat off of it, and then take super glue and glue the whole skeleton back together. Now, I was an avid hunter at the time, but, I mean, it was gross. I did not enjoy that one at all. And then I thought, well, hey, I'm done with that one. So then the next year, we're dissecting tiger sharks, little baby tiger sharks that have been in this formaldehyde or whatever forever. I mean, and it was gross too. And it just went on and on all through high school and grade school. What the fuck do kids do nowadays? They don't do anything real, man. I mean, they don't do anything real. I wasn't in fancy schools. I was in normal schools, and we were able to do science. What's up?
We don't want you to be hands-on.
We even had a rifle club in my 9th grade, which I couldn't believe because I was in Oregon, and it was kind of like, excuse the word, but it was kind of gay up here. I mean, everybody's kind of like really not as tough as where I just came from. But they had a rifle club, and this is no bullshit. We'd go up above the gym, and they had these little metal boxes about the size of a PC screen. And they'd hang a little 22 target on the front of it with a little bitty, about the size of a 50-cent piece target. And I thought, how in the hell am I going to hit that from 50 feet away? And we go back there, and then they bring out these guns, which I've been around guns my whole life, and they brought these guns, and these things weighed like 30 pounds a piece, man. They were the heaviest 22s, and their barrels were literally bigger around than a quarter, and they were solid steel. I mean, these were target rifles, right? I never have even ever shot one. And they made us get down on the ground, and they made us put our elbows down, and they'd take our elbows and bend them around and tie the strap around and do all this shit like they do in the Army. And then they'd have us shoot these targets. And I'll be damned, you could put a 22 round in these targets every single time. And that was the day we got there. So you can imagine what it's like in View Camp.
Wait, what is this? Where is this?
This was in Medford, Oregon, man. I mean, right up in the gym. In high school, yeah.
What? Could you
well, check this out. When we were seniors, we got to call out whoever we didn't like and have a boxing match with them at the end of the year. And that was awesome. It was called the Smokers, dude. Now, that was fun. I mean, yeah, if you had some problem with some dude, or if you just wanted to play or just do sports, and you wanted to box somebody, you call them out in September, and then you fight them in April. And, dude, the school talked about it the whole fucking time. You have training and shit. I mean, it was pretty awesome experience here in school. But I'm just saying, it was an average school with overloaded too many people. And they still did things that taught kids and made them learn how to live life. You know what I mean? Now they take them on field trips. They don't let them get out of the bus. Or if they do, they tell them you can't touch anything. And then they make these big, long stories up. My kids come back from school on Friday telling me how George Washington abused Indians. Now that pisses me off because, you know what? I remember getting pissed at my teacher in kindergarten, them saying that they were racist. Now, this is in 1967, 49 years ago. They were trying to push that bullshit that George Washington was a racist. Blah, blah, blah.
Be sure to eat your marshmallows.
Well, so was Isaac Newton in 1700. You know what I mean? Give me a break. I mean, these people are the biggest bunch of assholes. I mean, the father of our country, he was an astounding man. He rode into battle with a sword furled once. And when he got back to camp he never got a bullet one in him. And when he got back to camp that night, he had 8 big musket holes in his blue coat. This is a real guy. This is a real man. And they tried to make him, they tried to marginalize. He was the number one entrepreneur in the colonies. Out of all 13 colonies, the richest man. He sold tobacco, booze, furniture to England, everything. This guy was he had been the general, he was a substantial human being. And they try to make this man seem like nothing but just some Hank Hill son of a bitch.
Sounds like there are some divine aspects to that with the 8 bullet holes and everything. And you know what they
6'7"?
do to anybody.
Have you ever seen anybody that was 6'7"?
Yeah, 50 Cent. But but they do marginalize anybody with any divine background. You got to be a sleazebag.
Okay, well, imagine this, Ace. If you know anything about horses, you know a guy that size has to have a super big horse. So this is what they said. When he drove up, it was like a fucking giant. These are all like little guys, 5, 6 foot tall, and here's this giant man on a giant white horse looking good. Come on, man. He was not your average turd, man. He went and did this shit when he was older than me. He went and fucking got our country all hooked up when he was old.
Somebody in the comments the other day when we were hitting on this was trying to basically say the same thing, that Washington was a fuck bag. It's like, man, you guys, come on.
Yeah.
Sure, if he was a fuck bag, then there wasn't one damn, at least half decent person in all of America's history, which there pretty much wasn't.
You can actually read the letters between John Adams and his wife, and you can know about everything from that contemporary time. And these were good, holy people.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Chris. What's up, man?
What's happening, guys?
What's up, man? What do I start about? Shit, we just, a little bit of small talk. This is our small talk.
I got my sword and I'm waiting for Dan. Look.
What sport is that?
Hold on.
Wait, go ahead. Is it a rapier? No, let me
No,
see
that's
if
a
I
William
can put a
Marshall.
rifle.
That's a William Marshall.
Oh,
I
that's
didn't
cool.
see it, man. You gotta show it again. I missed it. When you're on your phone, sometimes the share screen doesn't show up.
Oh, I have no phone. I just haven't learned how to use this little camera very good yet. I actually got tired of them clicking into my phone calls, even though I had a thriving business, and I put down my phone in 2009, and I'd only had it since about 2001. I really put off having one until I got shamed by another businessman. He called me a cheap son of a bitch. He goes, "How can you do this kind of amount of work and not have a cell phone, you cheap son of a bitch?" And when he did that, I thought, well, I better get one. And so I had one for 6 or 7 years, and to the point where I couldn't get my blood pressure down to normal again. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Because you just can't relax. If you're in business and you've got
I
one of those
know.
things, you can't get a minute apiece. So what I did, I thought, I might lose money, but I'm going to turn this bastard off. And you know what? I got better jobs and less of them, and it was just a better thing not having that phone all the time, man. It was better.
Yeah, because if it's word of mouth and it's good work, they'll get a hold of you.
Yeah,
That
well,
kind
I
of make
already had my name built up by then, so it was kind of easy. But
What do you do?
Mm.
I retired about 4 years ago. I build roads and parking lots and driveways and all kinds of any kind of dirt, rock work, that kind of stuff. Sometimes concrete, but not usually.
Gotcha.
Interesting. You ever talk to any surveyors?
Oh yeah, I know some.
You know, I was talking to a surveyor the other day, and I was like, you see any curve today?" He's like, he's like,
They don't even know what you're
wait,
talking
what?
about.
Like, Carol, man, how long you been doing this? He's like, like 17 years. At first, I was talking to his apprentice dude, and I kind of finally told him, I was like, I wanted to talk to the dude, because I challenge the fact that the Earth is curved, like
Yeah,
they say, is all I said, you know.
dude.
And he was like, no, I kept talking to the guy. I'm like, so you've never measured like curve of the Earth? It's like, you do these big ass long roads, you're measuring out. Like, he's like, nah, man. He's like, what do you mean? It's like there's a curve in the Earth. It's 8 inches per mile squared. That's the rough formula for the curve on a ball.
Did you
So,
see the bridge they used the
after,
curve on? Did you see that picture of the
yeah,
bridge that Jeff
yeah,
sent that they did the curve on?
that's just people say that shit. But yeah,
No,
it
no, no.
doesn't
There's
it
one bridge
doesn't
they
match
actually
up
did the
to the
curve on. It
water.
looks like shit, dude. It's like the bridge looks like a tit. The whole thing is just totally round. It looks totally wrong, dude.
It's like it's done for the curve of the moon of Pluto.
I don't know, dude, but it's funny looking, dude. They had to have tore it down. Maybe that's what took out, that Gertie. Remember the one that fell back in the '40s? They show us on TV. Maybe that's
Yeah.
what did it, man. Because
Coleman
it was funny
arrows.
looking, dude.
Well, this surveyor, he's like, no, and I was kind of like, the curve of the Earth, and he's like, oh, it's not that much, it's like it's basically nothing. I'm like, a ball, basically nothing. Eventually, it's gonna have some fucking drop. So I was like, look, after 100 miles, that's 6,600 feet of drop. He's like, no, it's not that much. I was like, man, just go look it up. That was kind of the end of the conversation. I was like, just go check this shit out, man. Just like look up, globe model may be wrong or something on Google or YouTube. You know, I don't know. I've been looking into this. I just think they got the math wrong. They kind of left it at that. I didn't say nothing about flat Earth or anything. But I just wanted to see if he didn't even fucking know. He didn't even know there was a curve. And then when I refreshed his memory, he just thought it was so insignificant that,
Well,
he
how have
couldn't.
they measured the globe to actually know to do any math anyway? I mean, have they actually measured it ever?
No,
No, look,
they just took
it
the shadow
wasn't.
shadow
It
measurements and assumed it
it
was the sphere.
actually wasn't those shadow measurements though. It was actually they just made the fucking number. The shadow things are just ratios anyways.
But I thought they used the shadows to deter, like, to say
Yeah,
that.
that's like what they say, but they kind of already had a number in mind. You know, because look, with those shadows, all you got to do is move the sun in and out.
Right,
You
yeah,
know?
but like they were just saying that, oh, since it is a globe, they were just assuming it was a globe, and
Yeah,
that's the reason that the
but
shadows were doing what
it
they were
was
doing, and then they got a
it
number from the shadows, and then
yeah yeah, that's the story, but they really got the number from the circumnavigating of east to west. You know, with all the trade routes, they had a rough number. And it's always, and even with those shadow measurements, it's still a rough number. Now, how did they get the technical number is what I want to know. The,
This is what kind of bothers me. I was thinking about today if we were going
hey
to
guys,
sail to
I'll be right
Antarctica.
back, alright? Like,
yeah,
give me 5 minutes. But y'all, carry on, carry on.
Yeah, like if I was going to take
Carry
a boat
on like
to
nothing
Antarctica,
ever
dude,
mattered.
I don't think I'd sail. I don't think I'd sail down. Because if it's true what they say about it being all on the bottom, then typically we should be able to hit it by sailing off in another direction other than Antarctica. True?
hit what?
Antarctica or the ring or whatever they call it.
Oh, right. You mean uh, by sailing? Well, I mean everything would be south, so it would all be the same direction, but you would still be traveling in opposite directions, even though it's all south.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on what you're using to navigate.
But if a flat Earth is true and the flat Earth is laid out there, I mean, how can it always be south? It would seem like it would be all different directions.
Well, it depends on what you mean by direction. If you're actually talking about straight lines, or because if you're using a compass to navigate and the compass just points to the North Pole, you could be traveling in two different directions and have your compass both say south. It depends on your position relative to the North Pole.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if the flat Earth map is true and what everybody kind of not that there's a set in stone map,
Right.
but if the North Pole is in the center of us all and we like a spokes in a wheel jettison out to the sides, then typically south of any place ought to be Antarctica, right? I mean,
Correct.
okay, so then it's just man, it kind of I don't know. This is a hard one. I mean, it seems like somebody would know by now. You know what I mean? But
Oh, I'm sure people do know. I'm sure these occultists, all at the top levels, know. They have to. I mean,
how's that conversation start? Yeah, I'd like a pastrami on rye and a beer, and yeah, I'll have a roast beef sandwich. And hey, did you fucking know the world was flat? Yeah, and a milk, please. How are you going to break it into the president that the fucking world ain't a globe and you spend billions of dollars every 4 years on fucking NASA, and that money goes to covering up their dirty deeds or something?
I'm sure there's some death threats involved.
Well,
he already.
That's the big question, guys. If it's all bullshit, where did the money go? That's the biggest question of all right there. Where did all that money go? Because well, hell, you've seen my wall. It doesn't take that much to draw a fucking picture. I mean, come on. They've got a lot of change.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it probably just goes to furthering their own goals and through black projects and stuff.
Well, yeah, but that still don't account for the money, brother. I mean, there's got to be some merchandise or something sitting somewhere. I mean, we're talking about a lot of money. They just got what, 19 billion the other day, Ace?
He jumped off for a second.
Yeah, like they got 19 bill or something the other day. That's not like 19 million, guys. Each billion is 1,000 million. Okay, 1,000 million. I can't even imagine having $1 million to spend. Well, I mean, I could probably spend it in a couple of days, but I can't imagine having 10 million to spend. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? $1 million used to be a lot of money, but we're talking 19 billion, and they don't really have anything going right now, except for we're going to go to Mars someday. Boy, that takes a lot of money to do that math for the next 30 years.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of it's going into people's pockets and bank accounts, and the rest of it's probably going into military research and development and all that, and subjugating people around the world.
Well, there you go. Yeah, and why isn't it going to help our fucking country?
Because that's counterproductive to the goals.
When's the last time you heard the president say something about our country? All I hear him talk about is this agenda of theirs.
Yeah.
This great world, this wonderful world that someday it's going to be. It hasn't been one for 8 years. But all of a sudden, miraculously, if they just get enough money, Miraculously, this thing has went in the toilet over the last 8 years. You're going to get a lot better if you just got a little bit more money. Hey, I hated Bush towards the end, but you got to admit, it was fucked back then, but man, it's way more worse now. And what's the problem? I mean, what is the problem? Why is it getting so worse? Because these guys are not doing, if they just did nothing, if they just left our fucking shit alone, we would be way better off.
Yeah, we're like somebody said the other day, I came across it. They're like, "Oh, we're paying for socialism, but we're not even getting that." So.
Yeah, that's it exactly. This medical plan is breaking people, and they're letting people die. It's all a big scam.
Yeah, yeah.
The free medical care, whatever, universal health care, is just so they can get, have even more control over us and know about us. And
right.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
The digitizing of medical records, yeah. Freaking.
Find out what kind of blood type.
You don't want it? You get $8,000 fine a year. Come on, man.
Yeah.
What? If you don't pay?
Hey, what you said is not true, man.
It is true.
What I said, all I said is they want control over us to get into our medical records.
You said like they're doing it to get information out of us. It might be a consequence of having government-provided health insurance.
Yeah, I think it is a consequence. You're right.
So Dan, you think they're just doing it because, I mean, they care about us? I mean, obviously they don't care about us.
No, it's not about care. It's about people expressing what the fuck they expect out of their government, considering the vast wealth that it takes in through taxation and could take in.
Yeah, but see, Dan,
healthcare, that's all.
You know what? It's a good concept, Dan. But being forced to do anything, that's wrong.
Right.
Obamacare, yeah, is retarded.
Forcing us to do anything is fucking anti what being alive is about.
Right. So under a Medicare for All program, you wouldn't be forced to do anything. You would just have health insurance and not have to worry about expenses. It would be covered through taxation, which would cost way less than what we pay now.
Oh, no, you're forced to go in and get blood tests and constant fucking care. I know. I'm on a state plan, which is really good, but still, if I try to just stay out of their way for a month and not, they start calling me for blood tests because they want to monitor my fucking blood and shit. It's like, look, dudes, leave me the fuck alone. Oh, well, you got to do this because you're on insurance. It's like, fuck you. If I get off the insurance, I'm going to get a fucking big old fine. I mean, I get tired of being told what my options are as a free American, Dan. Can't you understand that, buddy?
I do understand, and let me explain my position. I don't like the Affordable Care Act. I like that it would get more people health insurance, but it's a program that just supports insurance companies by mandate, right?
Yes.
So that's not right. That's not even what the liberals wanted, even though this is initially a conservative plan, but it benefits corporations, but I don't want anybody getting fined. I'm scared to lose my job because then when I file my taxes next year, I'm going to have to file, how many months I didn't have health insurance and get a fine. Fuck that. That is insane.
Well, you know what it is. That's what I'm so sad about is your side got promised so much by Obama, and when I lost, my side lost, I thought, you know what, at least maybe he's going to do what he said. I really got my heart broke by this man. I mean, I was a stone cold Republican, didn't want him in there any which way. But after the election happened, he was our president. I didn't sell a shirt one after that day. Everybody still sells my shit because I'm an honorable man. He said he was going to help our country. Some of the things he said sounded good, getting us out of those wars, saving our money, all the things he said, but it's not turning out that way at all. In fact, it's just really, really bad, this thing with the judge and just the things he's been saying.
Well, the judge has nothing to do with...
Laughing about the judge, Dan, and I can prove it. I can bring the fucking video here if I have to. If you make me do that, but it's bad. It's bad, Dan. You don't want me to put that video on.
Hey, Conk. On the topic of healthcare, before we jump away from that real quick, have you ever heard of Watson?
Computer?
Medical computer?
Whoa. Yes.
No, but I knew what it was just because the way you said it. Because the IBM computer's named something else, and it's the same one they used in World War II, and that's what they're using to keep track of us, dude. It's these people.
Yeah, yeah, it's actually being used in healthcare as well.
Oh yeah. They're just something, aren't they?
Remember the how people were talking about death panels and what was going to be making decisions for people's health care. That's actually what Watson is going to be used for in a healthcare system. It's going to be basically making the decisions of people's healthcare decisions based upon a number of factors, say possibly productivity. You
Oh yeah,
know,
I know all about it. Yeah, you need to tell Dan, dude, it's not good. Yeah, and not only that, I mean, why can't people that can afford doctors and stuff just go have their own doctors? Canadians can't do that. They have to come down here. English people have to come here to get free medical because they can't do it even with their own money. They're not allowed to.
Even worse, let me put it this way. Houston has like the best, heart surgery program. People from England come and pay out of their own pocket to get like heart transplants and, open heart surgery, shit like that, because they're on a fucking waiting list and they would probably die before they got their treatment that they wanted. And it's just better here. So these people that have a lot of money will actually, instead of using the free healthcare they get in England and Canada, come to America to have their surgeries. That's what I don't want to happen with free healthcare. All the innovations made in healthcare have been in America because we do pay money to insurance companies and there is a lot of money in the healthcare system. When you do universal, all the innovation stops because it's all about saving a dollar.
Man, most of the money that companies got way back was from the government, and then they reap the profits from that. So it's only fair.
well, yeah, and I think
What do
that's
you
what
mean? I'm just saying the countries with universal health care are not innovating. They're not inventing MRIs. They're not, look,
What's the
our
problem with that?
hospital,
You have to buy a
there's
TV
no
license in
problem.
England. You have to have a
There's no
license for
problem.
a TV.
There's no problem. The insurance companies were doing perfectly fine until Obama and Hillary have their signature on 100 pieces of legislation that directly impact the healthcare costs. And
What about that judge, dude? What about that judge changing his fucking mind at the last minute? That is just horseshit, right?
well, all I'm saying is they created the problem, which supposedly was insurance companies charging too much. People can't afford healthcare. Well, yeah, that's because Hillary and Obama both, and many others, have signed legislation that says, oh, insurance company, you got to do this, 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 and all this red tape and bureaucracy, and it caused insurance prices to be super high. There's a lot of competition in insurance companies, and if they were just left alone, that's the perfect system.
What if people don't want medical insurance? What if people just want to be left alone like their ancestors came over here from
Guess
Europe
what?
for?
Guess what? Yeah, that's great. Then you should be able to be left alone. And here's the thing. Even if you didn't want insurance, just say 10, 20 years ago, and you got ran over by a bus, you're still going to get health care. They're going to fix you.
I
Always have.
know. And the
Always
thing
have.
is, you're just one catastrophic illness away. And the thing is, okay, this lady works with my wife, okay? She has a family and her husband works. So my wife's lucky enough to get insurance through where she works and it takes care of her and I got the state insurance. So we're okay. We're sliding by on any bullshit and our kids done. But this poor girl is on the Obama plan. They take $600 a month out of this working woman's check, dude. That she works in a dental office. That's a third of her fucking pay a month. In other words, do you know anybody that even spends $600 a month on medical bills? Come on, this is ridiculous. Most people go to the doctor. They don't even go to the doctor when they're young a couple times, and then you know what I mean. They're making an exorbitant amount of money just to get out of paying for the old people that have it coming right now. That's what this is about. Is they promise people that are older than me pensions and things, and they're trying to back out of them and change their shit and fuck them around. just like they do our soldiers when our soldiers come back from getting blowed up. You know, those poor guys can't even get medical. Why wouldn't they get medical first? I mean, they were conned into the bullshit. They got their bodies fucked. Why don't they get taken care of first?
It should. No excuse.
Why can't an average working man like us be fucking president? We represent the fucking people. You know what I mean?
Donald
Shit would be
Trump gave
cleaned up.
Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump gave Hillary Clinton something like $75 million to give to the vets, and she fucking took it, and they're in court right now over it. Okay,
She's
she
a
took it and
fucking
spent the
liver,
fucking
man.
money. She took it and spent the money, so that's why he skipped that debate that night and went and did his own thing, and he gave the money to the vets. Because you know what? Yeah, he's got his own money, but he's always helped out. 35 years ago, he was against these trade agreements. The NAFTA is what did this to our country. Ross Perot, who I voted for, was right. The big sucking sound was our lives. Look at us now. Fuck, man. Even the lowest lives of us used to have cars and go places and do things. Man, they have killed us, and they're not even done, guys. We got to put an end to this, otherwise we will be little bitches like they are over there, man. I don't want to embarrass them poor people, but yeah, we're going to be like that if we let them.
What do you think could be done, though?
We need to put the fucking phones down, not us. We're on the right page. It's these younger people that spend all their time talking on the phone. We need to shame them, let them know that it's asinine that they do that. Just like we got shamed when we were growing up. Maybe you didn't, but I grew up with a lot of shame, so I didn't turn out lazy, and so I did what I was supposed to do. And I got a lot of crap, but it made me tougher and better. Even my teachers, everybody. That's how men grow up. Somehow we've missed all that. We've missed it. Our men are weak. Our women are big mouths. We've got a problem. They're going to bring these people in, and they're going to do what they want in our country unless we stand up and take our fucking shit back. And the paperwork's there to allow us to do that legally without any stupid fucking revolution or anything like that. We had one of those. We did that. We've been there. We just need to actually participate in our government more than we ever have, or it is gone. It is gone. This is our last chance. There ain't going to be another chance, guys. This is it. And this is for real.
Underground Johnny on the chat wrote, "Not a USA thing." He might have been pointing towards it, not just being something part that's, anesthetized itself in our country, but this is more of a global thing.
It's already happened to everybody else, though, brother. We're last. We're the ones with the guns.
Well, I understand that. That's
it
why
is a global thing, and it's a small little group of people.
Can I offer a hypothetical for a second? Say, for instance, through whatever means, the U.S. citizens were able to, quote, take back the liberty, restore constitutional rights, and push back this global power. How could that be possible if the rest of the Western world is united in this? The Eastern world is united in this. The BRICS nations are a part of it. The pivot's already been made, in a sense. We're just kind of that final piece of the puzzle. Babylon kind of...
If the people are waking up, if the news showed you the truth, if these news people showed the truth, they would show that Britain and France and Germany, the people are like us. They're getting tired of it. They look to us to lead them like we always have. And I'm sorry, but it's true. It's always up to George Washington and the gang to set an example. They tried to get it right when they did the French Revolution. They just didn't quite get it right because they were those guys.
And here's the deal. If a vast majority of the people do wake up and they call bullshit on all this, they have no power anymore. Their power relies on us being scared. And even the ones that are awake, their power relies on us feeling like it's too big to stop. But it's really not, because it's nothing. It's just a
They're
few
on the
people
run
with their rules. But the rules aren't physical, and they don't do shit if everyone's just like, fuck the rules. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're on the run, guys. It's turned. The battle has turned. Honestly, things are going the good direction. But you know what? If we ease off of the throttle, they don't have much time left either. Look at these guys. They are decrepit, man. They're old. These ones that are behind it are old. Only thing is hanging on is all this crap they're doing with medical stuff to try and make sure they're still alive,
And they don't have any sons or daughters because they're too busy having sex with little boys.
Well, I don't know about that, but you know more about that than me, Ace.
What, having sex with boys, or?
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, Ace.
Only it was legal. All right.
Ace. Hi,
Yo,
Ace.
Cynthia.
Can you give me controls, please?
No.
Do it.
I hate you. Alright.
I love you, Ace.
You just want power, right,
no.
Cynthia? You just want to control
Stan.
us all.
Dude, I want the power. The power. I have the power.
I need power. It needs more power.
So I don't know if you guys drifted off because I had a phone call, but I wanted to bring up a point about healthcare. Like, universal healthcare, yeah, it sounds good in principle, but at the end of the day, you have healthy people paying for other unhealthy people's bad habits, and that's something I don't like. Like,
That's not true.
Then they're gonna make you say you can't do those bad habits.
exactly,
Where
right,
does it stop? Where does it fucking
right,
stop?
right.
People that don't have any money or a job can't even get it. I heard. I mean, you can't. The poorest people can't get it. I mean, I don't even know how it works. If that's not the case.
For Obamacare, you have to look in Colorado. If you make less than $26,000 a year, you can't even get Obamacare. You gotta
Medicaid.
hope. You gotta hope.
So how does that help all those people it was supposed to help? It doesn't help them at all. The people.
It's just insurance. It's just fucking insurance. All it is saying you have to buy insurance. But now, only from these couple of companies, because we ran all the other ones the fuck out of business. And I was selling healthcare right before the Obamacare shit even was mentioned. And the second, Hillary Clinton was the first one that said it. She said universal healthcare. She was the first one that said it.
Yeah. Well, insurance companies are part of our problem. Mandatory this, mandatory that.
I had to get another fucking job. No one wanted to buy insurance anymore because they were like, oh, we're going to wait and get the fucking free healthcare. Well, it didn't quite turn out that way, did it?
Because it's not socialized medicine. It's bullshit, capitalist bullshit.
If the whole world's on socialized medicine, where does the innovations come from?
Well, I don't understand that argument.
Dan, I like what kind of socialist you are, Dan. I understand where you're coming from, Dan. I just want you to know that because we're going to fight. I want you to know that I respect you and your beliefs, and I know what kind of socialist you are, Dan. You are the good kind of socialist. This is the problem: is the people that are up at the top aren't even socialist; they're fascist. If they were socialists, then they would have constructed something like Germany or Canada, or something that was recognizable instead of what they got now. Because it's not.
Fascists are not socialists. It's a different political ideology.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That was my point. Was what's being sold to us Americans as socialism isn't.
So, but even with the healthcare you have in Germany, you're still having healthy people who take care of themselves paying more than they would need to cover the unhealthy people who don't take care of themselves, correct?
But it's not parsed that way. It's just part of what you pay in taxes. It's not like you get a breakdown in, statement with your paycheck of what your taxes actually went towards. But that's why
at the end of the day, that's kind of what's happening. I mean, let's say you have no health problems.
Right.
I mean,
we're all in this together.
If we didn't take half our income to begin with, we could probably afford our own doctors. I mean, This is all about people taking our money all the time, ever since we were born. The first time I paid taxes, I was 11 years old. I did $40 worth of walnut picking, and to get my money, I had to pay Social Security tax, which at that time was 8.8 or something like that. And I got less than my $40. I was so pissed. I was like a fourth grader going, I got ripped off. I only got $38.50, or whatever it was. But I remember being 11 and thinking, Jesus, really? You got to tax an 11-year-old kid? I mean, I actually thought that.
Yeah, I was the same way. Like when I got a job at working at a grocery store, and after union dues and frickin' all this, I was just like, "What is this?" Like, it struck me as intuitively wrong. I don't know. I mean, I understand government needs to function and they need money to function, but I mean, there have to be limits. There has to be a line in the sand drawn. Like no more than this.
Bradley,
So this is what
Bradley.
I think.
Yeah.
This is what I think. Just
Hey.
real quick.
All right.
What? No, the whole point of life and the whole, Satan and
I don't
the
really know
bad
what to do
stuff.
with the pork. It's probably
Hold
not
on.
done yet.
So the whole point of all this bad stuff and these evil people in control and about to fuck our world up is to show us that we need God. That's the whole reason he
Right.
lets this shit happen.
I
And
agree.
so we become so fucking desperate and dependent that that's our only hope. It's the only way. Everyone, I don't care if you're an atheist, at some point this shit's gonna get so bad you will be praying to God.
Jack or George, somebody?
Yeah, we need Jesus. He's
Hey,
come soon.
Bradley.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you were saying before about unions and shit. Like
Yeah.
I worked at a grocery store when I was like 16 or
Yeah.
17, and it was a union, and I once got a week's paycheck that was 25 cents because they took all the union dues and everything.
And how
Just
that
frame now and then just to keep it.
But yeah, you ever see advertisements for like unclaimed money that you have, like the
Oh
government?
yeah.
So I finally did that, and I got like 60 or 70 bucks from the grocery store I worked at like 15, 20 years ago.
Nice.
It was pretty cool. That must have been my paycheck.
Yeah. Yeah, and even unions too. I mean, like they started off like as a good idea, but then even they become corrupt too, and it becomes everybody about like getting their own piece of the pie, and then the union bosses start getting kickbacks and paid back and whatever, and then it's a big corruption fucking scheme.
But listen, there was I don't know which union it was. It might have been Teamsters, but they had government oversight for the last 5 or so years because of whatever shenanigans they were up to, and I think they got rid of it now. They removed the oversight, but I think that should always be in place for things like unions. And I'm a strong union supporter. Like to the death, I would defend a worker's rights.
Yeah, but I mean, to what extent are unions defending workers' rights? I mean,
Right. But that's why I'm saying they need to have oversight, and it needs to have some democratic.
With
but if you
unions,
have the corrupt watching the corrupt, I mean, eventually
see,
just
that's
becomes
just
a big
that's the
game
problem with
of
everything.
patting on the ass.
I don't mean
We got so many police officers in this country. That is our problem right there. We've got lots and lots of police officers, but yet we have corruption in our unions. We got corruption in our government. We got corruption in our school. We got corruption on our TV. But yet we've got more cops than we ever had.
Right.
So what is the problem there now? Can we do the math? Because I think unions are a good thing too. I'm not a union guy. I grew up non-union, but my dad was a charter member in San Francisco of the Operating Engineers, 1936. I've got his 30-year membership hanging on the door. Now, he was a stone-cold Democrat from the, was it the Roosevelt Democrat? Those Democrats are different than the Democrats of nowadays. I mean, are there even Democrats 20 years ago? These people nowadays have drank the Kool-Aid. They want to do this big thing that they're all into because they all think that they're part of the team. They all think that they're going to be the ones, and we're just the mouth breathers aren't going to be around no more, and everything's all good. But what do you tell people when you want to manipulate them? You tell them whatever they want to hear. Yeah, honey, just give me. All right, I'll take you on tour with me. Yeah, all right, yeah. Oh, cool, honey. Yeah, and then he goes to the bathroom and never comes back. She's like, where'd he go? I'm going on tour. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they get us. I mean, because they prey on our youth. Somebody need to educate their kids and say, hey, guys, this is the way it is. That's all I can say. All I can do is lead by example. I got 4 sons. They're men. They're men. I mean, my 10-year-old, I ain't bragging on him, and I'm mad about it, but he's been in a couple fights already at school. They ride bikes together to school. Nobody else at their school even rides bikes. Come on, man. When I was 7 years old, I could not wait to get on my bike and ride wherever I could, where there were no parents or no teachers or nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too, man. Yeah.
Go explore.
Now it's I can't wait to get home, get in front of the
Individualism is
TV.
dying, and if we let it die in the country of individualism, we deserve it.
That's a good point. I
We
think to
don't
collapse
we
any
don't
society.
deserve it,
What
but it's
would
just
be?
gonna happen. I mean, Jesus,
You turn it
I
into.
don't know. There's people that
Are you
want to
giving
just
up
be
on me, boss?
no. I understand what you mean. We deserve it, but there's people that don't even know there's a fight going on. They've been deceived since birth.
There's not
You
very
know.
many people vote in an election, Ace. There's 300 million people here, and only about maybe 100 million vote in an election. It's usually down to 2 or 3%. This time it won't be that way. If they can't cheat this time because there's somebody like a Ronald Reagan in the wings. And like I say, warts and all, he's got things that bug me about him. But he did come out. One of the things was firearms, and he did come out and say, hey, I love the Second Amendment the other day. And he brought out 2 guys with guns. And so you know what? He knows what's going on. He said he's going to jail them people, even if that's all he promised. Even if that's all he promised, he's got my vote. I want these dumb bitches thrown in jail.
I got a question for you guys. Do you think that the elections are rigged to a certain point? I mean, because
I would guarantee that they are, but they're not going to get away with it this time.
Yeah. I mean, because if you look research into all the voting machines, I mean, most of them are built by Israeli companies and shit. So I don't know.
Well, you know that's kind of racist. I don't think that has anything to do with it. If there wasn't voting machines, it'd be done with crooked people. You know, it just gets done. And I mean, it gets done by both sides. Obviously, we've seen both sides do it. And the thing is, we got to put an end to it. We are a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, but not for much longer. Not for much longer.
Did I hear a racist word thrown out there for a second?
Oh, I said they'll call us racist. You shouldn't say stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because you know what I mean. I don't think we should single out because there are good and bad of all races, all people. People are people. I mean, yeah, you know, there's a majority of this. There is, but you know what? We aren't racist here. That's all I'm saying is we don't single out people. We don't call people Jews or niggers or none of that shit. We just don't do that here.
I think you said Israeli, not Jew, but.
Well, yeah, I meant the political entity of Israel, not all Jews.
Okay, then you mean Zionism then. I'm sorry, but that's the correct word is Zionism, because there's good Israeli people too.
Okay, I mean, I've yet to meet any, but I mean, pretty much every Israeli I've ever come across is total brainwash into Zionism, so, I mean...
Not me. I have a lot of customers, and that's not true at all at what I've found.
Okay. Well, you might have met more of them than I have, so.
People will tell you all about black people too, but where I live, I've never met one that wasn't very nice and very polite. I mean, there's people are people. So white trash, I mean, it doesn't really matter what we are. We're all from Adam. We're all from God. You know what I mean? And we should not lower ourselves to the level where they can say, oh, look at these dumb fucks. You know what I mean? We should be above these bastards. The only way we're ever going to have a prayer against them is to rise above them.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on, I'm boring myself. Come on, somebody talk.
I got the TV on.
How's it going, Cynthia?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Anybody see Yvette around?
I think she's moving storage boxes still.
Moving storage boxes. So you've heard from her today?
Not today, no. A couple days ago. She said she hasn't been on Hangouts in a while and mentioned something about moving some boxes. Doing some moving or something.
Guys, FYI, I'm eating dinner, so I'll be back in just a few minutes, so y'all hold it down.
Uh-oh, Chris just left. And he said he's talking to Yvette, so It's good to know that she's out there.
Smedley, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, if y'all can hold it down, I'll be back in a few.
So, you guys want to talk about Zionism?
Well, Joy says she was agreeing with Conk, federal, state, and local Social Security, Medicare add up to taking half the poor workers' money. Evil is in control. But investment banker Mitt Romney only pays 12% income taxes. Isn't that the shit? Yeah, we know we're the slaves.
We're the serfs. There's no doubt about it, and they want us to know that, though. See, apparently, when they started talking 8 years ago about America being a great experiment, I know how this ends. You know, you can always stop a great experiment. I don't like them talking that way, like we're the dog in the cage. They're talking about us like, well, they're in the room, but they don't matter. This is no great experiment. This is reality.
Yeah.
What kind of person would talk about America as a great experiment? Seriously, what kind of human being? You go back 300 years. You go back and find that anywhere besides before 8 years ago. You go find that. That's just an unbelievable statement made by our leader. The great experiment. Experiment from when? From you and the gang, or or what?
Our leader said that.
Yep.
Obama.
I'm fairly sure it was him or one of his close ilks, but I remember it sticking in my craw like great experiment in my ass. I'm pretty sure he said it when on his inaugural when he first came in, or right before he got elected, or some fucking shit like that. Yeah.
So, who do you think they are? I mean, I'm sure we got a million different names for them, but I'd like to hear your perspective on that.
As in which they?
The enslavers, as opposed to us, the enslaved.
They're the oligarchs.
Okay, can you take it further than that, though?
They're the people that come from old money that
They're the 1/10 of the 1%.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for getting my back on that.
Let me ask you guys something real quick. Do you think that may be a little bit about what this transition is about? Maybe the end of oligarchy? I've read in some different areas that this transition we're seeing is the transition to end basically oligarchical rule and bring in more of a meritocracy age.
Yeah, well, if you read it or see it on TV, it comes from the scribes. And I'm not interested in what they're telling. It's just like them telling us how the earth spins and how it sucks things down to the, it's the same exact thing. You can write shit down that you don't believe. Don't make it true. There's just, yeah, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. There's so many different theories out there on what this whole cabal, I guess, is. And the weird thing is you're seeing it being introduced so much in television and media. So many topics, when they come up, it almost seems to be almost led down that path. And my question is, I almost see this kind of awakening as being more kind of planned than natural. What do you guys think?
Planned by whom? Like God, or?
Yeah, there certainly seems to be a spiritual factor to all this too, which does.
Oh yeah, I do believe that God is angry. I do believe that He's not going to be pushed to come back here, or Him or Jesus aren't going to be pushed by these people to come back here until He is ready. You bet He's going to fight these people. I believe He's going to fight these. They're not going to get their plans. You watch.
And I think to go along that line, I think that the activation is totally a God thing, for lack of a better word.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think it's like Jeff says, it's an activation, and people are getting activated on different times, different waves.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like that.
All of us here experience weird things with numbers and things. All of us. I've heard us all talk. We all have weird things in common to do with this. I mean, it's like we were brought together, kind of like. I mean, it's kind of eerie sometimes.
Yeah.
That's where it does seem that there is a spiritual nature to play here, but I wouldn't dismiss the fact that there is certainly an engineering, it seems, to a lot of this awakening as well. Not to say that there's not a spiritual side to this, because we all see that and feel that almost on a daily instance. But in other ways, it seems that it is, and that's one thing that I think people have to be cautious of,
Oh yeah.
to not be led down any paths that they
Well,
shouldn't.
yeah. I mean, come on, look at when it all came to head. You know, like in the summer of last year, wasn't it? I mean, that's when
Yeah,
I
with all
heard
the
everybody started seeing stuff about the flat Earth, and I came in about it in October. So
Yeah. Well, I think the oligarchs, or whatever you want to call them, kind of foresaw a lot of people waking up to their shit, and they tried to preempt it a lot of times. Because I mean, yeah, with like Alex Jones and shit. The oligarch.
who the hell are the oligarchs?
Well, I mean, I'm a Christian, so I consider them to be Jews who say they're Jews, but they're not.
They're who you said they were, Cynthia. The 10% of the 1% of the 10%. That's who they are.
The 1/10
Right.
of the
And
1%.
pagan.
The old oil money, the old Rockefeller money, that kind of stuff. The stuff
Yeah.
that people that have been going to college, you know, and I mean, people that are old money, old money.
I would take it further, just my own opinion. I mean, I would call them practitioners of the occult, mystics, pagans, along those lines.
Yeah, look at Soros. He was a Nazi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Nazis were actually funded by Western banks and stuff like that. It seemed like
Prescott Bush. Yeah, we were already on that page. Remember, because you got the guy there.
Yeah. So it seems like they put Hitler in place to make a bad guy, and because when Hitler first came around, he started saying a lot of the similar stuff that we're saying. He started pointing out the people who were doing it, and it seems like they use him so they could just compare everyone in the future to Hitler. And
yeah. Hey, you know what? He announced his speech was like an hour long against the New World Order and all this crap, and they only played us like 4 minutes, like a minute of it or something. It's ridiculous. They cut out the whole part where he talks about exactly what we're talking about. Right. I didn't know that. I did not know that until like 2011. I was like, my God, really?
Right.
Knowing that he went in there to save like these German people, I forget what they were called, but they were like, they lived in Poland, but it was like a disputed land thing, and they were just getting slaughtered. And he went in there and he gave all kinds of warnings, you know, just like Bush Sr., if you don't get out, blah, blah, blah. And then he went in to get them, and then they turned it into he invaded Poland.
Right. Well, the land that Poland had taken was taken from World War I, or at the end of World War I. So it was traditionally German lands, it was Prussian lands. So Hitler came in there and tried to reunify Germany, and so the Polish were oppressing the German citizens there. I mean, they were killing people. So I mean, it's not as black and white as people would like to make it.
Yeah, they're all up to their ass in it. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what gets me is like, and they want to bring that here. You know, the thing is, we are all innocent even to this day. That's what Hitler loved about America, is that we were just farm girls and guys with pickups and wholesome people that ate good food, and we weren't all fucked up. And now that they're trying to get us fucked up, honestly.
Oh, I didn't know that, Joy. I didn't know Donald Trump was a Zionist.
Oh,
should
yeah.
have known that. I should have known that. And
his daughter's married to a Goldman Sachs guy, I think. So.
Well, I know that Clinton's daughter, she married a Jewish guy.
I just think he's the lesser of about 10 evils. I'm not saying I'd go out. I think that we got to locally send people to Washington, and they have to leave after 4 years. I think all people, we got to put an end to lobbyists, and we have to put an end to these career politicians.
Right.
We are screwed.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, like, the average American is completely disenfranchised from any form of control. Like, it's supposed to be a government of the people, but we are completely excluded from the picture.
How is lobbyism ever even justified? Is that capitalism? Come on, give me a break. How is that even justified?
Oh, I just wanted to tell you guys that Robert from Project Planete, Special Access, is having a live show broadcast in about a minute or so, just to let everybody know that.
Cool.
But I'm sure
You trying to divide us?
No, I'm not trying to divide him. He just came in to chat, and I just wanted to.
Let's watch it. Would you
I just
mind? We should. What does Ace think? Ace, what do you think, bud?
Ace, do you want to shut down and I'll go over and watch what Robert's got to show us?
No.
Just watch it here.
We could probably. Could we?
Inside access. I'm not sure if I'm part of the inside club or not.
I think anybody can go in there, can't they?
Oh, okay. Oh,
I don't
didn't
know. Let me check it out.
Special members only.
Yeah, I don't want to leave, and that wasn't what I was saying. I was just saying you should put it on for a few minutes so we could check it out on screen or something.
Will they let us do that?
I'm sure he'd like the plug, actually.
Okay, we won't shut down. They will. We won't
Shut it down.
Was that Dan? No, that was Smedley.
Yeah. Frickin'. Yeah. What's the most amount of viewers you guys had in one of these?
Oh, I don't know.
9.
Well, I think we're
Yeah,
at.
and they were all Timmy. They're all Timmy's sock account.
We're at 21 now.
Yeah, and probably 10 of them are Timmy's sock accounts. Except I haven't had to deal with any trolls yet, so we must be talking all right for him.
I've tried to troll a little bit.
Did you try to troll us?
All right, I'll just be the troll. Refraction, guys. Refraction.
What's that?
Gravity, refraction, the ISS, freaking Mars, Saturn's got rings, Pluto, stuff. Come on, explain all that. Come on, you guys can't.
Oh man, they got Jeremy last night.
Here's a fun one. Can I answer the question about the where's the curvature part?
Go ahead.
If I can play devil's advocate, just for shits and giggles.
Well, how it cracks me up is how are you just going to be the smartest ball earther on the world, and when somebody asks you a plain question about the sun, about the constellations being blocked by the sun because of the 6 months later, you just turn into a dummy all of a sudden. It's like, what part of this are you not understanding?
Right.
In the winter, it's on one side, in the summer, it's on the other. I mean, what part of this are you not understanding? And he just played dumb. And that shit just, the guy Jeremy from last night.
Oh, the British guy?
Was he British?
I tuned in yesterday. I thought I heard a guy sound. Yeah, he sounded either British or maybe.
Was that Gem Panda?
Or yeah.
Gem Panda.
Yeah, it was Jim Panda.
Yeah. Yeah, he was from the UK, I believe.
So, have you guys ever come across any information or anybody claiming that the constellations or position of stars relative to each other have ever changed in recorded history?
See, I've never heard anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, the constellations have always been the exact same and all never changing in relation to each other.
I mean, they have, as far as being recorded, they've never changed.
Yeah.
As long as we've been recording them.
And then, the universe is supposed to be constantly expanding. I don't understand how that could happen in their model. So, I don't know.
Yeah. You gotta put a lot of faith in a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were talking about they, or just a second ago. I'm like, I look at it too, like, I call them Luciferians. And the reason why I call them Luciferians is because they're all up to the same old tricks with the signs and the symbols.
Yep.
You know, and it all goes back to one thing, you know, the worship of whatever false god these
Yeah,
people respect the most.
yeah, and I think that's one of their powers that they have against us is that we, as the truth movement or whatever, have difficulty putting a name to it and identifying them. Like we can call them the oligarchs, we can call them the synagogue of Satan, we can call them Luciferians or whatever,
Yep.
but it's hard to pinpoint them. So
Yeah. They something.
yeah.
They up to a lot of things. I know that.
Oh, sorry guys, TV.
Sounds like you're getting abducted by a UFO
It's
there.
it's some kind of Spanish movie he's watching.
Telemundo.
But here's one for you guys to check out, though, just to throw one out there. Personally, I see things wrong with both kind of models, both sides that I see out there on the subject. But here's one thing that I can't get over from a quote unquote globe perspective. Say you're an ant standing on a ball, okay, and that's representing you standing on the Earth. From wherever you're at, that's going to be the top of the Earth, kind of from your perspective. Now, when you look 360 degrees around you, looking at where the horizon stops at that point. So on a globe Earth, you wouldn't see any curvature going around you because you're not pulling back far away enough to see the Earth's actual curvature. You're only seeing from your perspective and height level. Even if you go into the air, you still wouldn't see any curvature because, again, you look 360 degrees around you, your field of view can't extend all the way to the edge of the Earth. That's something that I can't get around. That when I hear people say, well, you don't see any curvature. Well, on a ball Earth, you wouldn't see any curvature. So that's one thing I noticed out there, and that's one thing you could test if you had any, I guess, kind of computer modeling software. You could definitely test that perspective kind of view. Again, I'm not jumping on either side. I think there's a lot of bullshit that we're taught out there, in the globe perspective, and there's some things that don't add up. But when I hear that part mentioned, I think, ooh, because on a round Earth, you wouldn't see that from your perspective.
Well, it depends on the dimensions of the Earth. I mean, like, if you want to make shrink that ball down just for exaggeration purpose, at a certain point you would see the curve. So it's a matter of the curve being very subtle, and I'm pretty sure the more altitude you have, the easier it should be to see the curve because you have more of a perspective over the surface, right?
Right. If that model is actually indeed true, you wouldn't begin to see curvature until you pull back to about 150 miles out to actually begin to see kind of the edge of the Earth from, I don't want to say a two-dimensional perspective, but from pulling back far enough to see the silhouette, so to speak, where any lower than that, you're only going to be seeing kind of a cone view looking down. You're going to be able to see out to your vanishing point, and that's as far as it's going to go. So it's going to appear to be completely flat all the way around you from the air to a certain height, or from the ground perspective as well.
Now, is it going to be like it look completely flat all the way up until you hit a certain point, and then you'll start seeing the curvature, or will it be completely gradual? You'll start seeing a little bit of curve, and then you'll start seeing more curve?
You're talking about on a ball, right?
Yeah. Correct.
You will never see curve. You won't see it. You can measure it, forward and backwards, side to side.
Yeah. And
Because
that's
you're always seeing a circle. The only way you would start to see curve is when you basically are looking at outer space, the horizon of the actual Earth, and then it'll curve.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it kills me when I hear people say you use the curvature perspective, because from the ground you most certainly wouldn't see it, and from the air you wouldn't begin to mathematically 150 miles, depending
No.
on how you do the numbers.
Anybody that says they see a curve is just that's
Hallucinating.
their brainwashing. Yeah. No, the power of the mind.
But even on a
hard
globe,
for-
you wouldn't see a curve.
No way.
I mean, you don't think if you was out in the middle of the ocean and you had like a 360-degree view, I mean, you couldn't see
Think about it.
if it was
Think
round. I mean, if it was actually a ball, wouldn't you be able to at some point see within your vision?
Well, go
No.
go
Look,
back
here's the deal.
to the
Here's
ball
the deal.
perspective.
Look, guys. If you could see a curve in one direction, and you turn and you see that same curve, that same bulge, where do they meet?
Right.
If
Yeah,
I'm
I
looking
understand
straight
that.
ahead and I'm supposedly seeing a curve, where the fuck's it going down to? If I turn backwards, I'm looking at nothing. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right.
It just and I just downloaded the new version of AutoCAD. Well, I've got it. I just need to install it, and I'm going to make a fucking scale model and show what it should look like from 6 feet above.
Oh, that's cool.
Airplane,
That's real cool.
the top of a mountain, airplane
Yeah.
height, hot air balloon, and
Right
then
on.
I'll show what it should look like at the altitude of the fucking ISS, and I bet you they got that curve wrong because they're just using a GoPro, and the solar panels curve the same amount as the fucking horizon.
Well, and if you look at a lot of those ISS footage, like it'll show the curve, and then it'll show like maybe just like a little section of the southwest of the United States, and like if you blew that up like that or continued that out,
Yeah.
the Earth would be tiny, you know.
Too much, yeah. I mean, it doesn't, at first glance, it doesn't, just like the moon, at first glance, it looks like a sphere, but when you really examine it, you're like, holy shit, why is this full moon evenly lit, edge to edge?
Right.
Do you know what gradient, like, people don't understand this shit, the Globers. They don't even fucking understand. They're like, what do you mean, why should it be? No, it's just imagine a bunch of lights, da-da-da. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Take a styrofoam ball, throw it in your yard, and light it up with as many lights as you want. A wall of lights, a flashlight. Pick your poison. It doesn't matter. Near, far, the edges cannot reflect back the same amount as the front surface because it's deflecting the light sideways. That's why you get that grayed shadow.
So the only way the moon could be a sphere is if it was self-luminous, right?
There you go. Actually, yes. It can't. Actually, you're right. It can still be a sphere and self-luminous. You're right. But what the fuck's with the edge thing? That weird phase that it does.
Right.
The phases. It has that gradient. See, you can even see it on the. They got the phases right, although they're always at the wrong fucking angle. See, and that's another thing. You look at the phases, you're like, oh yeah, okay, the moon's there, the sun's there. Yeah, I get, there should be a shadow over there. But when you really look, you're like, wait, why is that shadow 45 degrees wrong? And I don't know if y'all been looking at the moon recently. The shadow's on the fucking top. It would never be. The shadow it should be on the fucking bottom. It just. It's mind-blowing.
Hey, so with your AutoCAD software, can you calculate the angle that the horizon should drop with a given altitude?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show a flat plane next to a supposed 25,000 mile circumference ball, and I'm going to show them at all the different heights, including ISS height. And that's it. I want to use the word irrefutable, but people still have a problem. Oh, that's just a software. It's not real life. I'm like, yeah, but it's the same fucking thing, huh?
Hey, so what is your view of this ball in the program going to look like?
It could just be a ball. The point is that it's to scale.
But I'm just thinking about from the
ISS,
looking through the window.
No, it's going to be looking straight ahead. It's
right.
It's just going to show a view of straight ahead. Or I could tilt the camera down, how they have it on a lot of shots, where the horizon.
What resolution though is where I'm going with this? Like, what's the aperture or whatever? How big is that? what you see versus what the whole horizon would look like if you could see with your
I
own
can
eyes.
match it to any camera. It can match it to any millimeter of a camera. They're probably using 35, like full frame sensor CCDs. I'll find out what the fuck they supposedly use on the ISS. That's kind of not the point. It's to show the same camera on the flat horizon and the same camera on the ball. And what do? I'll match it up. And I bet you it'll look like what we see from the hot air balloon photos.
You know, I'd like to see someone do a high altitude balloon with a level attached, so you can tell if it's looking down or if it's looking level or perpendicular to down. You know.
Well, what you do is you really only need three. Actually, you only need two, but you get three cameras on a level. It doesn't even matter if it's fucking level. It could be tilted. What you do is you have three cameras pointing in all three directions. If you can see the horizon in all three,
Yeah.
then you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the problem. Just like in an airplane, if there was supposedly all this curve and you look out your window, and you're like, oh no, you're just looking down. Well, if I'm looking down, then when I look out the other window, I should see sky.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Not a horizon. It's impossible to see a horizon in both windows ever,
Right.
no matter what the angle is.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Wait, what?
Even thought about that.
Are you saying it's impossible for the horizon to be, say, like level wingtip to wingtip?
Yes.
On a globe.
Yes. Now on airplane height with the scales we're talking about, no. You know, you could
Okay.
still probably see it. But
Yeah, in flight training, that's one of the areas you use for visual references, wingtips level.
But see, there you go. Even at 30,000 feet on the globe as it is, no, the horizon should still drop. It should drop many thousands of feet, which would only equate to about a few inches. You know what I mean? One of your wingtips both wingtips should not even be touching the horizon. It should kind of dip down just a tad.
Does anyone know of any?
And there's math for that, and I'm
Yeah.
too fucking lazy to do it. I want to use AutoCAD, you know.
Oh, yeah, I was just about to ask
I
you
could.
if there's any math for that.
Yes, there is a formula that should tell you how much the fucking horizon should be dropped. Like, just that example of the wingtip to wingtip. You can input how far the wingtips are.
Okay,
How
that's
high
what I
are
was
you?
thinking.
And how much? So there is an actual using, calculus. There's a way to come out with how much it should drop when you even convert it into inches from your perspective, or just but either way,
It's
it
just
should
instead
drop.
of using
I mean,
inches, shouldn't you use like degrees? Or
well, I'm talking about inches in your field of view. Like when you look out at that wingtip,
Yeah.
you can see from your point of view an inch drop. You know what I mean by that? But yes, you could do degrees from your center of vision.
right.
Same, that would work. So the wingtip will be 90 degrees, and then I guess that's how it's gonna be measured anyways. But I'm just saying for most people to understand what the drop should be, it's
Yeah.
gonna be roughly about like you stick your thumb out, and
Okay. Right.
that's how much, just to dumb it down. But yeah, man. I tried to load it one day, and I just, for whatever reason, couldn't get. Oh shit, Anthony's in the chat, or Antonio, I mean, sorry. I wanted to get him in.
Yeah, I was chatting with him on
Yeah, see if
a
you
different
can
video. He
get
seems like a pretty cool
Antonio in.
guy.
He wants to come
Hey,
in. I know it's late up there, but that'd
what's
be
that?
cool.
What's up, Cynthia? What's
I said,
late?
yeah, try to
And
get Antonio in if he wants to come in. That'd be cool.
well, it's not like he's sleeping.
Boy, you're just, you're ornery today. Ornery.
Yeah, I got a big day tomorrow, I guess, so like I'll have to maybe drop out again for another few minutes. But yeah, I liked what y'all were talking about earlier. I was just listening and shit, I got my Bluetooth in.
Got your spies out there, do you, Luke?
Got my feelers. My feelers.
That sounds like
Yeah.
a cool program you got there, Ace.
How much did that cost you?
Actually, I don't want to talk about that. Oh, to give you an idea, like back in 1996, I think it was. It might have been 97, but AOL was kind of the only game in town, right? And we used to download programs off of chat rooms. So you go in a chat room and you say / whoever send list, and it would email you a list with numbers of each like program or parts of programs they have. And then you do / send, 1, and then it fucking emails you. And it was instant.
Cool.
There was no uploading involved. He uploads it once, and then it's just there, and it gets sent to whoever. So you still got to download it on dial-up. So I had a Packard Bell like 133 megahertz processor and like 8 megs of RAM that I upgraded to 16. But man, check this out. I had Photoshop, TrueSpace, Bryce, Maya, AutoCAD 10, the one they used to build the Dodge Intrepid, like when they first started using CAD for cars. I had all those on that 1 gig hard drive, man. The programs used to be like efficient. Now fucking Photoshop wants to eat up 32 gigs of fucking just RAM, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? But yeah, it was a nightmare, man, to render like a 640 by 480 frame. If I just rendered a normal 3D, like 15-second clip, it might take, I don't know, 6 hours. And like at like 24 frames a second, like the bare minimum to get any kind of smoothness. But if you added ray tracing, which is basically just say global reflections. So if you had a shiny object, the environment would reflect off of it. Dude, 1 frame would take like 45 minutes. You could see each line. So it would take like a day and a half just to make like a little 5-second clip, like something cool for whatever little group you're in, Yeah, it's kind of bullshit, but.
The only thing I remember from AOL is getting in chat rooms. If you're like, you want a cyber? You want a cyber? God.
Did you?
The CAD for car design sounds.
No,
Did you cyber?
I didn't. I did not. But it gave me a hint to where the internet was going.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Cyber, what a joke.
I know, right?
The funny thing is it's probably all a bunch of like 40-year-old men talking to each other like, oh yeah, I'm a 14-year-old girl.
That's how it is now.
I knew you sounded familiar.
Chris, are you watching chat? Joy's been talking to you.
Oh no, I haven't. Let me.
She says, but Chris, there is an 8-inch drop on the globe per
Son of a
mile
bitch, I
squared.
was muted, man. I had a
Shouldn't be able to see things 12 miles away. And then she goes, not true,
That
Chris. Curvature would be apparent much closer than 150 miles. What about Chicago skyline from 50 miles away?
Guys, they try to tell us
we're talking about
the
two different.
horizon. They try to tell us the horizon's at like 3 miles. Like,
What?
people try to say
Well,
this shit.
according to the
Like,
math,
you can't
that's
see
how it should
past
be.
like 3 miles. It's like,
That's
what? Where do you get, I
So-
can fucking see mountains from 150 miles away.
Right, but those are mountains. Like if something was like a foot tall, you would only be able to see it from 3 miles away on the curve.
It's a ratio. But back to cybering, it's like, ooh, on those titties. Oh, I'll put my hand in my pants. Oh, I'm so hot. Are you hot? Yeah, I'm hot. It's like, slide your pants down to your knees. It's like, oh, I'm slipping it in, baby. Does that feel good? Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, I'm sorry.
Rings the bell.
Damn.
Jackrabbit. Oh, fuck. It's like, bitch, here's some money for a cat.
Yeah. Pays to get 8. Mhm.
What? What happened?
I don't
Did we
know.
get in trouble?
He muted himself, maybe?
Are we
That
violating the
makes
terms
you
and conditions?
Are we?
I don't know.
Yikes. Didn't read that.
Wait, you didn't read it?
It says now with new and
I hope
improved
y'all.
cussing.
Who would
Yes,
talk
I
to
read
me
it.
that
Of
my
way?
course I
joke.
read it. I just didn't retain the information.
I hope
I
y'all got
didn't
my
read it.
premature joke. I'm sorry, baby. Better luck next time. Here, go to the bathroom and take this dildo with you. Oh, Jesus. I have a sick mind. Oh,
Joyce says the Chicago should be 2,320 feet below the horizon.
Right,
No
but
way
what?
on globe should it be
Let me
visible.
address that. We're talking about two different things here. What Joy is mentioning is line of sight curvature. If you're looking straight
Correct.
ahead, the amount of curvature. What we're talking about is when people refer to seeing curvature over the ocean or seeing curvature over a chunk of land, we're not talking about that. What we're talking about is looking from your perspective, where you're at on the ground, and your line of sight's going to go out to a certain point. From that point, you can't see any further. Okay, so from your perspective, everything around you is going to be flat. The easiest way to think about that is if you're a flea or an ant on a basketball. Okay, if you're standing up as that ant looking around the basketball, you're not seeing the circumference of the basketball. What you're seeing is maybe a few inches out onto the basketball, and that's as far as the line of sight
How do you know this?
way to think about it.
You have to be tall enough to look past the horizon into space to see a curvature.
You have to be 150 miles tall.
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way.
900.
That's right. You know that one Dodge Cam rocket that they sent to 160 miles and possibly even higher. You know the Go Fast rocket that hit the dome. Y'all know that video, right?
Yeah. Although I looked into it and people were saying that it didn't actually hit nothing. It was the reason it stopped spinning was because there was a
I saw that,
Stabilizer.
but it's not what it looked like, though. I saw the explanation a week later, too. But you know what happens sometimes, I think, is people get in trouble. And I don't know, man. It did look like it hit something. I mean, it
Yeah.
didn't. You watched.
Even the guy that made the video was.
But don't
was
you think
shocked.
don't you think if it would have hit something, it would have changed heading or something or?
Well, it
Yeah,
broke.
you would
Fell
think that.
down.
Look. Did y'all watch Robert's last video about the Carmen line and how there's like this? Just imagine. Oh no, sorry to use the word imagine because that's what glow people do. But no, you know what I mean. There's this stagnant ether up there, and it's like you just can't go. You almost can't get enough velocity, and it's not like hitting a brick wall. It's like running into thick mud. You just
Or like gel or
slow
something.
down. And NASA has reports of this shit, man. Like their rockets just fizzle out at like 100 miles, and they talk about not having enough energy to get through this, and there is a line, and it's about the same all over the Earth. It's supposedly it's about 100 kilometers up,
Huh.
but I don't know but
Well, they got the
like
same
going
issue with the ocean too. They get so far down, it's like they just hit some kind of gel or something.
Right.
Yeah.
So it seems to me like some kind of border or something.
Yeah, I think there's barriers. There's barriers like that.
Yeah,
Look,
barrier.
and the X-15 jet, like when it's doing its altitude runs, it gets to like full speed, and then right when it's gonna go for its and they hover along this line, because if they go any further up, you have no control, none, and you just drop out of the sky. It's the weirdest thing. I mean, I haven't been there firsthand, so but
I mean, on the video, it just looks like the
reasonable.
rocket's spinning and then it just stops. I mean, when
Yeah.
was the stabilizer going to kick in?
Look,
All the way to the top?
not only that, the stabilizer isn't going to stop it that fast
Well,
either,
yeah.
and it's not going to make its altitude direction stop. It's not going to. And if you're going for maximum altitude, why the hell would you want to stop your rocket anyways? That's what they were going for. Max altitude. There's no reason for them to have any kind of braking on that rocket.
See, the way I understood it wasn't a braking system. It was just to stop the spin, so they could get footage.
But
Yeah,
that's
exactly. That's how I
still
understand.
drag. That would still be drag.
Sure, yeah, it would be.
And in a top fuel car, man, or an Indy car, every single square centimeter of that thing has been designed and tested perfectly so that you get the. Even bicycle riders wear them damn tight pants just to get that little edge. I think
Watch it as
it's
it
like.
falls.
Yeah, same with swimmers.
Watch it as both pieces fall to earth. It broke. It fell. Fell apart.
Yeah, its nose cone was messed up, and also when they went to supposedly recover that rocket, it's a fucking different rocket. It's got different markings on it. It got switcherooed, so we wouldn't notice something. I don't know. Same thing happened with the SpaceX rocket. The one that they supposedly launched wasn't the same as when they recovered it or when it landed. It's got different paint job. You know what I mean? They put this shit in plain sight for us to kind of find, but I don't know why. Hey, Antonio, man, what's up? How you been? You there?
Oh, all good, man. How you doing?
Oh, excellent, dude.
Hey, last time I was in one of these hangouts, Jeff was on his channel saying that they had info that was going to kill NASA. Do you know anything about that?
Well, no, I mean, yeah, they released some cool ass documents on that Project Planete site, but
Yeah?
yeah, Jeff's kind of out of the game right now, man.
Yeah, what's happening with him?
I don't know, just too much pulling in different directions. You know what I mean? He's just kind of
Yeah,
the
it can get
drama
heavy.
and yeah. You can recognize it, but you can't lend your energy to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you think somebody's a show or whatever. I mean, his whole point was to catch people when they wake up.
Yeah.
Not to show hunt. I mean, you got to be naive to think a truth this big they wouldn't have some kind of counterintelligence at all levels, like people that are outright trolls, people that are vehement globe people, you know what I mean, trying to go in comments, and then people that do something like a Tiger Dan situation, and then people that seem all well and good, and then one day they put out a Nazi video and fragment their viewership in half.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
people that look good on paper, and they just kind of redirect your research in a subtle way. I mean, these people are smart. They're not stupid. So
I think that their biggest problem is that this is the end of the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole leads to this truth. So everybody that's already aware of this, we know that they use trolls, they use shills, they use disinfo. We know that they do these tactics. So it'd be very difficult for them. Like, we have people like Tiger Dan. We can just say goodbye to him. People are going to drop out. Their true colors are going to show. And the rest of us are aware of this, and we have our eyes open. So I don't think they can actually really do any real harm to this, because the rest of us, we're all just going to say, oh, that's bullshit, or that's misdirection.
Oh, yeah.
Did you guys ever have Tiger Dan up on here?
No.
Yeah.
No Tiger Dan, but
Hello?
Jeff had Lord Stephen Christ on his on Flatter TV
Oh
once.
God, how did that go?
It was
Jeff got
I
a
thought
lot
that
of
was a
hate
good
mail
idea,
from
though.
it, and I thought it was okay too. I thought it went just fine.
I don't see what the big deal about that was.
Did he restrain himself at all, or was he just like going on rants? Or
No, they both did really good. It was just afterwards Jeff got a lot of hate mail for having him on.
yeah,
But Lord Stephen Christ came on kind of strong. There was another bit on here, Nathan Oakley, and he was being his kind of pantomime, kind of stage show type Jesus guy, and being all lordly to Nathan Oakley, and Nathan Oakley just cut him right down. He said, "Dude, I don't need your permission to ask you questions. You're a human being. Come on, what's this?" And and he was okay. His chat was okay. He was trying to convince us all, obviously, that we're living in an concave world, but it was okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and I have to give him kudos for coming out and pointing out that the whole rectilineator, which is the foundation for the whole concave Earth, is false. Now I don't understand why, even though the actual foundation for the concave Earth has turned out to be false, he's still continuing with it, with the idea. I don't understand that.
Well, he has a lot to lose. He's supposed to be Christ. I mean, he's literally the only person I ever trolled, ever.
He's got too much skin in the game.
I trolled his ass because he put a curse on me one day, and I was like, what the hell? Yeah, so anytime I can take a pop shot at him, I'm down.
Well, when the Lord curses you, I mean, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, that's a crock of shit.
You think the Lord wouldn't get misled into looking into an experiment that was false in the first place, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I respect him for doing his test and all that, and I don't know, all the other little stuff. I'm like everybody else. It turns me off. I don't want nothing to do with him.
I can't believe he has the amount of followers that he has. I mean, can't they see that this is just a guy who's got the stereotypical Jesus complex?
Do you think they might be artificially inflating his subscriber count or somehow? Or I mean,
oh yeah, that could be the case. I remember Mark Sargent explaining a process for getting a lot of subscribers, or at least a lot of numbers as your subscribers that might not actually be real accounts. So yeah, I imagine that maybe there's some of that going on.
Yeah.
So Planet, what was the curse he put on you?
Oh man, it was some Papa Dogwa or something. I was like, Papa Dogwa or something. I was just like, is that right? You just gonna put a curse on me, huh? And after that, I was just like, well, fuck you then. Any chance I get, I'll take pop shots at his ass. And I turn all his little fans against him. I tell his other little fans I'm willing to worship them instead of him. Just fucking with him. I don't really give a fuck. And it's, most of the time, I swear he's just full of shit, and he doesn't believe that shit himself, I don't think. I just don't believe he thinks. I think he just says that, and he's just trying to see how much he can get away with. Because he's full of shit.
I think any version of Christ going around giving curses out is a bit of a misnomer.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's, he's comical.
Oh,
Anyways,
yeah,
Ace went to get a haircut, so he'll be gone for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette real quick. I'll be right back.
I gotta get to bed, guys. I'm gonna get off. But nice chatting with y'all tonight. Talk to you later.
Okay, Stacy. Good night.
Take it easy, man.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, good. How about yourself?
I'm
Who is
good.
this?
It's Antonio Subirats, the guy in the red hood.
Hey, Antonio. Good to meet you,
How
man.
you doing?
Pretty
How you
good,
doing?
pretty good. Good. How about yourself?
All good, all good. I've got work backing up, but it's all good. It's all good.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in the UK. I'm near Manchester in the UK.
Okay, cool.
We're in the nerve centre of the propaganda world.
Did you say you were packing up?
Backing up. I've got work.
Backing
I've
up.
got commissions that are backing, basically stacking up. But it's okay. My clients are patient, so it's all right.
Hey, that makes for job security, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Have any of you guys seen the video I made on the Lunar lander?
No, man, I haven't.
Yeah, I just made a simple video, just
You want to
zooming
show
in
it?
on the Lunar lander. That just it's just a pile of shit, really. The whole lander is just how people can have believed that thing went to the moon
It's
in the
pretty
first
laughable.
place.
I don't know.
It's madness.
It is madness.
Yeah, can we see it?
Yeah, you want to show it? I can present you.
No, I don't know how to do it, to be honest with you.
Oh, I don't either. Ace
But
knows
it's
how to do that.
you can watch it another time. It's not very long. I'm taking in English we say taking the piss when we're mocking. So I'm just taking the piss out of the whole thing. I mean, the thing looks like it's made out of cardboard.
Yeah,
So,
they might have used a little tin foil or something with it too. Maybe some clips.
yeah, bendy clips. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I made a second video to it where I found a photograph of the lander on a stage suspended from black cables. So it turns out that they filmed a simulation for the lunar landing. But in the simulation, they also filmed the crew at Houston Ground Control celebrating. So why would you need to do that for a simulation?
Yeah, that's interesting. So the whole moon landing was a drill, basically.
Yeah, that's all it was. Yeah, that's all it ever was.
Oh man, yeah, it's crazy.
Mm.
That sounds like a cool video, man. What's your is it on YouTube or?
Yeah, it's on if you I don't know how to share. If you click on my name, you let me see. I'll find it. I'll put it on the chat. Okay.
Okay, cool, man.
Hey,
Ace
Tony.
might be able to throw it on when he gets on too.
Cool.
Cool. I think that was Conk.
Said hello to Antonio.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm a bit distracted. I can't multitask. I'm looking for a video to put on the chat. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
have a hard time multitasking. And our buddy Gem Panda is in the chat, and he would like to see it. Of course, he'll probably, want to argue about it.
that's all right. He's welcome to argue.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't like to argue, but he'll troll you.
He's welcome to troll me.
If you could, put it in the Hangout chat, I could probably try to present it. Or
All right,
something,
cool.
I don't know.
Cool. Okay, I've got it. 1 second. There you go. It's in the chat. I wasn't mentioning it so that everybody would go and watch it. I'm just mentioning it because the lunar lander is just such an... Once you see that, anybody who still believes on the moon, you can just show it to them and they'll make excuses like, oh, it didn't need to be shielded and it needed to be lightweight. But it's like, for fuck's sake, this looks like it's made by people who don't know how to use scissors.
Yeah, there's some really suspect parts in it in the footage. There are a lot of suspect parts.
There's bits that have tape, other bits that have. I mean, there's a piece of cardboard that's got crayon on the outside.
No way, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Like that, I didn't find that picture until my second video, but they're both short videos. But you can see somebody's been playing with freaking crayons. It's probably because they took a kid there. You know, they were doing it at the weekend and they had to take the kid, so the kid played with the crayons.
One of the set designer's sons for
Yeah.
rummaging around before take.
Yeah. It's just, oh my God.
I have no idea how to do this. I am so sorry. But people can go look at it now that they got the link.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I have no clue. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Does anybody know what they're doing with the screen share?
I've never done it before.
Yeah.
Nah, watch it. Like, watch it some other time. It was fun to do because it's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's just wherever you look, it's just absurdity after absurdity. There's a picture now. This is Apollo 11. Yeah. There's another picture with the same lunar lander with the rover in the background, and it's like, dude, they didn't take a rover on Apollo 11. They just left the set there and then used it for the Apollo 15 or whichever one took the lander, the lunar rover. You know, the Jeep.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. It's like really, really absurd.
Okay, Gem Panda wants to tell you, Antonio, that he tried your experiment with a rugby ball and some pasta twists, and it didn't work at all.
Who's this?
This Gem Panda, Jeremy in the chat, and then he says you should be ashamed. Apollo spacesuits were made down the road from where you live.
Yeah, I am ashamed. Antonio,
I'm just.
Yeah, with a pasta twist. Yeah, do you know, I thought of using noodles for one of them so I could have bendy lines. Yeah. Gem Panda.
Yeah,
Cool.
Jeremy. He was in our chat last night.
Oh, I
He
missed
came
it.
on the panel. It got a little heated, but everybody did pretty good, I thought. So.
It's okay if things get heated. You know,
Yeah.
people have passion.
They
So,
do have passion. It's good to see.
yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't get a little bit too heated to the point where nothing ever gets discussed, or it just, I don't know, like it degrades to a certain point.
Oh, is it where it's just a case of people shouting their point even though they've already said it like 7 or 8 times?
Right, and they just go in circles, and it's just like, okay, what are we even talking about here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, when I came on, you guys were talking about the curve. You know, would you not see a curve?
Yes.
And I've been thinking this is do you know, I don't know if I mentioned, I've been trying to conceptualize a painting of the flat Earth. You know, I want to paint something that at least looks realistic. And so I've been looking at doing it at an angle, you know, so you can see the daylight side and the night side.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been thinking, okay, say the sun lights in any similar way to a spotlight, or in any way, be it a spotlight or a multi-directional light. If you have any light that's shining down onto a surface, that light is going to describe a shape, isn't it? It's gonna, if you've got a lampshade that's hexagonal, it's going to describe a hexagonal shape. If it is round, it's going to describe a round shape. Are you guys with me?
Yeah.
So, say you could get high enough to see the edge of the light and the light shade was round, then you'd see a curve. And you'd be like, dude, I don't know if I'm looking at something flat or curved because of the shape of the basic light. I mean, you'd have to be impossibly high to get to that point, but this is what I've been trying to figure out. At what point would you see any kind of edge to the light?
You mean on, say, you mean edge of the light on a, like a kind of a flat Earth projected
Yeah,
image? Is that okay?
yeah,
I guess that would depend on, because there are varying thoughts on it, and it would almost be dependent, I guess, upon what type of light it is. I guess that is illuminating or projecting. Say if it's got, if it's directional, then it would be more focused into either a more concentrated area like a beam, or maybe fanning more out as a spread. If it's I guess it could take different forms depending on
yeah.
shading and
It's difficult to conceptualize. So I've been thinking about this for freaking 2 months. I can't settle on an idea, because I was thinking originally, okay, I'll just end it at Antarctica. I'll have it illuminate. What I wanted to do was have the famous blue marble, the original showing Africa.
hmm
So having this at so you lay it flat, and the light is reaching the bottom, and that's Antarctica. Is going beyond the shore of Antarctica to some point where it just fades away to nothing. But it's like, okay, so how does it fade away to nothing? Does it fade away to nothing in a kind of straight line, or does it fade away to nothing in a kind of curved line?
I would just say a curved line, because I mean the sun. I mean, we can all look up and see that it's round, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
it would be
Well,
curved.
this is what I'm thinking. So say it's a curved line. Okay, now picture a globalist going up in an impossibly high balloon or rocket and seeing that curved line. They'd come back and say, dude, it's freaking curved. And they wouldn't even know that they're just seeing the edge of the freaking light. They
Yeah.
can't see beyond it. So
Yeah, that brings up the point we were kind of talking about before, which is, will you see any on a round Earth? Would you see any curvature to begin with? Were you talking about from a flat perspective or a round perspective?
from a flat perspective, I'm thinking from a flat perspective, if you went high enough, you'd see the edges of the light, whatever shape that edge was.
Very
Gotcha.
interesting. Yeah, yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been trying to visualize it, because I can't paint it until I can visualize it. And I mean, I could cheat. I could lay the whole thing down more so that the curve is not discernible. The edge looks very, very straight, but that's cheating. I don't want to cheat.
Yeah.
Mind
Now,
you,
say,
sorry.
sorry.
I was just going to say, if I make the edge towards the bottom of the canvas be Antarctica, I can have it a bit ragged because of, land masses, like snow piling up here, canyons there, and just disguise it that way. I don't know. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention it when you were talking before about the curve on the globe and at what altitude you'd see it.
Gotcha.
I don't think I don't think they've ever reached the height at which they could see either the curve of the ball Earth or the edge of the actual light. I don't think they've ever reached that point.
Right.
Yeah, the painting sounds like a pretty interesting idea. Like if you look at some of the like the flat Earth models out there,
Yeah.
when they show the sun and the moon rotations around it, what they usually show is kind of like a ball light, fairly low, circling, around the equator, slightly north and south, through
Yeah.
its cycles there. But that's the interesting thought in theory, is if it's about 3,000 miles or 4,000 miles up, or even less, at that point, if you have a dim enough light source, you really theoretically could have light just in the section, where the sun is rotating around. and at that point, the rest would appear more shaded and dark. From that perspective, anymore I have a hard time jumping on board any model. I just like kind of observing the observations and kind of put my own thoughts with it and kind of take the journey with you guys, because we're all kind of in the same boat together on this. But
and everybody's thoughts contribute. Whether you're thinking about the shape of the continents, the layout, or anything else. It doesn't have to be. Nobody has any contract to figure out the stuff. We're all just conceptualizing, aren't we?
Yeah, what do you think, Anthony, that they haven't sent us all packing yet? We got a little cottage industry growing up here, and I'm kind of wondering if it's so easy for them to just make us look like Fred Flintstone in the gang, why they don't do it?
Because, do you know what? Some year, this is going to sound a bit rambling. I hope it isn't rambling. Some years ago, I watched a film about a Denzel Washington film about stuff where they had satellites and they could rewind tapes and watch the past and all kinds of stuff. And all of this is propaganda. I think the idea that we have, which is that they are very, very capable and very powerful, I think that's an illusion. I think they don't have the ability to shut things like this down. What can they do? They're not going to shut down Facebook, and they're not going to shut down YouTube, to keep us quiet. That's not going to happen. They don't have the power to do that. The freaking people behind YouTube aren't going to let it happen. So I think this whole idea that they could shut us down is an illusion. They don't have that much power.
I agree wholeheartedly. I could not see until I opened my eyelids.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
There's too many of us now to whack us in one night. They probably wish they'd have taken care of math before they got out there. Either that, or they let him get out to avoid the seismic fucking event that would have happened when we eventually found out. And this is their kind of like, well, this will keep them busy while we rape the rest of their money, and they'll be busy worrying about we lied about the earth when we'll take all their gold while they're not looking. There's something to this that's bigger than you and me, I bet you.
Yeah, but there's something else. I don't know if any of you guys have watched the documentary called the 1%. No.
Oh yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, about the guy from the Johnson & Johnson.
And Conk, do you know you got your camera on, right?
Me?
No, Conk.
Oh.
Oh, there, okay. So go on, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let him know.
This documentary, it's called The 1%. You can view it on YouTube.
Yeah.
This is the son of the guy that owns Johnson. Yeah.
Johnson & Johnson. Yep.
And what this guy has done is in his 20s, and this guy's got as much money as he can want. He's got all the passes to all the clubs. He's one of the 1%. And what he's done is he's made a documentary with other people that are also the 1%, all of them saying, this is not right. All this greed. They're basically saying, look, the consciousness that many of us are feeling, the awareness that things are wrong and they don't have to be wrong, isn't just in the people that are the 99%. It's also in the 1%. And those people have political clout, and they have the handshakes and they have all kinds of stuff, and those people, the minute that those people decide that no, we're going to start sharing wealth, we're going to start distributing resources properly, once those guys start doing that, then it's game over for the bad guys, and the bad guys are getting older, getting nearer to that final point. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right on. It sounds like an interesting documentary. I'm going to definitely check it out.
Well, there's also the guy from. Have you heard of the documentary Thrive?
I have, yes.
Yeah. So there's another one. He's another one of the 1%, and he's doing the same thing. He's talking about free energy devices, about allocation of resources. He's talking about the improvement of humanity, and we're now at a stage. We're all aware that this is a very interesting stage that we're at. Into 100 years' time, in 50 years' time, the society that we have is going to be very different, and the way resources are allocated and society is run is going to be a much more coherent way. It's not going to go back to the feudal days like some of the elite would like, with private armies and all of this. That's not going to happen.
I think you're right, and I think that kind of tends into a little bit of what we were talking about before, is what is some of the problems that we see out there, and who is responsible for it. I think sometimes, and I don't know, I may be mistaken, I think sometimes people may kind of skew the two. I think there certainly is an aristocracy out there that it's had a strong grip on society and has been responsible for a lot of the war and death in the world throughout the ages. I think there is probably it almost seems like there's a group of people possibly that is for ending that as well, that aristocracy and this type of predatory structure on society that we see today.
Oh, we're confusing two things again, though. I got to say that this saying that aristocracy is, and you asked me earlier who they are, and I always get that from a certain bunch. Maybe not, you're not one of them, but I always get that like that's going to stump me up, and it kind of does for a second. But the more I think about it, they are whoever they are, and since we spend so much money on security for our CIA, FBI, blah 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 blah, and the police, they are whoever they are. The question is, why are they getting away with it when we have hired them? Because them are the law enforcement. So we got them and they. Okay, now whether somebody is royal blood or rich or anything doesn't have anything to do with them choosing light or dark. It's just like a skin color that we talked about earlier. We can't just we just can't say all rich people or all people of old money are evil, because you can look at Prince William and his baby and his wife and know that those people are not evil. I mean, good Lord, you got to have a little bit of optimism for who's coming up. They're not going to go away. We can't kill them off, and even if we did, we'd be in trouble because these people know the old recipes. See, the thing is, they've got us so ignorant, we can't even cook for ourselves anymore. That's the bottom line, is they've made us helpless. We at least need to get back to where we're self-sufficient and know what the fuck we're doing before we start thinking about taking on the people that have this technocracy.
Yes, but what we're saying is that we don't even have to take them on. Their own progeny is changing the viewpoint, the paradigm. Their own children.
Awful optimistic, Anthony. That's awful optimistic.
So I want to play devil's advocate here for a second. Do you think that it's possible that these people are seeing the writing on the wall and knowing that their time is short because there's no way they can stop the truth from getting out there eventually?
No, I think that's a meme that they put out with one of their sources, like all the memes they put out, like global warming, like the coming ice age, like all of it, man. Come on, if you owned all the prostitutes in Europe, would you not indulge in them? They own all the literal prostitutes of the media. They own them all.
I just want to make a point. It seems that these people have a very keen aptitude for survival, and I think this might be a symptom of them knowing that they can't exist in the way they are now, and so they're
let's
trying
hope
to
for the
adapt.
best, but geez, cover one eye and keep one eye open by all means, because if you hope for the best, we're going to be sitting here asking the UN for some more Soylent Green because our kids are starving.
Yeah, but we have to bear something else in mind.
I see a lot of good points.
I grew up, my parents were prepared for this 40 years ago. My mom had water and food canned. They were ready for this shit in 1970. Hell, they started getting ready in the 60s. This is a true story. There's a lot of people, this isn't unusual to them. They were grown up knowing this was going to happen, told it was going to happen, didn't want to believe it, But here we are nonetheless. And now our job is to try and wake you guys up and make you believe that it actually is a conspiracy. It actually is evil. And no matter what they try to make you think it is, it's not. Because anything they tell you is going to be a lie.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to agree with that. I mean, I don't. I mean, if they were so altruistic or whatever, or they would be doing a lot more than just making little documentaries here and there. They'd be actually taking action.
Oh yeah, I don't think that because they're making documentaries, these guys are going to change the world. But what I mean is, say, you know how in war you've got your enemy, and what you want is somebody in your enemy's camp who's your friend. Yeah. So we've got people in the 1% that are actually dedicating their lives and forgoing all the benefits and all the wealth and all that nonsense to try to improve things because they're a conscious human being. Now, I don't come from a wealthy family, but if I did, I hope that I would be the person that I am now and that I would try to achieve the things I'm trying to achieve now, just like all of you guys.
Because you would have known you were fortunate growing up. That's why I don't understand is these people are so fortunate, yet they look down the nose on everybody else. That's what I don't understand. Because when I have things and I see poor people on the street, I give them whatever, a couple bucks, or I give them some food that I'm carrying. I'm walking down the other day. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but I'm walking down the store the other day, walking in the cold, and I seen this guy, this homeless dude. I go, "What's up, buddy?" He goes, "Oh, not much, man. I lost my gloves." And for the first time in 6 months, I actually wore a pair of gloves that day. So I gave him my gloves because they were only like $2 gloves. But I mean, why don't the people that have the money and the power have compassion? To them, we are this proverbial infestation that they like to tell us about on Star Trek and every other's boring-ass science fiction show that I've ever seen. I mean, it's fairly obvious now that they have spent the last 60 years trying to brainwash us all into self-loathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, at the risk of sounding like a Bible thumper, Jesus said, if you want to get into the kingdom of heaven, give all your money to the poor. In essence, make a huge sacrifice. Like, if all they're doing is just talking about it and maybe giving like a couple $1,000s here and there to charity, that doesn't tell me that they're actually trying to change it. It looks like to me that they might feel a little bit guilty, and maybe when the time comes for them to lose their power, they could be like, "Oh, look, we did a few things here and there. Like we're not bad. Don't completely exclude us from your new system that you're going to create." Or something.
He said, "Give Caesar his." He said, "Give Caesar his gold." But he also said, "It's easier for a camel to get through an eye of a needle than to a rich man into the gates of heaven."
Right.
And if you were going to lose the game before it ever got started, if it was the 1919 World Series, and you knew that you were going to get sold out for money, wouldn't you full on try to be a general on the other side? I would.
Right.
But we have to bear something in mind. I don't. I'm going to say right now, I'm not a Christian, but I don't have anything against Christians. I just bad experiences from Christianity, from growing up Catholic. Yeah.
Yeah. Same here, man.
But I understand that there's a creator, and I understand what the creator is and what the creator does. And the creator, we have it in the Bible, the creator can turn people's hearts, can change people. But what I think has happened is part of their goal, the bad guy's goal, has been to detach us from the creator so that we wouldn't engage with it. Because the creator doesn't sit there and give you stuff if you don't bother asking or thanking for it. There's an automatic system at play. Sure, nature provides things, but the things that are more spiritual, you kind of have to know what you're doing. You have to be conscious that the creator is there. And when the majority of humanity aren't conscious of this, they think they live in this order out of chaos universe, and they don't engage with the creator. But right now, this flat earth movement, the first thing it does, it completely destroys atheism.
Yep.
It makes atheism null, not a possibility.
Yep.
So when people engage with the consciousness and the awareness that there is a creator, then the creator can then start engaging in things that basically it's been waiting to engage with. And that's
Yeah.
my sermon.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's true for most common people, but I mean, like we discussed this earlier. These upper echelon 1/10 of 1%, they have to know, at least some of them have to know that the Earth is flat, and it still did nothing for them, and they're still pushing out these lies.
I'm sure that these guys aren't just aware of it. I'm sure that these guys are working on technologies to try to separate their lifeline from the afterlife, from the Creator's reach. I'm sure that they are actually trying to do that, be it by molding the world in people's minds or by technology. I'm
Right.
convinced that they're actually working to be outside of the Creator's reach.
So what that tells me is that they not only know of God's existence, but they actively hate him and work
Yes.
against him.
And we see this with all the Luciferianism. We can see this. We can see that they actually promote things that we know are not good.
Right.
Yes.
You know, so-
definitely.
Hey, who's that?
Sorry.
You okay?
That was a TV program.
Oh,
My
no.
bad.
Still watch that television?
Unfortunately, I do, because I take care of a
Television, I like it.
So I sit in here with Tim while he watches his programs and
I
talk
can't.
to you guys.
When I go to
Tells a
relatives'
lie to
houses,
your vision. Go
yeah.
ahead, Antonio.
So sorry, when I go to any relative's house and they have the television on, I'm forever saying to them, guys, look, we're sat here chatting. You know, we'll be chatting about whatever, you know, just gossip or nonsense, yeah? And I say, why have you got the TV on there? This is like having a lunatic in the corner flashing lights and blowing trumpets and shouting. What the hell?
For real. It's that way now.
It's a
You're right.
circus.
But it is, you know, they have adverts with freaking klaxons and flashing lights, and they say, what the hell? Do you not? Does that not actually affect you? And they're always like, no, we can block it out. It's like, yeah, you think you can block it out, but your brain's still processing it all.
Yeah.
And right when your brain's saying, you know what, I'm getting kind of tired of this, then they either send by a prepubescent girl or a prepubescent boy, or a sexually active girl or sexually active boy, and they take your mind and they make sure your ability to think and your focus is like a 10 seconds maybe. You know what I mean? They don't permit you to actually analyze what the fuck they're feeding you. I mean, come on, I have the luxury of having left TV a few times in my life and like spent whole decades off of it, and then got hooked for a little time and then got off of it. So man, I can really see how it's changed between now and 2007 and between 1999 and 2007. By 2007, it was fucking weird, man. It was just a weird vibe, but it's even worse now. Now it's just flat up, let's break the 10 Commandments. It's 6 o'clock at night. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I've never seen anything so blatant in my life.
And
the first
people
time
that have been watching TV continuously don't notice. They've just become acclimatized to it.
It's true.
My wife's starting to notice, and she watches it all the time. I mean, people are waking up. That's the optimistic part of my view, is people in the medical field, legal field. I know these people, and they're waking up on their own without me having to harp on them. They're waking up. I mean, the whole thought of them doing without, the whole thought of them having a toaster that spies on you, that is ridiculous. What the heck are we going to do? You know why? Is they're going to wait till we die, and then they're going to sell the videos of our lives to somebody and make more money off of us. I mean,
man,
it's going to be real TV from the last century, and we're going to be the blokes fucking on TV. And I'm serious.
do you want to hear something freaking crazy? Okay, this was announced on the news here in the UK. There's a company called BT Technologies. I've tried to find them. I can't find them anywhere. Now, they announced on the radio, this is in 1997, that they had just developed a chip which could be implanted on your optic nerve and would record all of your visuals and all of your thoughts because it's part of your brain. And this chip could later be used either to play back your life or to plant into a clone. Now, this was announced in 1997. I was sunbathing with some friends when they said this on the radio, and we're like, what the fuck?
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's like, what? They just announced this? What the fuck is this? And I've tried to find info online. No, nothing at all. But this was like freaking mainstream radio that we were listening to. You know, we're sat in a garden sunbathing.
Yeah,
I
that's
want to say somewhere I heard about Google making some sort of implant, like contact style implant to replace Google Glass down the road.
Oh yeah, isn't that neat? And they're
Yeah.
gonna not let, like they have a plan not to let us drive in like 3 years. I mean that ain't gonna work, but you know that's their plan. Hey, check this out. How many people that get away from the TV for real, like I have? I try not even to look at the screen here, but I do. But how many people noticed when you get like a month out, you start having a lot more focus, and then and like a week after that, your brain actually feels like it doesn't hurt anymore. And I mean, and then after that, to even look at TV or hear it, it almost hurts to fucking see it and realize, you know. I mean, it does something to us physically.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does hurt, and it flashes constantly. Like, it's bizarre.
I
Once
think
your
there's
brain
something
is off of it, your brain relaxes, man. I swear, once you're off of it, you don't want to go back.
Oh, I know, but there's not much I can do about it right now. So
I think there is something to that 40 hertz flicker rate, because you can sit there and just zone out in front of something that you're not even watching, just staring at the screen.
Yeah.
I mean, even thinking about something else, but you're just staring at the frickin' screen until you turn it off, and you just kind of snap
Why
out
would
of
they
it.
let? Why would the people in charge let people like this get control of us? That's the part that really gets me.
It's because they're psychopaths. They
Yeah.
claw their way to the top.
I
And
mean,
when
this
you were
is
saying
just
before,
heartbreaking, isn't it? To work so hard. They had us go, oh yeah, we all went up to 60 hours a week, and then we can retire at 90 now. You know what I mean? All we did was work harder for some wondermous bullshit or some war, and now we're a liability. Now they got to feed. I mean, the whole thing is just heartbreaking. These people are evil.
they are literally evil. It's the plans that they have and how they orchestrate things are very, very clever. They always benefit them the most, and we get a little bit of progress in technology or transport or something as crumbs. But
Right.
I think if we pay all of our attention to them, they benefit from that attention. Like you said before, if everybody starts growing their own food, when people start understanding about their connection with nature, it means we're paying less attention to these fuckers. We start planting stuff, we're spending a lot more time in nature, we're spending a lot more time associating with other people who are also spending more time with nature, we're separating from them, and this is how their power diminishes.
Right. Yeah, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, how we are the source of their power. If we don't give them power, they have nothing.
That's it, and this is what I meant before. Thanks for that. This is what I meant before with giving power to the creator. Just by engaging your thinking, by consciously engaging your thinking with the creator, then what happens? You've given power to a completely different source, and it's a source that it's the only justified source. And like you said before, I'm not being kind of preachy, but you can see it in people's lives. When people detach from the mundane things in this world, they find other orientations that eventually lead to the same point.
Yeah.
Can everybody here or not see CGI better now? I mean, I can see it. I can see it in everything now.
Oh yeah.
Can everybody see it? Can everybody agree on that? We all see CGI
Yes.
now, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, imagine this. When I hear the news or on the radio or anything that's not my shows, when I hear or see any of it, I see the same thing that you guys see in the CGI. I hear it in the propaganda and how they're saying things and what they're trying to do. I know what these bastards are doing, and they're doing it right in front of us. They are pissing on our hood of our car in the parking lot of school while our girlfriend is watching, and we're trying to act like we don't notice. They're trying to turn us into a bunch of cuckles. Literally.
Freaking, what we were just talking about reminds me of a Simpsons episode, actually. I used to watch The Simpsons a lot when I was a kid, and there was an episode where a bunch of advertisements started coming to life, and they started destroying everything and killing people, and they found out the way to stop them was to not look at them.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is I forget where I saw this recently. So people saying that there's truth in films and lies on the news. So like there's also truth in certain TV shows, but it's always like a snippet of truth, you know, amongst a shitload of programming.
Right.
Who's seen the Easter Bunny video? Has anybody seen it besides me?
No.
Yeah. You can go buy 1, 2, or 10 things for yourself, right?
Oh yeah.
No. The Easter Bunny has a new spring in its step this year.
Yeah.
They show like every channel in America do this, and the last one was my hometown, and the girl screwed up on it. It's so funny.
Yeah.
How did she screw up?
She said it wrong, but she's the only one out of 20 people. I don't know how the girl in my town ended up being the last one. It's the thing you remember is the one person screwing up.
Do you think that she screwed up on purpose?
I think her insides tried to stop it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was her proximity.
Reverse Freudian slip.
Your spiritual energy overcame her.
I didn't see it live. I saw it on the YouTube. That's what's so ironic about it.
Yeah.
I seen it long after it happened. I mean, you know, because this stuff all started for me with chemtrails. You know, I mean, when I finally had realized they were there, then looking at them online because I was making my own film, I didn't know about YouTube. And then I discovered YouTube, and it was so cool because I could watch movies that I hadn't seen since I was a kid. I could listen to music. It was like 2011. I mean, YouTube was wonderful. You know what I mean? And so then I started looking at these chemtrail vids, and then next thing you know, right mixed in with there was a building number 7 vid. And that was what opened fucking Pandora's box, and my life's never been the same since that day.
Yeah,
same with me.
What got me was it was back in the maybe 2005 or 2006. I saw a History Channel program. You know, and it's funny because I had seen it before too, and it was about Freemasonry and a Bilderberg group, and you know, it was just a big hit piece, like saying, "Oh," with a bunch of shills, just be like, "Oh, they don't exist. They don't control anything," you know, and just like I was just sitting there, I was like, "What? Oh, it's like something just clicked in my brain, and I was just like, "Oh, I need to see more of this," and then my cousin came and showed me Zeitgeist, and I was just like, what the fuck?
They denied Bilderbergers until that guy from Alex Jones proved it. They denied it until like 7 years ago. But not only that, did you know that he was not a phony, but he was like just one of these guys that was trying for notoriety and money, and he went out to that thing and, you know, the Bohemian buttfuckers, as they called them when I lived by there when I was a kid. But he went out there to make this big fake film and do all this shit and make a shitload of money, right? And he gets out there and gets in there and is scared for his life. I mean, he's going, holy shit, what have I walked into? Dracula's castle here? And that's how it all started, man. He admits it right on TV because they've got a guy coming out, an English guy going, I was friends with Alex Jones. He did this thing all on purpose. It's all fake. And yeah, Alex says, fuck yeah, it was. Until I got out there and realized, holy shit, these people are doing some kind of satanic fucking deal and burning shit, and these are the people that run our world.
Yeah, do you know, it was Ron Johnson. He's an English journalist. He's one of the last kind of, you know, along with like Greg Palast, one of the last guys that will actually try to explain things as they are. And Ron Johnson's the guy that got the invite to the Bohemian Grove. He actually had an invite, but he told Alex Jones, and Alex Jones tagged along. Now that's what happened. Alex Jones doesn't like to mention that fact. He does in some of his earlier videos.
I think he did. I think he did say that a lot because he came clean the other day. You know, he's trying to get. Hey, you know how it is. He's not perfect, but he's trying to be a pure man. So he's getting all the bullshit out of his fucking life, just like Trump and everybody's doing. Because to fight evil, you can't have a skeleton in your closet. So you're gonna see a real person get the Bill Cosby shit out of the way right to start with, and then go for it. And that's what he's doing. So he came out and said flat out, yeah, I was down there to make a fake vid, and guess what, guys? It
Yeah.
ain't fake.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen the Bill Hicks's Alex Jones videos?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous. They were both at Waco together, and Bill Hicks looked 10 years older than him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is a similarity there. There's, you have to give them that. But
I'd be quizzing my dad where he was 10 years before I was born, definitely on that one. But, I mean, obviously they're not the same person. Bill Hicks died of, like, some kind of weird cancer, and there's film proof of it. His parents have talked about it.
Yeah, pancreatic cancer,
cry.
the poor guy. Yeah. And at the end, he made some video casts, and the poor guy he was really not looking well. It's a freaking shame. But
He was
he died of the
funny
same.
some bitch, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He's a great comedian.
he was
Awesome.
freaking brilliant. Do you know what? And this is conspiracy theory. I am convinced that they got rid of Aaron Russo through pancreatic cancer and Bill Hicks, because
I think they got rid of Bill Hicks too. I agree.
Yeah, I don't think they would have been able to pull off 9/11 if Bill Hicks was on this plane.
2000, this country and the whole world was kind of heading up, just like we hoped that the new century would bring. They didn't get us to freak out too bad on Y2K. Nobody bought their bullshit then, and we were cruise smoothing. The only problem was little boy Bush wanted to be a war president like his daddy, and and his brother Jeb wanted to bring about this PMAC, this people for a whatever. They wanted to bring around a Pearl Harbor event, and they did it. You know what? It's his time. It's time. Trump's going to arrest these folks, and they're already thinking about going to South America. You watch. It's reality. They aren't too big to fall. Goliath thought he was too big to fall.
And you think Trump's the real deal?
I hope so.
Yes, I do. I've watched him wreck that man. I've watched him build him up. I've hated him, but I think he's the real deal.
Are you shitting me? Come on, Conk.
You're not going to like him no matter what I say, Dan, so I love you, brother. You're a stone cold Democrat. You vote for Bernie because he's better than Hillary.
But come on, you can't call Donald Trump the real deal.
He's the real deal for now compared to anything else.
Man, Bernie's a career politician. I can't trust him for the life of me.
He never worked till he was 40. That would make me be weird right there.
It's all political theater.
Call somebody a career politician when they've been like a small timer and somebody standing up in Congress and the Senate for veterans.
No, he's way better than her. He's way better. You don't get. I mean, hey, you're who you are, and I respect you liking him. If I was you, I would like him too.
I don't know. I can't trust Bernie Sanders. I mean, he chooses his words very carefully. I mean, maybe you have to in that climate, but I don't know.
It'd be scary to be him right now, wouldn't you think?
Sanders?
Yeah. Anybody within 100 yards of her is probably in danger of dying.
Yeah.
Hey, Geo Shifter.
Hello everyone.
Did you finish your video?
No, I still have to start on it.
All right.
No hurry.
I'm looking forward to it.
What I wanted to say is, if you vote Trump or anyone else, what does it matter? They are all gonna make more rules and laws.
Yeah.
What is the idea that we can vote?
A bunch of them.
He's gonna make America great again.
I doubt that.
The idea that we can
Hey, you know what?
vote.
Like I said, the lesser of 12 evils, dude. I meant it.
Yeah, okay, maybe it will be better, but it will be still mostly the same.
Oh, when you get Andrea Merkel under control, then you can preach to me. Then you can preach to me, Gio, because you know what? They're not raping girls in the street where I live.
Yeah. So who should we vote for? Jesus?
Who says that's not a false flag?
Well, it might be. You could tell us it is. Is it a false flag, Gio?
It probably was, yeah.
Yeah, it sounded a bit much. 50 girls at once. That was a lot.
I never looked into it much, but it was pretty fishy if I was reading the articles.
Do you know, you can always tell a false flag. I've started doing this now. You can always tell a false flag by how much it's being talked about 2 weeks later. 2 weeks later, if it's gone, then it was a false flag. Otherwise, you get updates. You know, they caught this guy, they caught this group. You get updates on the events. But
have you seen that football the Super Bowl tape with the kids from? I couldn't believe this. The kids from Sandy Hook at the Super Bowl that year, and they're grown up.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude, because it's them. You can look and go, holy shit, that is them.
It is.
Yeah,
And
the girl that was at the Boston bombings and then in Paris.
yeah, and
The
the
same
guy
girl.
with the legs cut off at the Boston bombings, that his show reel made it onto YouTube, where he's showing that he's got no legs, so he can be a crisis actor. It's like, what the?
Yeah. This school shooting bullshit started in Australia about 1960, and I think it was planned and done probably by them first. I mean, come on, it's starting to. I just don't know anybody. I've known a bunch of crazy fucks and angry people, and I've never known anybody that would hurt a kid. I just don't buy these things. They're too fake. And, they had to go to Gulf War. We had to hear about the poor milk factory where the babies got killed, and it was all a lie. You know what I mean?
And
Come on. They know how to pull our strings. They know how to make Kilroy pissed. And the problem is, now you guys are all Kilroy too. You may have different accents, but they've Americanized you as well. I can tell.
Yeah, that's true. I tell you what's Americanized: Israel. I've been there a few times. I've been to Egypt, Israel, Jordan, and it's crazy. You go from one country where you're in a different, unfamiliar culture. You get into Israel, it's, might as well be London or New York.
In 1993, I mailed T-shirts all over the world, including Ukraine and Russia, and no problem at all. When I mailed a T-shirt to Israel, I had to cut it in 3 pieces.
Why?
What T-shirt?
One of my Clinton T-shirts.
And
anyway, the point is, that's how weird they are about security. I had to cut a T-shirt into 3 pieces so that they could take it to their country and then reprint it and give it to somebody else or so. I guess I don't know why you'd want one if it had to be cut in 3 pieces to get to get it.
Yeah, but get this: in Israel, when you go through border crossing, guess how many CCTV cameras you walk past?
20,000.
0.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and not only this, when you're walking through, you've got this chainmail fence that you walk through, and there's somebody in the IDF at the front that asks you all to stop, and you all stop, and they tell you that they have to ask these questions, even though they're so stupid. But can we all please answer loudly? The questions are any of you carrying any guns, bullets, or bombs? And you all say no, and say okay. That's it. They don't search you. They just ask you.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's freaking. It's
because they need an event. They need those events to keep the money coming from New York.
Yeah.
The control. I mean, I'm down with that. I mean, I just don't want to stand up here and come off like Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean? I mean, I've seen the show. I'm 53 years old, and if you don't know by now what's going on, if you don't know by now what the fuck is going on, then you are either dead or you are purposely staying asleep. Like, I know a lot of people that do. They want to think about football. They want to think about whatever. I mean, to keep a smile on their face and be happy because, that's the brainwashing.
I don't know. That's something that kind of pisses me off. Is people like whenever you criticize Israel or Judaism or whatever, they always have to throw on that little. I don't want to sound like a Nazi. It's like I think we're past that. Why can't I criticize a group of people if they're doing fucked up?
We can in our own homes, but this is like a TV channel where there's lots of people probably watching that you might offend. And I was just doing it to be nice, not to have my rights or to try and censor you, because everybody knows I do not censor people. But I got left with a bad taste in my mouth when Mr. You-know-who did his whole thing on the site that night. You know what I mean? I'm not that kind of guy. You know what I mean? I agree that they control Congress with lobbyists. It's obvious. I mean, why are there any lobbyists of any kind, much less for countries like Saudi Arabia and Israel and who knows whoever? I mean, probably any country that had enough gold.
Well, we have to start separating people's behavior from their religion. Their behavior doesn't come from their religion. They've got their religion, and that's their religion. Their behavior comes from being psychopaths. And you can be Christian psychopath or freaking Muslim.
Well, all right, but certain religions, like Islam in particular, their book the Quran and the Hadiths go out and tell them to lie to non-Muslims and to
There you
present.
go. How do you know that? Because you heard that on TV?
No, I've researched it.
Where, buddy?
Freaking, you can go look at the Quran and you can go read the Hadiths
I know I can do lots of things, but I ask you where you researched it.
on the internet. I mean, sure, I guess it
But
could
you know
be.
that the internet lives by sensationalism, right? I like to find things here and then go elsewhere and look. That way you're not, because listen, I've known some Muslim people, and they were the most peaceful, nice people, concerned people. And I mean, I don't buy that all of them are that way. Even if
No, I'm not trying to
even
say
if
that
Fox
all of them
News
are.
says it.
I'm
don't.
not trying to say that all of them. I'm just saying, because a lot of them separate themselves from their religion to a point. But there are certain religions that have these things in them that are.
Yeah, like Wicca and fucking
Right.
Satanism and Luciferianism.
Exactly.
So why don't we leave the people that worship Creator alone?
Well, I mean, if their creator is not my creator, I'm not gonna ignore
But
that.
it is. That's the whole point. Is you're being split apart by the guy that invented religion, and I can tell you, he didn't know God.
There's no creator.
Well,
Okay, tell me how. Yeah, anything in the world has to be created. I mean, what forms itself, Dan?
Hey man, who are we to say what forms and how it can form?
Because I'm the creator, and you're telling me there's not, so you have to have proof that there's not one. That's how it works.
Come on, I have to have proof of something that can't be proven to exist? Come on. What does that mean?
No, why do you say it can't be proven to exist?
You know there's no formal proof for God's existence. Come on.
Well, maybe not for you, but there has been for me and many other people. See, that's why you have to call everybody liars for your side to get their way. Either we got to be retarded, undereducated,
No, it's not
liars, or we're imagining the fact that there is a creator and he has actually touched our lives.
You're not imagining it. That's what's true and real for you. That's fine.
Yeah, but Dan, there's also the logical argument,
The creator is NASA. They create universes, planets.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
but Dan, you have to consider that if the situation we're in is not one that came from a chaotic Big Bang, then it came from something else, which was not a chaotic, mechanistic, unconscious thing.
Who's to say there might have been 100 big booms? Have you ever built anything? When you tear down a mountain to build a damn freeway, you got to blow up a lot of dynamite and do it. Who's to say there wasn't 1,000 big booms? And he
Exactly.
boomed them all.
That's multiverse theory, man. You're advancing here. Congratulations.
Well, dude,
No, I've already heard all those theories before you guys were born.
Well, this is not a contest.
No. But Dan,
All this
listen.
dirt, Dan. It's string theory. I heard all these theories before. I grew up on science fiction. When I was 4, I had 2 sets of Encyclopedia Britannicas, the kid set and the grown-up set. When I was 4.
Hey guys, I'm gonna post a good documentary in about Islam. It takes a lot of former Muslims and what they have to say about their own religion. So I'm gonna post that in the chat.
Cool.
Remove.
Dan,
Yeah.
Dan, if you don't mind me asking you, Dan, how do you reconcile existence from no Big Bang?
If there's no Big Bang, how would there be anything? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, who am I to say? But according to what we understand, there was this thing we call the Big Bang, and it is the start of time as we know it to exist.
When you say we do understand, you mean you do believe, not understand, because you don't understand.
Sure. Everything's an approximation of truth, and you try to be as meticulous as possible in your mechanism for how you obtain information, empiricism, and the like.
Yeah, but you see, when you have a mixture of pataphysics thrown in with theoretical physics, you end up with a conclusion like the Big Bang, having everything spontaneously exist from nothing, at a point where not even time has to exist in order for it to not have a millisecond before it existed. That's pataphysics. That's not physics, and it's not logic.
Do you guys know why I can't actually put a link into the chat? It says I can't put web addresses in.
Is it on your site, Smedley?
No, it's not. I suppose I could thumb up the video and then it would be there.
Yeah, dude.
Dan, there's more proof for a creator than there is for NASA stuff. So why is our theory invalid? Then why can't we call our theory fact?
Con, did you know that Scott Kelly's coming back from the ISS tomorrow?
Oh yeah, really? Where's the ISS? Downtown, like Las Vegas, or where?
You can look it up, but I think somebody should get a telescope and find out where NASA says they're going to come back in the atmosphere and take a look at it and try and spot it with a scope or something.
Man,
Does
you're the
anyone-
man.
Well, I'm not the one who doubts that he's up there. I've seen the ISS with my own eyes. It was really cool to see, but I can't.
What did you see? What did you see, Dan?
Right. I've just prefaced this with I can't testify that it is in fact the ISS, but the ISS site and every other site that tracks it says that it'll show up at certain times in certain locations, and without fail, it does.
Okay, so have you looked? Sorry to interrupt you. Have you looked at the video that was compiled by a guy in Hawaii where he changed his time zones on his computer and looked at the ISS website, and the 3 different time zones in 3 completely different areas on the globe showed the ISS approaching at the same time?
Dan, how do you know it's in the out of the atmosphere?
I don't know.
How do you know it's out of the atmosphere, Dan?
Well,
Has anyone seen the last interview with Scott Kelly?
hold up. He asked me a question. Like when I saw it, the ISS, it was in a clear sky area in Pennsylvania, and it was at a star party, a star viewing event.
You could tell it was out of the atmosphere by that?
Well, when it first appeared, who's got wind chimes? When it first
That's Ace. Sorry.
It's all right. When it first appeared, it just like came out of nothingness and just like a light. It was like a light slowly turning on as it came through the atmosphere is what it was happening, and it went across the sky, and then it was just there, and
You
then
would think they would have a film of that where it's from the ground showing the sparks and all the awesome stuff. I mean, you've seen it with the naked eye, and they don't have a film of that? That's crazy.
anybody can have a film of it. Like I'll have to look when the next time it's gonna come by at night, and I'll have to.
Are you a flat earther, Dan, or are you?
Of course not.
Okay. What, you just hear
You will be.
conversation.
Two more nights.
No, well, I hang out with Albert Wesker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was talking about you last night.
Yeah, I'm at Albert's right now. He's not on right now, but
Okay.
we're hanging out together though. He can hear.
Are you a Christian? Or-
No.
Okay, that's all right. You were saying that's yeah.
So Dan, I have a question for you. I hope you don't think I'm persecuting you.
No, you're not.
Okay, cool. So
It's not a flat earther show. I mean, come on.
yeah, cool. So hey, I have to give it to you to come on. So first of all, kudos to you for coming on. So
Amen,
I'm going to mention two things to you, which are things that I came across when I was first looking into this that just confirmed that the world is flat. Now, it only confirmed it in a non-empirical way because it is other people's research. There are two things. One is a guy called Propaganda Destroyer who tracks flights. That's one guy. The other guy is the guy I just mentioned who was tracking the ISS. And what he was doing was changing his computer's time location so that it was in Hawaii, and then it was in India, and then in Australia. And at each time setting, when he went to the ISS website, the ISS was just approaching. Now, it can't have been approaching all three areas. And you can watch the video yourself, and you can probably do it yourself by changing your time setting.
Right. That's the important thing. We need to try whatever he was doing, and let's repeat it and see what happens.
Yeah, you see, I've done this.
I'm not going to bite.
No, that's okay. But I've done this myself. I've checked things by changing the time settings on my computer, and yeah, it's confirmed.
In the last interview, they asked Scott Kelly if he was really in space, and he avoided the question. He didn't even answer it.
Oh. Who
Doesn't
asked
that
him
say a
that?
lot? I don't know where the interview was done, but it was one of the last interviews I saw on YouTube. It is only a few days ago.
Do you think we went to the moon, Dan? Oh, he must be away.
I'm here. Yes, I do.
Are there any conspiracies that you think are true?
Not really, but I've said this before. The only thing that confuses me and concerns me is footage that I've seen that has what appears to be like weird air bubbles floating around.
Right.
Inexplicably, like that shit like confuses me, but maybe I don't have enough information on it.
Have you seen Antonio's latest video about the lunar lander?
Not.
I think you should watch it, really.
Have any of you guys ever seen, I forget who did the video, but he was looking on Google Earth, just dicking around, and he zoomed in on some areas in northern Canada and found NASA rovers and NASA ATVs and stuff, like...
yeah, in Greenland.
Yeah, in Greenland, yeah. That was a big thing for me. It's like, what the hell are they doing? Are they just testing the equipment, or what?
They're just practicing.
Yeah, and then you look and see, like, all you would have to do is put a red tint on the landscape, and then there you have Mars. That's Mars.
What got me was a preponderance of evidence from all sides.
Yeah.
Okay, not just the cool 200 proofs and then followed up by Mark's Dome and all that crap. I mean, it also got me with the fact that when you argue with these folks and their proof doesn't rise to the level that they demand from the flat earthers. That's a pretty good clue right there. And the fact that it's been so long, they haven't came out and showed us how dumb we are.
Who's got the carnival music in the background?
A lot of other things.
Guys, I just want to say I'm sorry about the vibration. We took care of that problem. So, I heard that myself. It's pretty annoying. So, carry on.
What was that?
Right.
People getting like text in their phones on vibrate.
I also here turned the table apart. We're looking for it. I thought it was in my house.
No, just one of the panel members was getting text and it was vibrating their speaker. So, yeah.
Hey, can I add something? I have 2 comments.
Go ahead.
One, I just looked at the comments. Bill Shackleton. I can't comment in the text in the chat because I'm blocked for some unknown reason. But, hey, Bill Shackleton, I don't know what Dazza the cameraman's experiment video you're talking about. And then I see this Mr. Jeff Stewart has commented on the, what did he say here? Where is it? I lost it. He said I can see a school bus, or I can't see a school bus at 2 miles, but I can see a space station at 250 miles. Well, one thing is, I guess, entering the atmosphere or something where it's starting to burn, it has like a trail behind it. So yeah, they're different things. If that school bus was hurtling through space, at 17,000 miles an hour, I think it might let off a glow.
Yeah, but I think all you want to say is about the size. If it's that far off, or if the distance is that much and it's only the size of like a football field, why does it appear so big into the sky?
Right.
Because if you look at a big plane full of people, it's not that much smaller. It's also almost a football field big. So it's about the same size as a normal plane.
Also, its brightness isn't explained because it's not entering Earth's orbit where it's all going white hot. For it to be visible from the Earth, given its size, it means it's got to have a huge freaking light shining down.
There you go. Wait a minute. So you're talking about the ISS being visible? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Being a fucking light? Yeah, what the hell is supposed to be lighting it? It's not the sun. It's not that high up.
That's it. But people that believe the ISS can't explain it, so they just see the light and they visualize in the brain the ISS with the panels and all of that.
It's crazy.
The thing is, all they're seeing is the light.
I think it's got to be a hologram or something.
Shit, who knows?
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
how
knows?
come the
KY Dave, get in
You
here.
know, we don't know what technology they have
right.
to actually fly shit around. They could have 0 point energy. I'm pretty sure they do. It's been invented by multiple people multiple times. It's just suppressed. I would bet my dollars they're using it and they're saving it for maybe to use against us. I don't know.
Fake alien invasion.
I would say so, because see that fake alien invasion, the people that are in the know it's holograms, Project Bluebeam. But even those people, they see a real UFO right in front of their eyes that's legit,
So
physical.
this stuff about the fake alien invasion, what's the idea that aliens are going to come and the military is going to round humans up and put us in camps? Or
No,
are the
no, no.
military going to
We're
be
gonna all
against the
band it
aliens?
together. The whole world's gonna
Right.
unite to
Under the
defeat
leadership of the
aliens.
or
Yeah.
The first propaganda film came out like 20 years
Perfect.
ago on British TV. They interrupted a TV stream, and they acted like they were aliens. I mean, it's ridiculous, really.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at it from today's eyes, it happened like, what was it, 91 or something? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, it was 77. It was 1977. It was on it was on the news. I think it was. It was.
There you go. That's why I asked you. I wasn't sure, but isn't it? That's what I'm talking about. That right there. That's the whole big. And they have other ones. They're going to bring Jesus back early, and the global warming. They've got a lot of. Somehow they have to get us all into the same castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Hey, what part of Germany are you from, GeoShifter?
Like walk on water.
I'm from Belgium,
Oh, you're Belgium. Okay.
close to
Geo.
Germany.
Gio, I have a question about Belgium.
Oh, same to me, Gio.
Gio, question about Belgium. I've heard that there's no actual local government in Belgium. Is this true?
No. We have 5 governments.
Wow. How does that work?
One for the French part, one for the Dutch part, one for the German part. Then we have one for the city, Brussels. And then we have a 5th one that controls all of it.
Right.
So we have 5 governments.
So the 5th one is the legitimate Belgian government.
Yeah.
And then you got
yeah.
the European Union too.
Yep.
Like, is in Bruges, is it like a real town, man, or what?
That's a nice town.
Cool.
I think the Swiss way of running things with cantons is the best way. That's from what I've
that,
seen.
like local governance or?
Yeah. Where they can all veto and abstain from rules that don't benefit them.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of local government and just keeping it as small as possible.
Me too. That's what got me the big chubby about our government is like in '91 when Russia broke apart or our Soviet Union broke apart, and I thought we should have done the same thing. Like we should have all just had our own states and been our own little countries, and we should have put this military bullshit behind us. But then all of a sudden, here comes this old Bush guy. You know what I mean? Trying to bring back the days of World War II. And here we are, 25 years later, guys. A quarter century later, we're still paying for this guy wanting to live out his World War II memories,
Yeah. Well, if you look at the literature and stuff that the Founding Fathers originally created, that's what they intended for America to be like, with the Articles of Confederation and that. It was never meant to be such a huge federal government. And the way I see it is that I see that as better because it's like flood doors on a ship. If one state or one area gets infected with some kind of
You're right. I got so mad when they shut the dairy and the egg farm and all the things down in our valley. I mean, I can see what they're doing. They're taking our food sources away, and we're up in the mountains basically. So now, what happens if the trucking goes down for a week? I mean, we got pandemonium up here. I mean, all they had to do was leave our dairy and our, just a few things that a responsible government would do. Leave a few.
They took their jobs.
What?
Said they took our jobs.
Took our jobs.
More
Back
than
to the
that.
pile.
No, I know.
They were trying to sell this global economy. See, guys, when you were little, they were selling me and my gang this global economy. I never liked it. I never wanted it. But here it is, and now they pushed it on us. And 20 years after NAFTA, we're broke as the rest of the world, and we weren't.
Yeah.
I mean, they have gutted us, and they're not done, man. They're not done. They got to still cut our throat.
When you make the economies all intertwined and interdependent on each other, it's just like a stack of dominoes. You tip one over, everything collapses.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But
Conveniently stacked dominoes.
yeah.
And if you have 5 governments, all that happens is that they fight with each other. That's everything that happens.
They have
in
like a
Belgium.
local war just in Belgium, huh? Like,
Yeah.
man, there's like a real civil war here. We got 5 factions, and then the people, that's 6.
Yeah. Yeah, we have different rules. It depends where you live in the country. If I go to the French part, there are different rules and laws. It's insane, but
You have freedom of travel, right, between all of them?
yeah.
You live in the Dutch part?
Yeah. I'm pretty close to Brussels, to the main city. But I live outside of it.
That's
In
always
Brussels,
nice.
it's insane. All the politicians are in Brussels, and it's a pretty insane town.
Yeah, that's the capital of the EU, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at the security there, if there is a meeting from the politicians, sometimes they evacuate whole streets.
Oh, wow.
It's insanity.
Now, hands up anybody who thinks that politicians are afraid of us.
Hand
I'm
up
sure.
right here.
If you look at the amount of cops that are around them.
Yeah. I mean, in Britain, the royal family has its own army.
If it was a crime family, the politicians would just be the hitmen. See, that's the deal. That's the whole deal. You can blame them, but they're there to be blamed.
Freaking, I was living in Chicago back in 2012, I think it was, and when they had the G8 summit there, and they shut everything down. There were freaking Blackhawks and Ospreys flying in the sky left and right, and fighter planes. And I was like, what the hell are they even doing? It's like, what are they gonna fucking drop fucking JDAMs on the people? Like, why do we need fucking fighter planes like for this kind of thing? Like, I don't know.
It's just flexing the muscles, isn't it?
What's that?
It's just muscle flexing. That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's a show of force. It's intimidation tactics.
Do you know what they did here in the UK on 9/11? They announced on the news that all airports were closed and surrounded by tanks.
Oh, nice.
Because of course, you know, it was a ground war, so why not roll out the tanks? It was just absurd.
Yeah.
You know,
all of our police departments are equipped with like riot shit. It's ridiculous. We live in like Beaver Cleaver land with fucking people getting shot that have mental illness every day just so they can justify having their equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
you know
really sad.
when the false flag happened in Paris a while ago, since then we have military on the streets in the big cities like Brussels and Antwerp. And they are so tired of it now, they are saying we do it 1 or 2 months more maximum and then we stop. Because they don't have the personnel or don't have the people to put there.
Yeah.
See, this is when I think when things are going to really change is when the military become a conscious unit.
Yeah.
That's when it will change, because that's their muscle, really, isn't it? That's their attack dog.
I think the reason they complain is because they see how ridiculous it is. They are standing there for 3 months already with like riot guns and everything.
When we're successful, and we will be, the rule of law will govern nations.
Not the law of the jungle.
Not the law of the jungle. And this is the guy that does a throat-cutting motion to Donald Trump last night. This is the man that motioned cutting Donald Trump's throat when he's speaking. Wake up, folks. They live with us.
Let's remember what the law of the jungle is. The law of the jungle is natural law.
Right.
Where if somebody comes and messes around with your family, you retaliate. You don't petition some extra authority to retaliate for you. So this is what they don't want: natural law. They don't want people protecting themselves and not ascribing to authority. They want legal law.
I'd even take it a step further and say that in their minds, the law of the jungle is anything that's not in their domain or they're under their control, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
like even if it was like a normal legal system that just wasn't under their control, they would still call that the law of the jungle, you know?
Yeah. It's absurd, and it's transparent.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because we even got posse comitatus, like specific laws that say the army can't be used domestically, and yet here they are still doing it. It's just like, okay, whatever.
But aren't there some states in the US that are seceding from government?
There's Texas but Texas is always talking about it.
Texas is where you send a president or a judge if you need him whacked.
I thought there was I forget the name. Was it like Oregon or one of?
Yeah, it sucks. I live in Oregon where these idiots went up and got their ass shot up. Yeah, I live there.
So that's not a state that's seceded.
Oh, that was some bunch of idiots from Nevada who had a little bit of glory last year and should have just left good enough alone.
Yeah.
They come over here, got into somebody else's business, gave everybody a bad name, and just looked like shit in general. The guy that got killed, he was trying to calm the whole deal down. He was on the way to meet with 400 locals, which like these people, by the way, and a bunch of sheriffs, and they massacred him on the way.
Yeah.
And they threw a gun down by him, and yeah, it was just the typical Cuban deal, you know?
Business as usual.
Yep. I mean, come on, what can you expect from people that put Che Guevara on shirts? You know, I mean, come on, man. And the right's no better. I mean, the right, I mean, geez. I mean, Rush Limbaugh is alone to make Reagan want to kill himself if he was still alive. I mean, they built Reagan up to be something he wasn't. I mean, he was a good man, and he would stand up for right and wrong, but he wasn't all the shit that Rush Limbaugh made these idiots call themselves conservatives start being like. Nixon, you know, he was, say what you want about him, but he knew the people needed help, too. He wasn't just about military. In fact, he was against it. And they put that Kissinger in there and fucked him all up. I hated that guy ever since I was, and he's still alive. He's still talking on our radio and getting in our face, and it's just like, oh, I just want to fucking scream.
His voice just pisses me off. Like,
My recent attorney from Portland looked just exactly like him, and you know, I mean, oh my God.
I knew the order.
How can you be so disrespectful to a Nobel Prize winner?
You know,
I'm just a bad guy. You know, I don't know. I just honor you that way. You know, it's too many Davy Crockett films, I guess, or too much Popeye as a child.
You know, all that shit that went down in Oregon just makes me think that our solutions, you know, we don't really have like a military or violent solution, because anytime anybody does something like that, they'll just twist it and demonize it and Pete
Santilli's in jail. Pete Santilli from the net, the big guy, he's in jail over this. He was there like a dumbass getting himself arrested. It was the stupidest stand there ever was. Do you guys know what happened in Nevada last year with the cows and the Bundys? And that was a good stand. That was something good. Now you take all of that away. You know, what is it in Ricky Bobby after the guy gives a speech and then the one guy gets going, he goes, you know, everything that Glenn you just fucked it all up. You know, I mean, that's kind of what they did. You know, I mean, there was this good thing against our government where the government backed down and they were wrong and that was good. But, you know, when these guys went over and just took over some wildlife zone, that's some fucking Wounded Knee shit there. You don't do some shit like that. You use our laws. I mean, yeah, if they start coming and trying to take your kids out of your house, by all means, fire them up. But you know what I mean? Going down and doing that stupid kind of shit makes everybody who wants liberty look crazy.
Right, right.
I want the liberty to go online and shut my fucking computer off a minute later without it freaking out and not letting me. You know what I mean? That kind of shit weirds me out.
Conk,
What?
how was Cliven Bundy right in Nevada?
Because he had a lease that was 100 years old, and they were going to violate it to give the land to a bunch of uranium farmers or some shit like they're doing in Oregon, because Hillary Clinton made a dirty deal with the Russians or somebody and sold out all of our fucking uranium, okay? Anyway, Cliven Bundy is not good. I don't blame him. It's his great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa signed a deal for open range and shit. He was legal. They come and took his cows, they put him in a pen, and him and about 3,000 other Americans went and got his fucking cows. And that's how it went, just like good old West, and that's the way it was. They threatened to shoot him, and the people kept walking just like the guy at Tiananmen Square in front of the tank, and nobody shot him. They got the fucking cows, they took them home. It was a good American moment.
So,
fucking this thing up there in Burns is an embarrassment to me as an Oregonian, because these guys shot their wad in front of everybody. It was stupid.
So the guys that went and got the cows, were they armed or were they not armed?
They were armed. This is America, my friend.
Right.
So, you know, on top of that, just Google look and see how much federal land is owned in the West. I mean, most states in the West.
They're not supposed to own any, folks.
Exactly,
They've taken it all.
And you know what? It's kind of disgusting because, you know, I'd love to have like a few acres for myself, but you know, there's so much of it that's hoarded and just like it's a part of the Agenda 21 shit, keeping people off of freaking nature.
It's evil. They put yellow gates across all my roads in the mountains 20 years ago. That's when I started noticing it. Everywhere I used to run as a young adult and, you know, teenager, and every place where my little secret places, every one of them had big yellow metal gates across them.
Yeah. And it's not like they're doing anything with the land; it's just sitting there, you know. Or they're exploiting the resources.
They are doing something fucking weird with the land. I mean, what do we know, really?
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Yes, there's these two mountains where I live called Table Rocks. Okay, now I'm going to say they're 10 miles across the tops each of them. Maybe not even that. Maybe just a couple miles. But they're these big, beautiful mesas. And it's a beautiful place. You look out the end of the valley, it's just like something right out of a 1930s movie, because it literally is. And all those movies called The Rogue and all kinds of movies were filmed here. So anyway, I'm out there, 1994. I'm going down a road, going out to pick up some smoke from a buddy of mine that lived up in like this old hippie commune. And I'm out on Highway 234, and I'm going 80 miles an hour in this long piece of crap van, you know. And, man, I'm going 80 miles an hour, and I see some lights behind me. And I look back a split second later, because I'm thinking, uh-oh, I hope these aren't cops going to pull me over, because I didn't have a license. And two vans just like mine, but brand new and black, lowered. These are 20-foot long vans, but the weirdest thing, they look like trains almost. They passed me at what had to have been 130 miles an hour. I don't even know. All I know is I saw them back, probably half a mile back, and by the time I turned my head 15 minutes on the clock to look in the mirror, they were scooting past me, and they were gone like fucking Luke Skywalker, and that was 1994, and I knew then there must be some kind of truth to the legend about Table Rock having like bases inside of them, you know, because there's got to be something to it, man. I've never seen anything like these before. They were top of the line Chrysler vans, which you know how our government liked Chryslers back then. What's Ace waving to us? Look, he's all clean cut, dude. Look at him, looking good, dude. Get on there.
Have you guys ever heard I forget where it was. I think it was maybe in Northern California or somewhere in Oregon. There's like cave systems that people have never even found the bottom to.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Down in there, there's a no shit. There's a saber-toothed tiger skull, and it is awesome.
Was it Mount Shasta or?
Well, that Shasta has caverns too, but there's the Oregon caves, which is the most famous. And I've actually been to some wild caves a lot of times when I was like, you know, young, and they actually lead into the Oregon caves, and they're a long ways from the Oregon caves. I mean, in other words, yeah, it's all volcanic, the whole West Coast. You know, who knows? There's probably caves anywhere near a volcano. I'm sure there's caves.
Yeah.
Probably kimberlite, you know, probably diamonds too. You know, anywhere there's volcanoes, there's stuff.
You know, I was looking up different areas to pan for gold in Washington because I just recently moved out here, and like you have to get all kinds of permission and stuff to just even pan for gold, and all the best sites you can't even go to. It's like you can't even do anything anymore. It's fucking, I don't know.
Kids got told they can't even keep a feather if they pick one up.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can't own eagle feathers.
Why is Ace going through it? Are you in a oath of silence here, Ace? I feel like I'm rambling.
Is he muted, maybe?
Very muted, but he's doing faces and stuff. I mean, I see what he's doing, but he's not talking.
I don't know. Maybe someone muted him, but I don't have permission.
Yeah, I'm doing some computer work.
It looks like we got some trolls in the chat.
Yeah, awesome. Just a couple. Bill Shackleton. Search flat Earth angular size of the sun debunked. Wow, it must definitely be debunked because it says debunked on the label. Bill Shackleton, I don't know if you're aware, but we've watched all the debunking videos, and they're only debunking stuff for half-wits, not for people that have intelligence.
Oh my God! Good job, Anthony.
Yeah,
There you go.
I really wanted to debunk it at first.
Oh, right. Those videos don't use a filter to account for glare, etc. Dude,
Never.
use your common sense.
What does that even mean?
I've seen a video. I forget who did it. He put a filter on it, and she did show that it shrunk too. So I don't.
Yeah. No, Bill Shackleton is just choosing what he watches. He's not
Yeah.
gone too deep inside the rabbit hole and looked at the stuff there a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can also find videos where it doesn't change size.
Yeah,
There
it
are
depends.
tons of videos out there, but I think it depends where you are and also the atmosphere, the weather, everything.
Yeah.
The videos that Phuket Word has put out, where it's going away very much in a straight line rather than across the sky, that video, you can see it's always videos where it's going away from you, not across the sky to the horizon. The ones where it's going away from you, they're the ones where you can see its size shrink. When it's going across the sky, it's hard to determine whether it's shrinking or not. You've got too much margin for error. But when it's drawing away from you, like people who are in the equator or the tropics, when the sun's in the tropics, that's where you see it shrinking.
Yeah, I love the video where you see 24-hour sunlight. You can really see it shrink every time it goes further.
Yeah.
In that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, still haven't found a 24-hour sunlight southern hemisphere video that wasn't very suspicious too. So.
Hey, have you seen that? Have any of you guys watched the Matt Powland interview? He's got it on his NASA channel. It's him.
So is his name Matt Powerland or Matt Boyland or Math or what the fuck's the deal with that?
Yeah, his name is his birth name is Matt Boylan.
Okay.
But his kind of trade name or moniker is Math Powerland. It's the same guy, but yeah, he's a crazy guy. He's a genius crazy guy.
He changed his name back in college, though. He actually says he changed it back then.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is he's got this video that it's an interview. It's him being interviewed, but he's made a slideshow and he's compiled video with it. Now, in this video, you've got footage from Antarctica where you've got the sun going down behind the camera. So you see the shadows drawing away from the camera, and as it gets darker, you see across the horizon it growing lighter, like there's another freaking sun there, or I don't know. It's just a weird sight to see.
Trippy.
Yeah, it's about kind of halfway through across the video. It's like a 2-hour-long video.
Have you seen the Antarctica with two suns, Tony?
No, this video footage that I'm talking about. That's the only thing that I can see that I've seen anywhere of.
Oh, really? Because I've seen one from last year that showed a shot from Prudhoe Bay or whatever it is down there in Antarctica or whatever it's called, and it showed two suns. And I mean, I don't know if it's real or not, but it's pretty weird looking.
Wow.
Really?
What's that video? What's it? Do you remember it? Do you remember what it's called?
Seems not.
No.
I guess not.
I think
You guys.
I think it might have been labeled something Nibiru or whatever. How everybody wants.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think it has that kind of label, but that's not what interested me. What interested me was the picture.
And what were you saying, Gio, just a second ago?
Do you guys watch the webcams sometimes that are in Antarctica?
No.
I've linked into it once or twice. I mean,
I watch them regularly.
I didn't see nothing crazy. What's up?
No, that's the problem. You never see anything.
Oh, well, yeah, that's what I mean.
All day long, and you see on one day you will find maybe 5 people maximum, if you are lucky to see people, because normally you don't see anything. Everything looks dead.
What's a rutcom or whatever you said?
Webcam.
Just
Oh,
webcams
webcam.
in Antarctica.
live video feed. Yeah.
Gotcha. Sorry.
The problem
Yeah.
is also that all those webcams are all from the governments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's weird because you see those stations that can, I don't know, there can be 100 people inside, or they are made for 100 people, but you never see anyone. I think it's very bizarre.
Yeah. Well, they can't have too many people there because it's going to be difficult to control all of them when they get back into mainstream society.
Yeah, yeah. But they
That's what
say
I'm
they have a
thinking.
lot of people there. If
Yeah.
you read articles, they usually say they have like 40 or 50 scientists in one research station all the time. So how come we never see them?
Because they're inside on YouTube.
24/7? Well, it's strange. I watch it often. I just think it's strange you never see people there.
What website do you use to watch it?
There is one from the Australian government. I don't know, you just have to go on Google. It's easy to
Yeah.
find.
All right,
There's
I'll
one from
find
the
it.
Australian government that has like 6 or 7 webcams in the different stations.
Yeah, I'll have a look. But I'll guarantee it's not showing 2 suns, though, is it?
No, I've been using it for a while to track the sun to see when it was light in what
Yeah.
station,
Mm.
and it pretty much added up with the flat Earth model. It worked out.
Oh my God, that is such a cool idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just map it out, take a big map and see where the stations are and compare it with the sun going around.
Yeah.
It works out pretty good, but then if all the webcams are done by governments,
Yeah.
I'm not going to trust that.
Mm. It's a shame because that's a pretty good kind of indicator, isn't it?
If it's real, yeah. If they don't edit the footage or don't do anything weird with the webcams, yeah.
Okay, guys, it's in the chat. I just put this title of it, I copied it, so that's how the title is printed. So I'll take you right to it.
Right.
Strange events, sounds, and 2 suns from around the world, 2015.
Oh.
Hey, what do you guys think about all those
Oh,
the
my
trumpet
God.
sounds or whatever?
Oh, I watched a video explaining that.
Explaining it away? Like,
Yeah, explaining it away, and it's like, oh my God, you know, you can still get hoodwinked into stuff. They have the same sound played in lots of different videos, but it's the same sound, including the tweet from the bird and the far off, you know,
Yeah.
shutting.
Yeah, it's probably Big Brother. In other words, fucking with people, right?
Yeah, I
Wait.
think it's hoaxes, really.
You think that's... Huh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
most of us are trying to feed ourselves. The kind of people that play those kind of hoaxes are, you know, they're getting fed by somebody else. You know what I mean?
Well, what the original sound was
It's from
a
Red State, right?
what say?
That
Oh
movie,
yeah, Red State. Yeah, brilliant film. The original sound that was so haunting and loud, and people couldn't figure out what it was. The person that filmed the very first video filmed the sound. They walked through the forest, and there's a place where there's a car park being built, and you've got a construction
Hey,
one of these what's it called? Caterpillar track demolition things with a big
well, good.
scoop at the front.
You wash them?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good job, good job. So, keep going.
Yeah, just saying. I forget what the equipment's called. It's a Caterpillar truck
For, what are you talking about? For what?
for making the sound, the trumpet sound.
Yeah. And
It's a
also,
Caterpillar truck flattening the concrete. It's scraping the scoop at the front. It's scraping it on the concrete.
yeah.
So obviously that shape of the scoop is basically causing a loud freaking noise, that these guys filmed, and later the sound from that was put onto other people's videos. Just a couple of people in a car park looking up into the sky, and but it's the same sound. Hey, I'm
Maybe
watching
it's
these two suns.
maybe it's just people wanting to make some money with YouTube.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah.
a video, put the sound on it, put it on YouTube.
Yeah. Wow, I'm looking at this two suns thing. That's very strange.
Yeah, there's some people that think there's two suns, so who knows?
I don't think nothing. I just know there's a picture of two suns. I don't know if it's real or not, but I know there's a picture of two suns.
I heard it.
Yeah, somebody asked an interesting question somewhere recently, which is if the sun is bulleting through space, orbiting the Milky Way, why doesn't it have a trail?
Yep.
I'd like to ask that of
one
Dan.
can answer that question because
Yeah, I'd like to ask Dan if he has an explanation.
I don't know, but now that all this has come out, and I used to be a believer in UFOs forever, and now I'm not anymore, and I'm glad. But you know what? It reminds me of those teachers I was telling you about. One of them was talking about when we were talking about UFOs, and we had all these reasons why they must be real. All he said was he wanted to tell us about Johnny Carson, right? And like it was on TV all the time. We just avoid it because our parents watch it and it sucked. We didn't want to see that shit. But anyway, he told us about how Johnny Carson used to be a magician, and how that nobody could fool him ever. And that's how all those acts got on the thing. If they weren't good enough to get by him, they didn't get on the show, and that's what made him so famous. And hell, he was on another 30 years after the guy told me this. So he must have known something. But the bottom line is he says everything is magic and fake shit. He goes, if it's on TV, it's fucking fake. And you know what? I had a teacher tell me that. I got to say, it's looking like he was telling the truth.
Huh.
I mean, how about these reality shows, guys? These reality shows are obviously not reality. I mean, come on.
Whoa. What do you mean? What?
I think they used to be when they
Honey,
just
boo-boo?
did it, when it was new.
Yes, like real world, it's real in the sense that they do a bunch of shit, but they edit it in clever ways.
Yeah.
Real world's a little different, but yeah, all the new reality shows, they're not reality anymore. They're slipping back to regular, scripted TV. It's fucking bullshit. Like John and K plus A, man, what the hell?
Yeah, and if you film someone for 24 hours and then do 30 minutes of a thing on
There you
TV,
go.
you can say anything you want about them.
You guys, how about this? Like 5 years ago, you could go down to the dollar movie store and rent 6 fucking movies for $5 and come home. Now, the old shitty movies are $6 on TV, and there's no fucking way you can get out of it. Now, that's a bunch of bullshit right there. Them getting paid for these old movies, getting paid that kind of premium dollar. I mean, I can't even believe that. I don't watch them occasionally. My family will watch 2 or 3 of them in a month, all together. But that's just ridiculous. We could have watched these on YouTube 2 years ago for free, and they took all that away, and now there's nothing. I mean, it's just amazing. If it wasn't for us kind of gigs, YouTube wouldn't even, and between conspiracy and live chats, that's what keeps this thing afloat nowadays.
Yeah, but it's going to be afloat. Even if everybody took a 2-month break, let's say every single person took a 2-month break, loads of people would come on saying, what the hell's going on? Where is everybody? And then we'd all come back with so much shit. So even if we all stopped doing this, it wouldn't make the world round.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that just the way it is, man, everything is bullshit. I mean,
this is reality TV.
They sold us the internet, Anthony. They took our tax bucks. They had that little girl running down the road. The internet, what do they call it? The information highway. And they had the little 9-year-old girl with the bikini running down the road. That means a lot now thinking about that. But anyway, and they're like going to have free this and free this. And honestly, at first, I didn't get on until 2001, and it was already getting tampered with, but it was still great. It was still free. You know what I mean? And there wasn't like constant merchandising on every page and people telling you what you could do and what you couldn't do. For some reason, we invited the vampire into our house, and I can't fucking figure it out, man. When did this? How do they justify taking our freedom with 9/11 and all this other bullshit? Somebody needs to say, hey, man, come on, you got to explain this to me a little bit, because, I mean, all these things that happen, almost every one of them that they preempted, have been planned by these people, by the FBI. I mean, they're all like, these terrorists were fed everything. Why even bother? Why not just bust them the first time they even act like it and put off all this bullshit of trying to act like you busted 25 terrorists or something?
Hey, do you remember the first World Trade Center bombing where somebody parked a van by one of the columns in the basement?
Yeah, I do.
And you know, the guy that did that came out and having recorded the conversations with the FBI that they didn't know were being recorded.
I know. I heard something about that. Yeah.
That was freaking brilliant. That was such a good move.
How about this? There are no fucking films of these 20 people getting on airplanes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, come on. Yeah. I mean, it's so fucking blatant. How about this? Neil Bush runs the trade towers. How about this? You know, they were asbestos ridden. They were going to have to tear them down. How about this? The whole Silverstein family stayed home that day. How about this? Condoleezza Rice told Willie Brown not to fly. Yeah, dude, you don't even need to tell me about 9/11. I wreathe with hateness over it. I hate it. My next thing is called MyOp 9/11. I made the poster the other day, and for some reason, I've just been avoiding it because I want to come off different. I don't want to go into all that. I want to go into what has happened to our country, but I still can't disconnect myself from the high voltage straitjacket that I'm still feeling over it. I mean, I am mad. It's like sending my daughters off to prep school and finding out they turned into prostitutes the first day they were there to pay for their room where I'd sent a check for. I mean, this is just unbelievable. They've done this to our world.
Yeah. Hey, just gonna interject quick shout out. I don't know if you guys been keeping up with Project Planete, but he just uploaded a new video, so y'all all need to go watch that shit, because it's information overload if you like that kind of stuff. Have y'all been keeping up with that?
I tried to log into his site, and for some reason, it won't go there. I mean,
it's the Project Planete Special Access. Just search that. You gotta put the special access, because it's a new channel where all the videos got re-uploaded. You know, gotta keep it moving around. Fool the NSA.
Yo, Ace.
Yeah.
Yo, Planete is the one who uploaded that NASA document that mentioned flat Earth numerous times.
I'm sure you have plenty of issues with it. What's that?
Mr. Albert showed that to me, and I didn't like read the whole thing, but every time flat Earth appeared, it just seemed that they were just trying to get data from a controlled experiment to see what the optics could see from the sky and not have to be concerned about a sloping Earth, you know? They want to just have a flat line to compare it against. So they weren't being shady the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So they might have actually found out in '58 or something. You know, maybe they actually thought that they couldn't figure out that it was round until then. I mean, who knows? But something's fishy, guys. Come on. Where do all the films from Apollo go?
Yeah. And you know, Dan, it's not just that one document. There's piles of them, and they're gonna all be released. Just, if you would, just go watch the videos in succession. You know,
what proves it to me is
good stuff. It at least proves NASA's full of shit.
How about these disinfo agents, the UFO we've been watching for the last 10 years? Now, these people obviously are fakes now. I mean, come on. The old guy with silver hair, you know who I mean. Yeah, these guys, the guy with the beard that talks about seeing aliens and all this shit. I mean, come on. It's obviously a fucking lie, and Edgar Mitchell and all of it. It's got to be bullshit. One thing or the other's got to be a lie. Either the flat earth and all that we can prove with actual things is a lie, or everything that they've told us that works in our imagination is. It's easy for me. Thing that they require, it takes imagination and something that we don't have in our hand right now. Whereas these flat earthers, they have films and photos and silly tests, but they got them.
NASA found water on Mars. 2 times.
Yeah.
Nice.
And they got great pictures of squirrels on the ground.
Hey guys,
Counted
it's
on the-
time to go for me.
They counted on the fear factor. Oh,
See you all next time.
Have a good night, Geo.
Okay,
You too.
Geo, have a good day.
Bye bye.
Take care, Gio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Looks like Timmy has joined us in chat. At
This
least
is
he
kind of-
doesn't have
What the hell does
rent.
Tim follow Robert around or something? Holy shit.
I think he does.
Shout out to Tim Osmond. Osmond.
You took away his wrench, I see.
I didn't take away nobody's wrench.
Tim,
Mr.
Yeah,
Drive
wrenches.
on Live had a wrench.
Tim Osman, Geo Shifter and I,
Holy shit, cock.
That's not my dog.
There we go. Holy shit, were they killing somebody?
Sounds like a big dog.
Anyways, proceed.
so I was saying, GeoShifter, I was chatting with him on Facebook, and he said, "Oh look, Tim Osman is on this site, so on one of these Google Hangouts somewhere." And so we went on, and within 5 minutes, Tim Osman and Cognitive Dissonance both bailed. They bailed altogether, and the next day they pulled down their site. It was freaking brilliant. They put them back up afterwards, but
Y'all
it took us
debated or
5
what?
minutes.
What happened? Y'all debated them or what?
No, they were trolling somebody, and we
Yeah.
just started saying, "Yo, what are you doing?" And basically just asking them questions and cutting off basically showing them that they were going up dead ends, and they couldn't handle it, so he bailed.
I really don't understand, other than it's some kind of source of entertainment or whatever, but if you've looked at Flat Earth as much as these people claim, you have to at least admit there's valid arguments.
Yeah.
And we're not just crazy and trying to take away viewership of other truth stuff. You know, sometimes people want more of a lighthearted thing, you know, instead of that doom and gloom shit all the time. And we talk about on here all this conspiracies. You know, none of the fake dumb shit like reptile aliens or any of that. I mean, we're talking about like real shit, you know, economics, fucking flat earth. And
Yeah,
you know,
you guys cover some good stuff, man.
I think some of these
Numerology.
guys who troll continuously, I don't think they actually look into the flat Earth stuff. They assume that we're all half-wits, so that's it. They come at us as if we were half-wits. Then it turns out we're not, and we run circles around them. Because, like you say, Ace, there's no way that somebody could look at so much flat Earth stuff and not freaking at least start questioning their model of the world.
is from ground level, you can't prove either model. So, you know, but what you can do is show that the Earth's not spinning 1,000 miles an hour. I mean, and the stars are the same 6 months from now. You know what I mean? We should not see the same stars in the sky year-round if we're spinning around the sun.
Right.
You know, you got the left side of the universe and the right side of the universe. And in the middle is the sun. So when you go around it, you're now looking at the left side. But right now we're looking at the right side for nighttime. But nighttime's not going to be the same in 6 months. You're going to be forced to look at the other side of the universe because the sun is now in the way. Night and day flip. So the fact that we're just seeing the same stars year round, I mean, that's a heavy, you know, super valid argument against the typical globe model.
When you put that to a globalist, they just refuse to engage in the thought experiment.
No, they'll act like they do not understand it, or that something's complicated, or they just revert back to well, the stars are so far away, da da da. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not talking about parallax. I'm not talking about how far the stars are. I'm talking about looking at a different section of the universe,
Yeah.
literally. And I
Yeah.
don't care about sidereal days or any of this stuff or time. You know, let alone the clock should be screwed up, but you can write that one away with fancy,
Minus adjustment.
bullshit.
I took a guy. Sorry,
No.
I've got a globalist friend, and I was saying this exactly what you said to him, and he's like, "Yeah, what about it?" And I said, "Okay, well, just do me a favor, stand here and face that wall." So he was facing a wall. I said, "Okay, now you're in spring. Okay, now turn," and I turned him round his shoulders and said, "Now you're in autumn. Can you see the freaking door?" And he's like, "Yeah, well, I can turn my head around." I said, "Are you
But
fucking
the sun
joking?"
is now blocking you. That's the
Yeah.
whole point.
He's like, "I can turn my head around." I'm like, "Did you not get? I'm pretending like you're the planet Earth. The planet Earth doesn't turn its head around and suddenly nighttime is on the other side. That's not how it freaking works." But do you know what? I found that a lot of them don't understand the actual globe model. They've got like a cartoon version of it from space with the sun and the earth.
Yeah.
But they don't understand, they can't conceptualize that model being the thing that they're standing on. So when you point to them and say, look, you can't see the same freaking celestial bodies 6 months later, it's freaking impossible. They don't get it.
But see, those are your typical people that believe in the globe. Those aren't the people trolling every video.
Yeah,
They,
but I wouldn't. I think the people trolling every video don't know the model themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trolling.
And then you have to also take into account that a lot of people are science fiction fanboys, and if they started believing in some of this stuff, they'd have to let go of all of that.
Yeah, I was a big science fiction guy. I freaking love. I've read all of the Arthur C. Clarke, and he's got some really beautiful books. But it's bullshit. You have to understand that it's just an idea. It's just it's just bullshit.
oh my god.
Well, and a lot of people have like this hope that they're like, oh yeah, the world might be shitty and stuff's so horrible, but one day we're gonna be able to go to Mars or go to some other solar system and start again. It's just like this false hope that people hang on to.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. This one dude's like, I don't understand this night-day flipping thing. It's like, come on, dude. You have no visual perception. I have nothing to say. Nothing to say about that. So.
Some people can't picture things easily. You have to help them out.
Especially with their cognitive dissonance in the way. It really
you gotta
hinders
just try,
it.
man. Don't make excuses for them. Just try.
No, I've already explained to this dude for like an hour the other night. This very process. I even gave him a link.
Man, he's a little retarded.
So, well, yes, we're talking about Jem here, and Jem, I love
Sorry,
you.
Jem,
I'm
I didn't mean to call
glad
you
you came
retarded.
on the show. Well, no, I'm just saying. I'm glad you came on the show and everything. I like to hear different points of view. You defended your evolution theory pretty well, I thought. Although it's not true. I mean, you bring up good conjecture. It's great. I liked it. So.
Wait, so Dan, what do you think of the 6 month different star thing that we're talking about? Do you agree with that or no?
Like as shown with the analemma, how it's different.
No.
No, how you shouldn't be able to see the same stars all year round. Yeah, we do.
I don't see the same stars. I get half of the year one thing and I get half the other.
Do you get a completely different half of the other?
Well, I can't say it's completely no, but I don't see the same major constellations. 6 months from now versus 6 months ago.
I'm in the UK and I see the Big Dipper all year round.
Aren't you like not too
See the Little Dipper all year round. I see fucking Pleiades all year round. I mean, they're all there.
Right. They're
All
just in
they
different
do is
positions in the sky.
rotate. They rotate like a clock. It's the swastika.
That's it. Which is logically impossible
I
if
can't see a
we're looking
Pleiades
at
all year.
stars. Say
Who
again?
the fuck is Bill Shackleton? And who are you talking to, dude?
Bill is one of our guys that likes to come in and hang out and ask questions.
Yeah. What's he talking about? Nobody can prove shit. Start proving shit.
I don't know. They lost me in chat.
I don't think any of us here are here to prove anything. We're here to
Yeah,
introduce
dude.
topics. I mean, because there's only so much you can prove with just words. So it's up to you to go out and look at this stuff. It's not our job.
I think this is the first time Flat Earth's even been mentioned all night. I mean, the Earth's flat. I mean, what else is there to say? So, you know.
Yeah, I think Bill Shackleton likes spoon feeding.
Oh
He
man.
He said wanker. Is he a Scotsman?
It must be a Brit.
Well, yeah, of course.
Bloody wankers.
I,
The rain is flat. The Earth is spherical.
what? Water's flat. Water's level. All right, let's see.
Can Chris post in chat now?
Let me
Yeah.
see here.
I already
Did he
said that.
try?
Trying now.
Yeah, you can.
Hey there.
Oh, there he is. Good. All right. Yay.
Hey, Antonio and Chris and Niall, did y'all hear the other night when I was reading the Jesuit oath to the Pope?
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's
sickening. It's blood. It's a blood ritual. They stab a dagger
Ooh.
right above their heart to
Wow.
write their name in blood and shit. And they pledge allegiance to the Pope to be a spy and to fucking we're all the enemies basically, and for the enemies to cut in fetuses out of women's fucking wombs and then smash the infant's head on the wall. Like, I mean, it's
Wow.
out there.
Lovely.
Where'd you find that one at?
I heard them mention it on another radio show, and then I pulled it up, and I actually I read it, man. It's long too, but here, let's just say, look, okay, this is the superior talking to my son. Therefore, you have been taught to act the dissembler. Okay, among Roman Catholics to be okay. You've been taught to insidiously plant the seeds of jealousy and hatred between communities, provinces, states that were at peace, to plant these seeds to peaceful nations and incite them to deeds of blood, involving them in war with each other, and to create revolutions and civil wars in countries that were independent and prosperous. Sounds a little like America, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Cultivating the arts and sciences and enjoying the blessings of peace, to take sides with the combatants and act secretly with your brother Jesuit, who might be engaged on the other side, but openly opposed to that which you might be connected. Only the church might be the gainer in the end, the conditions fixed in the treaties for peace, and that ends justify the means. You've been, next paragraph, you have been taught your duty as a spy to gather all statistics, facts, information, and your power from every source, to integrate yourself into the confidence of the family circles of the Protestants and heretics of every class and character, as well as the merchants and bankers and lawyers, schools and universities, parliaments, legislatures. For the Pope's sake, whose servants we are unto death. I'm like skipping a little bit there, but without the shedding of blood, no man can be saved. Therefore, to fit yourself for the work and make your own salvation sure, you will, in addition to the former oath of obedience to your order and allegiance to the Pope, repeat after me. Well, I don't have to keep reading this.
Wow.
Oh, but listen to what they pray to. Okay. Now in the presence of Almighty God, the Blessed Virgin Mary, and the Blessed Michael the Archangel, Saint John the Baptist, apostles, da 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 da. It keeps going on. Pontiff Paul the Third, and, and my holy and the ghostly Father, the Supreme General of the Society of Jesus. That's their ultimate pledge, is to the ghostly Father. That don't sound a lot like God to me.
Yeah, it sounds like they really like Jesus and his message.
Man. Hold on, let me just read the bad part, really. Okay. Oh, I do further promise and declare that I will have no opinion or will of my own, or any mental reservation whatsoever, even as a corpse or cadaver, but will unhastingly obey each and every command that I may receive from my superiors in the militia of the Pope of Jesus Christ. And you wonder how they could keep a lie from us, huh? You know what I mean? These people are into some shit. They don't. We are their enemies. They could lie very easily. Let's see. This is the part. Okay, I'll just read this part. I promise and declare that I will, with opportunity present, make and wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, Protestants and liberals, as I am directed to do, and exterminate them from the face of the whole earth, and that I will spare neither age, sex, or condition, and that I will hang, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive these infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women, and crush their infants' heads against the wall, in order to annihilate forever their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisoned cup, the strangulating cord, the steel of the penord, or the leadened bullet, regardless of honor, rank, dignity, and authority to the person or person, whatever may be their condition in life. I mean, geez, it goes on, and then they do the ritual at the end. And this is for like, this is the Jesuit oath of induction. Given, it's right here. The following is a Jesuit oath of induction given to high-ranking Jesuits only. Yeah,
So the Pope gave this oath.
The Pope or one of his superiors. This is to move up in rank.
Yeah,
like
no, I
to
mean
the top
the
ranks.
Pope, the Pope right now is from the Jesuit order, so he
Oh
must.
yeah. Fuck yeah. No, this is exactly what these people believe, man. They are not what they appear on the outside. Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Absolutely,
Man.
and not only this, but their meaning for the word heretic doesn't mean pagan, Wiccan, Druid. It means non-believer in the Catholic Church.
And it means anybody that doesn't believe in the Pope or is opposed to the Pope, or anybody that's neutral, just chilling.
Yeah, and these are the guys who brought us the globe.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So these guys know that they're working for the dark side.
They had to have sold their souls long ago. I mean, to even
it's
this shit.
Souls aren't real.
You know what's
what
interesting?
I mean? It could be proverbial as well, dude. For your sake.
You know what's interesting? That
Amen.
documentary I linked to earlier about Islam shows how some of the Muhammad was influenced by a element of the Catholic Church, like interpreting his visions from the cave and stuff. So it seems to be that Islam was created at first, or maybe still is controlled to a certain extent by the Catholic Church.
Well, one of the things it says in the Quran is that when you are being persecuted, relocate with the Christians, because The Christians are persecuted, and people will persecute them instead of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I have a thing with religion, with the construction of religion. If you look back at the Jewish part of the Old Testament, so you have Abraham giving orders and saying that they're going to get Israel, until people start seeing through Abraham's shit and stop obeying his orders, and then he says, right, that's it. God has said he's not going to give you Israel now. It's like, dude, this is really transparent. This is a guy who's manipulating the people around him.
And not only the Old Testament, but if you look on Encyclopedia Judaica, I mean, they openly state that their most holy book is what's called the Babylonian Talmud, and there's some pretty sick stuff in that too.
Yeah.
Not as sick as the Jesuit thing was there, but I mean, it's pretty close. You know, it's saying that a Jew is allowed to steal from non-Jews and lie and
Yeah.
and all that too. So, but you know, the only thing that the only religion that I've researched that I haven't seen that shady stuff is the New Testament. I mean, there's really nothing bad in it. It's all good stuff to me. So I don't know.
Tammy Baker, is that good stuff?
I'm sorry?
Jim and Tammy Baker, Rick Warren, that's good stuff to you?
Who's Tammy Baker and Rick Warren?
Well, Rick Warren has the biggest Christian church on TV, I think, in the world right now. They consult him when they're running for president, so he's somebody big.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying like every Christian. I'm just saying there's a version of Christianity if you interpret what Jesus taught and all that stuff.
Yeah, the actual New Testament you're talking about, aren't you? Not about people who say they follow the New Testament.
Exactly.
He
Yes.
said about 20 words, man. That's where I'm at. And he said about 20 words, maybe. I mean, you know, it's just these people writing down a bunch of laws and a bunch of rules and what God said. These are men that wrote those down. I mean, that's just where I'm at.
Did y'all catch my spiel on the true meaning of the golden rule? Do unto others as you'd have them do unto you?
No.
Man, I wish I knew what video it was in, but it was like 45 minutes. I explained how
I missed some stuff.
This is overlaid like Adobe Photoshop, and it's all the same. We all have the same inner voice. And we all live. There's only one person. There's only one driver of the car, and they drive one at a time. Okay, but I experience even your life, you know, birth to death. But I get the luxury of not knowing that at this time. So, like, if I punch you in the face, I'm actually going to feel that later on, you know. But those lives have been blended into one, you know, if you know what I mean.
Do you know what, Ace?
I need to do a video to explain it fully, but I was shown this kind of stuff. But, yeah, what's up?
Sorry, Ace, do make a video, but I've got something that you might want to look at and include because it totally supports what you're saying. Have you heard of the Falun Gong or the Falun Dafa?
No, I don't think so.
This is it's illegal in China. Okay, the government is completely against it. It's a philosophical movement that was started by a guy who's a nuclear physicist. Now, this guy came from Kung Fu and from, you know, all the Chinese mysteries. And he basically put together all the different thoughts from the different mysteries, the different Chinese philosophies, put them all together and basically joined them with physics. Now, what he says is, if you take atoms and you consider them to be balls, okay? So imagine that there's a thin gel that can be that you can be soaked in, okay, and then have all the atoms teleport out. That gel, the shape that gel has, that's the more true you. The atoms are things that are replaced. And he explains that when you use your body to strike another person, you're giving some of that human energy to that person. So
That's
you're giving them damage, but you're also giving them some of your actual humanity.
Hey, remember the
And,
old fighting games?
Yeah,
When
no,
you
but
when you would block punches and stuff or get hit, you actually like gain another energy bar that helps
yeah,
you do like a special move. Yeah, there you go.
yeah, but this guy, look into him, Ace. You'll like him. It's like he's barred from China. He lives in the US. And he's published papers and stuff, but he's the head of this freaking movement that you cannot exchange money, you can't pay for any learning, you're not allowed to charge for any learning. Have you guys really not heard of the Falun Gong?
No, I've heard of it. I'm not very well read in it, or.
Well, you can download, the books have been translated into all, like, loads of different languages, and you can download them for free. The guy's explaining basically how to, in the physical way, be a more spiritual being, be a healthier, happier, more tolerant guy. And the Chinese government detests this guy. They detest him because in China, whenever an empire has been brought down, it's been from a philosophical movement. And this guy has got a philosophical movement going where thousands of his followers, well, thousands of the followers of what he's explaining, basically encircled the holy city in China. They encircled it, and the security agencies were like, where the fuck have these people come? They're all dressed in yellow pajamas, and like 10,000 of them surrounded the city and demanded to speak to the freaking prime minister. It's like, what the fuck? It's crazy shit, but you never hear about it because the powers that be don't want people to know that, you know, we actually have power. Our actions have meaning.
I've seen, man, what year was this? Because they must have reenacted it, but the yellow pajama people.
Yeah.
I've seen that. What were that? What? It's like almost like cult.
Yeah, it's
Sorta.
like a cult, but they have no leader. They don't exchange money. It's practiced either in groups or in private. It's like a cult that doesn't actually have the cult element to it.
Well, yeah, just the fact that they're very communal, like.
Well, they can do, you can do it however you want. It's basically it's the practice of it is like a mixture between qigong and yoga. Actually, it's more like tai chi. It's a really simple thing, but your intention has to be correct, your meaning, the things you want to send out. It's all to do with peace and tolerance. And the Chinese government have made it illegal to practice, even though some of its ministers have been caught, because you're not allowed to lie. So when they've been asked, do you practice Falun Gong? They have said yes. They send them to fucking psychiatric hospitals and harvest their organs. Yeah, because these guys are ultra freaking healthy. Here in the UK we have Chinese people in Chinatown that go out with flyers trying to bring awareness to what the Chinese government is doing to practitioners of Falun Gong, because it's not a fighting art.
No.
Yeah, so they're not allowed to hit, you know, they're not allowed to offer resistance. It's crazy.
Sounds kind of like Christianity a little bit, or the actually
like the original version of Christianity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn the other cheek.
But it sinks in with what you were saying, Ace, because he explains the same thing, the consciousness aspect of it. He's explaining that doing something bad to another human being is exactly, you don't know how much bad you're doing to yourself through that action. So it's a case of being conscious of how you treat the world outside, and this consciousness basically propagates
Yeah.
where other people understand that being nasty to someone is not a good thing to do. Is the equivalent to being nasty to yourself. And he links it with things like freaking cancer. He says people that have a certain type of personality where they react a certain way to a certain type of stimulus, like being disappointed, they get bitter, they develop a certain type of cancer. People who get
Yes.
angry. Do you know,
It's
this
true.
guy...
And like women that, there's certain types of like moms that are overprotective and they just care a lot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They end up getting breast cancer. Those are the ones that
Yeah.
get breast cancer.
Yeah.
More
Because
likely, of course.
Yeah, because of the imbalance. There's an imbalance, and it's all about balance, peace, tranquility, benevolence. It's basically it's a really good thing, and there might be practitioners in your local town. They always practice in the town centre on a Sunday, and it's free. You're not allowed to be charged for anything or charge anybody.
Do they will they teach you like and
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, yes. It's they're not allowed to refuse. I mean, it's not just it's not a case that they're not allowed to refuse. They understand that refusing is not a kind gesture.
Well, the thing is, I understand that your consciousness is also theirs, and it's just not at that stage to recognize what they know, and it's almost like you pity them, but not pity, but you know what I mean. You want to help them, just like we want to help people know that there's a flat Earth, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Have you ever done it, or Falun Gong? Have you ever practiced it?
I have, yeah. In fact, you can find the whole series of the whole moves. It's a series of moves, a bit like Tai Chi. You can find them on YouTube. They're all there. They're all free. You can do them. They're very simple moves, but part of what you're supposed to do whilst you're doing the moves is contemplating certain thoughts. So if you stretch your arm out and up and to the right, and then you relax. And what you're doing is you're pulling in energy and then relaxing negative energy away from you, relaxing it and wishing it well. You know, it's weird. I've also done Tai Chi and some Qi Kung and various different, Chinese martial arts. It's very like the martial arts, but there's no fighting element to it.
Yeah. What about like judo, where you're using their movements sort of against them, and you move out of the way?
Yeah, like judo and aikido.
Can they do that? Or are they just supposed to take a punch?
They're really supposed to take a punch and ask the other person to consider what they're doing.
Perfect. That's like straight Christianity, like to the extreme.
It's
the
like
real.
It's just like the original Christianity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then you just shock them. You might shock them out of their senses. It's almost like trying to save even just one more person, like enlighten one more person by, you might take that punch, but they might be enlightened afterwards.
Yeah.
Because, you try to fight somebody and they're not fighting back and they're taking punches, you might even back off. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, your heart's going to sink. There's also a psychological element to it where if somebody's attacking you and you don't react the way they're expecting you to react, you cause cognitive dissonance in their brain and you snap them out of the violence. And the people like conflict resolution programs teach how... I used to work in mental health, by the way, guys. So we have certain courses that we go to, and you're taught how to de-escalate situations. So there's misdirection and there's engagement, and they're the two basic branches. So you can misdirect or basically engage, as in say to the guy or the woman, "Are you okay? Are you sure you wouldn't rather have a cup of tea than throw that chair through the window?" There's
True.
like actually engage with them, and and it works. It snaps the circuitry that's caught on a loop, which is basically what most mental health problems are. It veers the circuitry away. It kicks it back into a more normal functioning. And the same in fighting.
Yeah, what do you think about these people that harness their chi for martial arts, where they're stabbing spears in their neck and
yeah, the
just
hard qi kung.
But see, I've heard some of the masters, once they get up there and they're really learning, like these dudes are doing shit like making a tiger claw that actually scratches a surface,
Yeah.
far away from them, and throwing energy and blowing people back. Like, I mean, that shit's real. And I'm almost wondering if it's the same thing as like the Satanists that can make themselves levitate in secret. I'm not saying the TV magicians do that.
Not real.
Some of them may, but you're really not supposed to show those kind of powers out in the open. It's supposed to be subtly and in darkness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
But the one guy kind of got freaked out, and he wrote a book about it, about this Buddha supposed master with harnessing all this fucking chi. I mean, you could break baseball bats on his head, and
yeah,
that chi shit is real. When I meditate or I used to astral project a lot.
yeah, you said it was.
What I like to do actually is a stage before you actually astral project, the kind where you're not sleeping, you're actually like, conscious, but you gotta lay perfectly still. You will start to harness energy in your body. It feels like you took ecstasy, and you can move that energy around, from your toe. Even you can move it outside of your body, but you still feel it. You can bring it like back into your chest and head, and that's like the beginning stages. But I kind of like to just sit there and do that. It's fucking awesome. But
let me tell you a quick story.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So I meet this lady who's trying to set up an organization, a social organization to help people learn about natural health and various different elements. So I've met this lady, and we're walking to a cafe. Now, we're walking past a place where there's a small opening between the buildings that's about as wide as a normal doorway. Yeah, and we're chatting, and I don't know why, but as we're getting to this gap between the buildings, which I wasn't aware was actually there in the first place, my hand just goes out in front of me with my fingers stretched out just gently, and a guy walks round this opening really fast. My fingers touch the center of his chest. By the time my hand is flat on his chest, he has stopped completely and breathes out this huge sigh of relief. And it's like, what the fuck happened there? Now, if I'd not put my hand out, he would have walked straight into me and hard. And my hand just went, and poof, it just stopped as if I'd had a freaking Akira shield or something. And it just, boom, stopped, relaxed, and looked at me like, oh, thanks, man.
That's a lot like Reiki energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was like, what the hell? That's only happened to me a couple of times in my life, but it's always completely unconscious.
It's really your intent. Like, think about this. When something falls off the table and you grab it, like perfect, like a phone or a drink or something, and you're like, man, I couldn't do that if I tried, But it was that it's the very reason you just said I couldn't do that if I tried is why you can't do it if you tried. Because there's that level of doubt. It's when you have perfect focus and like you're not even thinking about it. That's when you can do amazing stuff.
And like perfect relaxation, perfect mind relaxation, where you're not expecting or pondering or questioning, where it's
do it.
Yeah.
Just like a pitcher in Major League Baseball, they're not thinking, oh, I'm gonna throw a strike right here. You know, it just happens. You know, if you've ever played darts or even pool, but darts is a better example. When you're aiming at the dartboard, man, you can't hit shit. It's like when you just go up there and you just know where you're gonna hit, and it's almost like you're just throwing into the wind, but you're not. It's
It's like
it's that intent.
like bowling as well, where you're pulling your arm back, and before your arm's gone past your hip, you know that that's a strike. You know it's a strike coming, and you let go of the bowl. You turn around, you hear the pins fall, and you've got a strike.
You guys ever play video poker?
Yes, why you can do that with that too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've always been like kind of what do you call it, clairvoyant. But I've used chi before, and I've also astral traveled twice. This is where we keep doing all this same stuff. It's just like, wow, this is crazy. But anyway, yeah, on the poker machines. In my state, they legalized them, and people are literally broke everywhere off playing them. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Shit, that's awesome.
And I couldn't lose. I never did. I mean, it's just fucking unbelievable. I mean, once in a while just go play them, and I always win. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know how, but I see the patterns, or I know how to stop the machines. And I have all these techniques I used, and they kind of caught on. But I mean, I don't even know how much I won back in the day. I mean, I just got tired of it. You know what I mean? But I never lost. Like seen people just lose their fucking ass. I mean, I can't even believe it. But it's just one of those things. I mean, it's just. Have you ever done a thing like where you spin a needle or like say a coin on a string and just hold it and try to spin it or whatever, not move your hand, you know what I mean? Yeah, we used to do all kinds of crap when we were kids like that, you know what I mean? Because there was movies that made you think about, powers we've lost, and there's something to it. I mean, on the chi thing, now see, I wouldn't be, the way I learned it, I'm not relaxed. I learned it in jiu-jitsu and karate, and so I'm all tensed up when I do the chi that I've done, but it's real. I mean, it's like a percussion that comes after your strike, or a second before. Anyway, it's separate from your strike, but it's still there with your fist. And it's, it's pretty amazing. My teacher had the record. He had a record like he hit something 11 times in 1 second, and then he broke his world record. I think when I was there, it was 18 times in 1 second. That's a lot of hits, man.
Yeah. It gives the guy doing the arguing longer to think about what he was arguing about in the first place.
But this guy, all he ever did, he came from here and then he went and got big time elsewhere and then came back here to retire and then started again. He's wrote books all over. I saw his books when I was a kid, and then all of a sudden there he was in my hometown. His name's John LaTourette. He's a doctor, and I think he's a 12th degree or something like that. All of his belts are on the wall. And he's old now. He's probably 70 now, but I took karate from like 15 years ago, and one of his guys underneath him, it was a state champion. And, I mean, the chi's real, man. This little guy's 5 foot tall, and man, he's like, he could kick anybody's ass just by hitting them once. It would make you'd be out of wind. I mean, you know what I mean? Like getting hit in football or something. I mean, he could do that just with an open hand.
Yeah. Well, this is the weird thing about the Falun Gong that I was talking about before, is that these guys, even though we were talking about are they allowed to punch back and all this, they don't fight. So the whole point of the martial arts is to stay alive, to not get killed.
Well, it depends on what kind you are. It's just like anything else. There's a bunch of different kinds of martial arts.
Yeah. But like generally, it's self-defense, isn't it? These guys.
Kung Fu's actually kind of aggressive. So is jiu-jitsu. Karate is pretty. It's defensive, but it's kind of defend and kill. Defend and kill. That's karate. Karate's like a real monotone two movement type of thing. It's real cool, but it's like a Model T versus say a Kempo karate mixed with jiu-jitsu kind of thing with Kung Fu. It's kind of a hard to beat. You take all the good things out of all of them, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's pretty formidable, but it won't stand up against a 45. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what's this called? I want to write that down.
Falun Gong, Falun.
Gee, how you spell the gong?
Like gong or kung.
Okay.
You'll find it, and you can download the books, PDF format and whatever.
Do you do this all the time?
No. This is it's kind of labor intensive. It's something you have to do. Well, you don't have to do it. Do it as much as you want, but if you're the kind of person that has the time and the ability to meditate regularly, then you might as well do this, because you can do the two at the same time.
I actually think I met somebody that did it like about in April, and he was a real strange bird, but he was quite intelligent. But I think I seen the things you described looked exactly like it, and plus I remember him saying it. It didn't. I think that's it. The gong part seems pretty familiar.
Yeah. Well, gong just means practice. It just means like pastime or practice or labor. It's a word that has loads of different meanings.
I know, but it gave me recognition to the fact that I had seen this. You know, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
This guy was totally like, I don't know, he looked like he was pretty physically fit, skinny-wise, you know, just skinny as a rail and just really, you know, Buddhist-looking type guy.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that you say it's meditation and like a martial art kind of, because every time I've tried meditating before, it's hard for me to still my mind and like not think of things, you know?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, this guy, the guy that put this together, is an intelligent guy, and just have a look at what he's written. Just, you know, absorb the information that he gives out. Question it. He urges you to question it anyway, and just see what you think. Whenever I've done it, it's a really simple thing, and you know, it really is really simple, and you feel, you know, kind of mellow about it. It's no big deal.
Have you found that most different sources still there's one version of it, or like is there a lot of variation, like, or do you have a trusted source that you could recommend? Or
it's the main guy, I forget his name because it's Chinese, but if you go to the Falun Gong, or if you go on YouTube later on, have a look at Falun Gong. Everybody does the same series of moves. They're not complicated moves. You don't have to be really flexible or strong or anything. It's just a case of doing a series of moves that are really simple, and that's it. But the main focal point of it is the thoughts that you're engaging with. But when you look at the videos, they're telling you what you're visualizing, what you're contemplating, and it's easy. It's almost too easy for the results.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, if any of you have looked into transcendental meditation, you have to pay a freaking fortune to get trained into it and, you know, receive your mantra and all of these things. This is like, this just cuts out all that shit and arrives at the same place.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing that really pisses me off about all these different spiritual paths or whatever. It just seems like everybody charges an arm and a leg for everything. So it's just like, oh, well, if I go down this one and it's not right, I just wasted so much, and you know.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the things about this this whole Falun Gong thing, is that there's no exchange of money.
Yeah.
At all. It's because it, like it explains, money and the how much people dedicate to money. Most people don't gather money from doing a job that they cherish. Most people gather money from doing something they feel they have to, as a duty, to provide for the family.
So you get some negative energy attached to it or something.
That's it. So yeah, it's just so, it's very well thought out. And here in the UK, a friend of mine still practices Kung Fu, and his teacher, he went to China a few years ago, and he mentioned to his teacher and his teacher's master about the Falun Gong, and he said both of them, who are really mellow guys, you know, really nice guys that he respects, both of them said that man is a charlatan, and became really violent about it. And he was surprised. He's like, whoa, what the hell is this reaction? He wasn't expecting that reaction. They call him a terrorist in China. And I think basically he's just cutting through a lot of the crap. The different schools of Kung Fu have, you know, they have this type of chi and that type, and he just says, no, guys, it's all the same thing, and this is how you do it.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
So yeah, you said you have a hard time stilling your mind.
Yeah.
Like you have just dumb shit thoughts that just pop in.
Exactly.
Oh god, I used to be that way when, about 8 years ago. Until I had, I guess it was a Kundalini awakening, but the main takeaway from that is I can just sit here and just think of nothing. It's fucking awesome. But there is a technique, like, you know, if you're laying there and a thought comes in, actually pay attention to that thought for a little bit, and then just start doing a breathing exercise afterwards. And it's resisting those thoughts that makes more come. It's
right.
Your subconscious is trying to get a hold of you in like the only way it knows how. So when you pay attention to that, you don't have to stay on it and get sidetracked, but actually kind of recognize it, say, okay, that's what this was, and then it'll go away easier instead of trying to ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, when you say Kundalini experience, you just mean like feeling the energy going up and down your spine, or?
No, I had a 5-month Kundalini awakening, like full blast.
What is that?
The energy raises all the way up the chakras into the crown, like basically, essentially, in if you were to say physical terms, it'd be sort of like pineal gland dumping DMT into your body constantly.
And what do you think was the impetus for that experience?
Why it happened is I was seeking answers. I was meditating a lot, and I was reading about I think the thing that set it off, because it happened to my cousin too, is we're looking at DMT, the spirit molecule, the book.
Yeah, I actually own that book. I read it.
It's awesome. Yeah. And just even thinking about DMT and reading about it will make your pineal gland produce more. Just like thinking about lucid dreaming, you might have a lucid dream. But there's some exercises with vibrating your head in certain ways, with saying certain, you know, like all that. But that's kind of weak sauce. There's one where you say the word they, and you extend the TH part and put emphasis on it, and you'll find the right vibration. Like you'll actually feel it in your head vibrating, but you go they, you know what I mean? So really it's the main thing is you're just going, you know, with your tongue on the back of your teeth, and over a little bit of time, you'll get the right vibration. But you only do that for like a couple minutes, a couple times a day max, and probably by the third or fourth day, it was happening. But it just so happened about a week before that, I got saved basically at work by Jesus, you know, from this dude.
Yeah.
He's like, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I was really setting off to, you know, see God one way or another, you know what I mean? And by golly, he showed himself to me in with miracles, synchronicities. Me and 15 people were in a backyard, and the stars started moving just because I said that the stars can move, because I was reading it in the Bible.
Yeah.
And the naysayers on here are probably going to write that shit all off or think I'm lying, but I really don't give a shit what you think. So, but yeah, there was miracles upon miracles, and the universe was talking to me. I was having vast amounts of information just kind of like downloaded into my head. I had no desire to sleep. I might sleep like 3 hours a day, but I'd always naturally wake up at the crack of dawn, go outside and just, and by the way, everything else, like everything in the world looked like it was in Technicolor, like more vivid, and I just felt, that complete oneness. And then for about 2 weeks, I had like almost pure God consciousness. And I'll tell you what, it's burdensome. If you could just imagine what it means to be God, which is the one and only, like fully connected and all knowing, the only drawback to that is loneliness, because there's no surprise. And that's why we're here. It's, in my opinion, the meaning of life is just to have a conversation with someone and not know what the fuck they're going to say. It's the fact that our all-knowingness has been cut off, and it's actually a gift. And we're here developing different personalities, I think, so that in the end there will be all these different people that are all, fractures of God. They're all our God, but it's just kind of hard to explain right now. But
it's weird that you say the God consciousness is loneliness, because I was praying the other day, and I was feeling pretty lonely in my life right now, just because I don't have a whole lot of connections going on.
Yeah.
And I was just asking. I was like, "Do you ever feel?" I was asking God. I was like, "Do you ever feel lonely?" And like as soon as I said that, it was like I had like a Kundalini experience. I mean, it doesn't sound as vivid as yours, but like I started getting like it was like it was like, yeah, he gets lonely. Like I think that's why he created us.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
And that's why we're higher than the angels.
Yeah.
The angels are all like programmed robots in a way.
Right.
They do what they do, and God knows exactly what they would say. It'd be like, oh shit. But here's my example of why you don't want to be God and have all the knowledge. Have you ever had a Game Genie for Nintendo back in the day? Or
yeah, it's like cheating. Yeah, I know.
What does it do? It's fun for like 10 seconds, and then
Yeah.
the game is ruined and you never play it again.
Right.
So, actually, the lack of knowledge is the luxury here. They say ignorance is bliss, and there's a reason for that. I'm not saying to just lack knowledge. I mean, it's not the end-all, be-all. That's not why we should be here, and that's not what we should be focusing on.
Yeah.
Unless for some reason you just really, really enjoy it. So. But it's really not. And the more knowledge you have, the more depression and sadder you'll be.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about just like knowing math and all that. I'm talking about that pursuit of knowledge, because you'll never know it all, because we're not meant to. And that's a good thing. And I was actually, I felt like eternity, it was perfectly fine. I could live like that forever, but it just had that undertone of, I kind of don't like this. Like, I don't like this feeling. It's real manic and just, I don't know how to describe it, but talking to people and knowing what the fuck they're going to say, that was happening to me. And I was getting glimpses like the whole fucking universe is just scripted. It's almost like I have no control over what I'm saying. I might think I have free will, so I think there's some sort of combination of free will, because looking down from the fourth dimension, all possibilities anyways.
It's free or it's not.
I'm trying to explain that. So looking down in the fourth dimension, you have the possibility, all possibilities, and you know them all. But the free will part comes into the choosing one of those paths.
So
But
it's all
that
scripted,
path
but we
was
can
all
choose
scripted.
between different scripts.
Yeah, pretty
Well, the thing,
much. Yeah. I'm not sure, man. I'm still torn on this. The more I come down to the gravity of the world, you know what I mean? Like down here in 3D, it
Yeah.
seems more and more like, yes, we have free will. When I'm up there, like freaking total psychic type shit, it's like, is there, because I couldn't talk to people for more than 10 or 15 minutes. I hated that feeling, like knowing what they're going to say and just being so connected to the one. It was, it was interesting, I'll tell you that much.
Can you tell
can I
me?
just?
Oh, go
So,
ahead. Sorry.
sorry, I've got something for you in a second, but Ace, can I just ask you something?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with what you're explaining, not to the same degree, but where you say that you get to the point where you realize that it's scripted.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the harder side of the God consciousness, where you're aware of things,
Yeah.
and to other people or even to yourself or to me, when you can detach from that and
Yep.
go back to the world where you don't know what the script is,
Yep.
you realize that whether it's scripted or not, your inner thoughts, your choices that you're making that you think are completely free of your own volition, whether they're scripted or not, your engagement with those thoughts is basically what guides you and what draws the picture for the God being. Is the experience that you're having.
Yeah,
But when
and here's one thing. I never really got the feeling that I myself was scripted. I always had the feeling I was making these choices, but the people around me and the thing, especially the people around me seemed like I just knew what they were going to say, almost scripted, like scripted for my reality. But yes,
yeah,
I made the choice to get into that situation. That was a choice, but the people, because I chose that path, they were already like pre-programmed, ready to go. If
yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
It's kind of difficult to explain, but I don't know. I think I did a halfway decent job. I hope.
No,
Yeah.
I was tracking.
But and then you get the feeling also of the same consciousness throughout everybody, and whatever's powering my body right now, and that my consciousness. Let's just say when I die, my eyes close forever. I will actually live as you. You know, that consciousness will live as you, and I'll experience everything you do, and so on for everybody. Remember, we're talking about eternity. It's no
Yeah.
big task to do that. Um, so that's kind of like the ride, and I think it keeps going. And
Yeah.
but you get to live forever. I'm not sure, but I don't know about all the what happens after death part. I didn't get nothing about that. I'm just saying now. But there is a universal consciousness. I'll just call it God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, there is that's separate from us. However, it is us. But we're like a tentacle.
Right.
And
Nope.
those.
Can I just?
Nope. Of course not, dude.
So, Smedley, this is for you. You said that you've been feeling a bit disconnected. So I wanted to point out that you're actually connected here. We're all connecting with you here.
Sure.
So there's like the physical proximity to people. That's just one aspect. You can talk to somebody on the phone, and it's very similar to them being there. But the second thing you said, when you were meditating, that you have the thoughts interrupting your relaxation. So I wanted to say two things. and Ace pointed this out. It's the struggle that keeps you from being able to relax. If you have a thought pop into your mind, if you don't struggle, if you don't object to the thought, and you think, "Oh, hello, thought," and you kind of play with it and you let it relax. You don't mind and you don't struggle with the thoughts. You'll be able to relax much better and to meditate much better. But the other thing, and this is, Ace, I had a very similar experience to what you're talking about. But this is something that I realized afterwards. Okay, what happened to both you and me, and I'm now saying this for you, Smedley, is that basically we said we want to know, and boom, everything comes, and it's like, whoa, this is too much and it's too freaking heavy. But you don't have to take everything. You can say, I want to know peace. I want to know a specific sense, and have just that sense. If you don't qualify what you want to know, it's like, okay, well, there you go, take it, and you've got more than you can chew. So I'm saying for Smedley, you can make a decision. You can use your meditation to figure out what you'd like to experience. And if you want to experience a type of feeling, you'll experience that. If you want to experience a type of situation or life event.
One other thing I just have to add real quick. So you are like on this journey of meditating and trying to kind of, enlighten yourself, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
There's a reason you're being disconnected from people and things. It's because you have to lose all of it, even your own mother, to get past. That's what Jesus says in the Bible. You have to disown your own family. He didn't mean it quite like that, but he means you have to have no attachments, and you have to be truly, you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so that's what's happening, and it's just a way for, because before this happened, I lost my girlfriend, and it's like a freak of nature how her attitude just changed. It was almost like unnatural, like something just possessed her, almost like a demon or something, and just became another person. And I couldn't understand why, but kind of think
bitches be trifling, man.
They do trifle, but this one, it was different.
It's weird that you say that, because I kind of went through something similar just recently. There's a girl I know, and she just treated me like 180 degrees of what my intuition tells me she is as a person. I don't know. Huh.
But yeah, it was all put here. I'm not saying it's all scripted, that was a feeling, but it's all put there for your development. We're all here to develop our personalities, and you know what I mean? So there's periods like right now where you're trying to focus on this enlightenment. You can't, even if you tried. And there was a period where I could not. I was a great salesman, and I was going through this period of having to lose my attachment to money. I thought I did, but it took this certain thing. So I started tipping people like $40 on a $10 meal, like dumb shit. Just giving money to homeless people, helping people with their cars, like if they're out of gas and shit. Yeah. But I could not make a sale to save my life, dude. And it wasn't because people were saying no. It was all these circumstances where there's like a death in the family, and that's the only reason they were home, or people canceled and blah, blah, blah. So I had to basically live as a broke-ass motherfucker for a little while. And I actually enjoyed it. It was great. I always had what I needed. I'd go buy a scratch-off, $40, tied me over. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But, alright, I'll stop talking. Y'all go ahead.
No, dude, Ace, what you say, I don't know if you realize just how much significance it has, and how helpful it is to other people.
No, yeah, thank you very much. you provided some very needed insight for me right now.
Yes, sir.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Smedley, about this woman who had this 180 turnaround, that everybody has life situations that they don't discuss with the world. Now we don't know, you don't know, and part of the anguish comes from not knowing why somebody is behaving a certain way. Now it could be an inner struggle that she's having with something. It could be that she's waking up and she can't handle it. There's a myriad reasons for what's causing her behavior, but it's almost like you have to not help that behavior, but you have to completely allow it, because not allowing it is like is like retarding her growth, you know.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just have to let go. You have to just say, okay, good luck to you.
Yeah.
And when you do that, if you've had any kind of negative feeling, in terms of feeling unloved or disrespected or whatever, if you actually deep down in your soul wish them well, you have this sense of peace, and you start seeing yourself, and you think, yeah, it's okay, and you realize that it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so wish her luck.
Yeah, I've pretty much come to that conclusion already. I mean, because I've already fought the battles in my own mind with her,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
and then that's just too taxing on my soul. So I could only keep that up for so long.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And it's another lesson learned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, guys, I'm gonna have to call it a night. To get some sleep and get on with things, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, for sure.
Anytime, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Ace. It's been great.
Cool, man.
See you all later.
Alrighty. Good morning. Or what? Yeah. Take it easy.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here.
Right.
Oh God.
Yeah. Right. See you all later, and good luck to everyone.
Alrighty.
Peace, brother.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take off too, guys. So nice chatting with you. Thanks again,
man.
Ace.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Peace.
Have a good one.
Okay, good night.
Oh, Cynthia, you're there too?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, cool. Cool. Who else? We got Chris, Dan, Con,
Yeah, I'm still here.
the 2 Live crew. Yeah, I sent a link out into chat. Ron, if you're there, someone was saying you need a link. Somebody called me a shit dick on a comment. It was David Quintana.
Oh shit, Dick.
On what comment? In the
No.
I've never been called one of those, Ace. That's pretty original.
Man. Yeah, fuck him.
is that on like one of our videos?
Not with your dick.
No, it was on another random video. You know how they're on every Flat Earth video, because they love Flat Earth.
Is he a troll? I thought he was a flat earther.
No, he's a fucking troll.
No.
He just doesn't troll, you know?
I'm a flat earther and I'm a troll, I guess, but whatever. I don't troll other people's stuff. I just troll our chat.
I'm gonna invent a new thing. Trolling your own chat. Trolling your own comments.
I do that. Good times. I gotta mute my mic and move around, so I'll be back.
Yeah, man, move around. I don't think people were liking all the talking about some Zen shit, huh? They want to hear Flat Earth. What?
Too bad. We all liked it. You know what I mean? We all liked it. And it's fine, Ace, you're the host. We were all very entertained by it. At least I was.
Well, good. As long as
Yeah,
I
it's good stuff,
entertain
man.
you, then it doesn't matter.
Well, no, I was
People in
amazed
chat.
of all the stories. I mean, you're only 33. To me, that seems like a young kid, but some of your stories are right out of what's happened in my life too. It's amazing. I mean, Ace, it really is amazing. It's a coincidence, one thing, but man, there's just
Man,
a
that's
lot
what's
of weird shit, dude. It's like, wow, I've never heard of the. I mean, I heard of Kundalini like about 2 months ago, but I didn't know exactly what it was until that guy explained it. But the whole astral travel thing, dude. It was like we were big into that when we got out of school and stuff, and trying to learn how to do it, and then finally,
you
you know,
you know what's weird though? After that
that's
whole experience, when I would astral travel, I'd get this like uneasy feeling, like I kind of like I just wasn't supposed to be doing it.
like a near-death feeling. Exactly, dude. It feels like you
Yeah.
come close to dying every
Oh
time.
yeah, yeah. You gotta lose. That's your ego death. Your ego does not want to die. It will try
I
anything.
mean, the tingly feeling in your chest and everything, dude, when you enter your body back again, especially if you've been gone a long time,
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, the
Well,
first time I did it, I don't know how long I was gone. I woke up on the bed 11 hours later, though, dude, and that was
oh
like
yeah.
screwed up.
I've had times where I felt like it was hours, and when I get back, it's only like a couple minutes past. And vice versa. I've had times where it felt like it was real quick, and I think you fall asleep. Like when in that situation, like where I thought it was real quick, and then I woke up. I think I actually fell asleep, started dreaming, then in my dream remembered, oh yeah, I'm trying to astral travel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, this one time, the first time it happened, I was wide awake, and I was fully clothed, sitting on the edge of the bed, and I woke up, later on, just in this pool of sweat. The whole bed was nothing but what. It's just a weird thing. But the second time was, I seen the stars spinning, like you're talking about. You know what I mean? I mean, I seen stars moving around, but I also seen like the impression of three beings up above me, way up above in the sky. It was
We'll
just
see.
very strange.
I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago when I was doing the Kundalini stuff and, driving through overcast rainstorms with a perfect circle of open clouds above me with my top down, like, come on, that's got to be supernatural. That's not a coincidence. Anyways, I after that, I would try astral traveling every once in a while. And, like, while I was doing it, I was just getting this feeling like I shouldn't be doing it. Like, I don't know if it's because I was reading the Bible and people telling me about things like that, or ungodly or whatever, right?
It's the yin to the yang. It is. You can feel it. It's the other side.
Part of me feels like everyone should be able to do it and should. It's a part of us. I can do it. Why shouldn't I? You know what I mean? What's it going against God? I don't really understand it, but then there's a slight part of me, and it wasn't because it was just like slightly evil feeling, but not evil, just it felt like just I shouldn't be doing it. I was just getting a message like, you've done this, you saw what there is to see. It's almost like going back to Disney World 10 times. The 10th time, it's just, eh. Why waste my money here type of thing. I don't know. Anyways, so what's new on the flat earth? What up?
Not much on the flat earth. I gotta get more into that lately. I've been slacking.
Oh my gosh. Oops.
So what's this? What? Oh yeah. What do I have to go see that thing of Roberts? What do I have to put up? I wrote down the second part, but the first part was I need the second. I don't know. Give it to me again.
Who are you talking to? All right, Cynthia, you back? Oh, my
Conate, but what's the secret access? What's that part
That's
say?
it. Yeah, secret access.
Oh, secret access.
Oh,
Okay.
special access. Special access.
Okay, special. That's why it's not the secret. Oh, okay. So what happened? He did it a live show or something tonight, or?
I'm not sure. Cynthia mentioned something about that earlier, I think. But I'm sure it's up there on the channel. What are you doing, Dan? So you're gonna read your script for us, Cock? Oh no, we can't spoil it.
Yeah. We ought to get like some tapes of everybody, like, and you can you splice tapes and do stuff? Can you move them around, do stuff like that?
Yeah.
So if
That's
we
what I
all
was
sent
thinking.
you, we all sent you our part. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And you can put them together on the Nada channel, and we could just make Nada channel all about the spoofs and fucking funny shit. You know, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
That is the plan. Hell yeah.
So yeah, if you
Fun times.
I guess we gotta get together on a script and like actually make a. How long are we gonna do it? Like what? How long do you think is appropriate? Like a 10-minute one or like a 5-minute one? Or...
Shit, 10 minutes is a long time for something like that.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I
Just
mean,
think like a Saturday Night Live type of.
yeah, exactly, huh? So
Shit,
there's
you know.
like what, like about 3 minutes or something.
Yeah, even like anywhere from a minute to freaking 8 minutes, I would say. You know, some of them are pretty long, but I like the idea of like the reoccurring roles and stuff too. You know, like,
Yeah, exactly.
to be
Maybe
continued.
once a week we could have a show. You know what I mean? Everybody's sending their. Cause see, I guess my camera's really cool, dude. Actually, I can just flip it on and tape, and I'm done, dude. I can't even believe it. Here, I've been stressing about my freaking camera battery. I got a much better camera right on the top of my computer. That's how dumb I am, you know. Anyway, so I can make really cool videos now. So I mean, but if everybody just the thing is getting, you know, like the red and green and whatever clothes. If we're gonna do that kind of skit, you know, it might be a thing. I don't know. We need to get together and kind of iron out the details, and I'm sure we can make it funny as hell and just use relevant stuff in the flat Earth and so on, science and whatever. I mean, there's plenty of real material out there to make fun of. That's you know, it's fair game.
How about trying to cure someone from their globe indoctrination, and every time they get the answer wrong, you pull a nipple hair out? It's like, what? Oh, shit.
We could do a spoof of like debunk. We could like debunk, like 3-4 debunkers. You know what I mean? Instead of just debunk the debunkers, we could be like debunk the debunkers. You know what I mean? And we get like that's
debunk the debunkers that debunk debunkers.
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
You're a moron. No.
Nobody gets it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, what was it? Like when I was a kid, it was like Robert Plant goes, "I didn't want to be a parody of a parody." You know, you didn't want to dress like Led Zeppelin and play like Led Zeppelin anymore because all the heavy metal bands were doing it. You know, so 5 years later, he looks just like he used to. He's being a parody of a parody. You know, people do things for money.
Oh, they wouldn't. Let's see. The fuck? Man, I don't know what these people talking about in chat. Oh my goodness. You get them show and sell a video, you tell them.
So yeah, see, this is how it worked. It'd be like, okay, it'd be like a globe version of it, where they're debunking a debunker and you debunk them. It'd be like a triple layer debunking.
Gee. What are these people talking about in the chat? Why don't they come in here and talk about it? Oh, show and sell video? Is that Jim?
Yes, that is Gem Panda. Jeremy.
Why isn't he typing on his regular name?
Because he got banned on Gem Panda.
Banned?
I think
Or timed out?
I don't know.
Who banned him?
I don't know if he got banned.
Oh, man. Oh, thanks, man.
Yo, what's up, people?
Yo.
Where?
Sup?
So everyone,
Shit, man.
you eating some laundry soap yet, Dan?
Yo, I just had 2 little Reese's peanut butter cups.
Oh,
So good.
Dan, why didn't you split one of those with a homeless man?
Yo, I heard you earlier saying you give shit to homeless people, and I appreciate that gesture. I gave food a couple months ago to somebody. She was like, "You got money?" And I was like, "Hey, no, I don't, but I got granola bars. You want a granola bar?"
Dude, one day I bought this lady, and I felt really terrible for her because she had a couple kids out there, and I bought her like it was when I was working, and and I had money and had a crew working for me, and they were all eating a Burger King, so I bought her a bunch of Happy Meals, man. I spent a jang on it, and I brought it back to her, and then her guy walks up, and so they're like a whole family right in the middle of an intersection, right?
jeez.
Dude, when I gave them this like $50 meal for their family, they acted like they were pissed. They said, "Why don't you just give us money? We've already eaten." And I'm like, "Really?" So you never know. I mean, shit happens. And there are people out there.
Nah, man.
There's always two sides to every coin. That's what makes it life.
Give him a bag of pretzels next time.
We would do that when I was driving a sales van around. We'd have like a couple burgers or some shit left over, and people be like hungry and need food, signs and shit. Like, here you go, man. You hold the bag out the window. Like, man, I don't want that shit. I mean, they're rude. They're fucking, they get rude on you. It's like, what? What? Dude, I don't know about all that.
Yo, I was waiting for a train in Philly, and this dude walks up to me. He's like, "Oh, you got any money?" I was like, "Nah, but I got this Nature Valley granola bar." And he's like, "Nah, I don't like that kind." And he walked away.
I don't like that.
Ken, I love you, brother. You're priceless.
I told somebody about it online. They're like extremely liberal feminist, and she said homeless people have preferences too.
What a bitch. Someone needs to cut her tits off.
They have
She
standards.
probably wants that.
Whoa.
She probably wants that anyways. Don't do her a favor. Someone needs to give her breast implants, see how she feels. No! I'm a consumer whore. Man, I tell you.
Dude, what do you guys think about? I mean, what do you think about these shows where you see these murder plots and these local trials in these different places, and you think, "Oh man, I can't believe that happened," and then they go, "He's still awaiting trial." I mean, it's like they go into current shit almost. You know what I mean? They don't even. You could see like stuff from 2014 and 15 all over the TV. It's reruns of real life people fucking up and getting put on. I mean, there's something wrong with that. We've taken cops too far. When that whole show came on the air, I was irritated by it. That bad boys, what you gonna do? Look how it's grown, dude. Nothing but law enforcement TV everywhere you look.
I hate that shit, man.
Yeah.
My cousin used to watch shows about cops and prison and all that kind of shit. Motherfucker's been in jail like twice now.
Really?
Yeah, I think that energy, I think they're priming us for that shit. Because, man, you take on those energies. Like
Desensitizing us. They're desensitizing us, definitely.
Yeah.
Not only that, but you're absorbing the being in prison energy. Like, I have a feeling, like, if you watch that shit all the time, you have a better chance of ending up like that, Just like you watch TV shows about girls with trendy clothes or whatever, whatever, like, girls watch all that shit, and then they end up like that, imitating it. Not on purpose, it's just happens.
It's heartbreaking. They rub it in, they show it all on TV, like, from
Man,
the
fuck
time.
you, Steven. Fuck the fucking fuckers.
You're all a bunch of cunts. that better?
Fucking cunt juice, motherfucker. Drink it. It's healthy. Because we said so.
Get with your borax.
Threw up in my mouth.
Oh, shit.
Stone Fortress is all about these black holes and galaxies.
Yeah, I saw that. I was wanting to talk about that, but I don't know.
Go for it.
Nah, I mean, black holes, like what? They're real as far as theory predicts. And so far,
there you go. There you go. As far as theory.
So far, the theory is backed up. It's not just backed up on speculation. It's so far relativity was just proven with the gravitational wave observation.
Oh, you need to look a little more into that. That's why you're not seeing it in the news lately. There's a reason.
because the news cycle is constantly refreshing to keep people.
It's all good. It's all good. Just check into it, man. There's
I mean,
they've been injecting data.
What do you mean check into it?
They've been injecting data. You know what? Like, how come you never hear, oh, we observed 2 black holes? No. And the team that found that shit didn't publish anything. It was just someone else that knew them or knew of the project that was like, oh, they finally found it. But yet, this facility has been injecting data for results to supposedly test the scientists. So we'll find out shortly if they come clean and admit they injected data, but they never said it's fine. It's all good. They've never published papers about it, and they won't. Because it's never mind. Never mind. I can't. I don't. I'm too tired to get into it. But yeah, black holes have never been observed unless you count the 2 that were observed with this gravitational wave detector. Infrared spectrometer. But yeah. Black holes, won't you come?
Look, listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
We know something that has the mass of the Earth, whether it's flat or spherical, something that we think the mass of the Earth is.
Okay.
We know that it impacts if you look at Earth as as space as the trampoline. So we have the Earth impacting that trampoline in a certain way, indenting the trampoline. Well, just picture something that's way more massive, much more dense, and end up in a black hole, like just going straight down instead of just being a little bowl.
I can imagine black holes.
Me
I'm
too.
saying
So
they've
it's
not
not
observed them.
Right, but it's obviously.
And also this trampoline thing. This trampoline thing is very rudimentary. That's on a flat plane. When you add
It helps you
3
envision
dimensions,
what's happening.
you envision it in 3 dimensions, though. How do you curve space-time in 3 dimensions? You know what I mean?
Translated well on paper to understand it in your mind.
No, that flat plane thing does not translate at all into the 3rd dimension. But yeah, it's a very elementary, very rudimentary way to look at it. You know, for when you first hear about it, but it just doesn't work in 3 dimensions. Where's the spinning axis? Where's the dip? If it's in 3 dimensions, what's it dipping into? You know what I mean? Do you understand what I mean? You put that same ball in the middle of a cube of foam. What does it do then? Where does it dip? It just still dips into 1 dimension.
I put my hand up on your hip.
I dip, you dip. We dip. Black holes dip.
Black hole dip. Sounds like some kind of eggplant.
On that note, guys, it's getting late here. I probably need to call it a night and crash.
Man, you're gonna skedaddle, dude.
Probably do.
Nice to meet you, buddy.
Hey, nice to meet you too, Con. I feel like I kind of know you. I've heard you on here quite a few times already. I think we've missed talking a few times, though.
You need to at least
Times I've been on
change
here.
your. You need to change your icon to the anonymous mask or something. Since
Fucking shit, man. I've been trying to figure out how to change that. Where do you go into under your settings?
it's on Google Plus.
Okay, it's under. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll go under there.
There's little icons you click to upload an image and.
Oh man, I might even just put a real picture out there, you know.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Mine was an accident, Chris. Actually,
Make sure it's Illuminati themed, like one eye showing, or like things like that, or like Yvette's lightning bolt over the eye.
Oh, so more
Yeah.
paranoid stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Shit, we
guys.
don't flash Illuminati signs. We are Illuminati signs.
We are
What's
the
the first?
people.
What's the first rule about Fight Club?
What's Fight Club?
right.
Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah,
Hey,
man. Yeah, we're going. Yep.
All right, take care. See ya.
Yeah.
Toodles.
Thanks, Chris, for coming
All right,
in.
thanks, Cynthia. See ya.
Asshole. Oh wait, he's still there. Oh, there you go.
And now there's just 4 or 5 because we have double aces.
Yeah, I'm here. What? Oh shit. That makes me tired too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't get any sleep last night, huh?
Oh
Couple
yeah,
hours?
that's right. I was wondering why I woke up all fucking crazy. Luckily, I didn't have to work like too long or a job site that people. Oh, check this shit out, okay? So I'm just in there, man. I had to set up fucking barricades and fucking barrels and cones and fucking about 12 signs, and these signs are heavy as shit for basically a 6-hour job. But it took them 2.5 hours just to show up. So I was trying to call their office to see where the fuck the crew is, first of all. And, finally they answer and tell me, oh, it should have been there by now. And then they show up. I'm like, never mind, they're here now. You're right. It should have been here by now, and it's now. But, so they were just digging out a hole in the middle of the street, which was already, they had the cement removed, obviously from another time, and they had a metal plate over it. So they moved the metal plate, kind of dig out some of the dirt to get to this water line to put a pressure tester on it. That's all they were doing. This all took 6 hours. So they basically get done. They tell me they're done. I tell the guys, hey, 30 minutes, be out of here. And then all they had to do was slide the metal plate back over. They fucking went to lunch. Yeah, for 45 minutes. They get back, takes them 1 minute to slide the metal plate on, and then I have to go pick up all the shit. Can you believe that
God.
shit? I'm like, dude, slide the metal plate, then go to lunch.
Yeah.
You could technically just say you're still at work. What the fuck?
Yeah.
This ain't no union. Man, I was pissed, dude.
I bet.
That's milking the clock if they're
That
on
is
some kind of
milking the
clock.
clock.
They could have just done it in reverse order so we could have left. They didn't need, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look, still get paid for your damn lunch. Just slide the fucking plate on it. People just don't have no common sense, man.
Good night, Johnny.
Oh, Johnny Whistles.
Underground
Oh,
Johnny.
yeah.
Yo,
Yeah, good news.
Red Moons in the comments said, would you rather go over the event horizon of a black hole or have mad cow disease?
Man, I think I'd go through the black hole.
I think I'd
I'd
go
try
through the black hole.
I'd try it.
Yeah.
Just give me a parachute. The goggles that do nothing. Somebody actually get that reference?
No, but it sounded funny.
The goggles. It's in Arnold Schwarzenegger-esque voice.
I
The
thought you were
You
doing
were
that
doing
guy who was
Geo there for a minute.
The goggles that do nothing.
Come on.
It's from The Simpsons when Niels, whatever, the kid, the friend of Bart, is playing Radioactive Man's sidekick. And you remember The Simpsons? Y'all had to watch The Simpsons.
Never heard of it.
Shut up your face. Cynthia, did you ever watch The Simpsons?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember Radioactive Man? He was like the comic book character, but he had the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice. Anyway,
Oh, yeah, okay.
the scene was they're in this factory and Radioactive Man's tied up to like a pole, basically. And Nelson, whatever his name is, was supposed to come and untie him to save him. And the director's like, all right, guys, we only have one take. This is real acid. And he's got like a giant vat, like you mix steel in, full of fucking green acid. And it's going to come down this corridor. And he has to get saved in time, right? And he's like, and the director guy's like, and if, whatever, safety goggles, whatever. So the acid's coming and the kid dipped out. He like basically quit. And he's like, oh, and the guy puts the goggles on and gets swept away by this acid. And while he's being swept away, he's like, the goggles, they do nothing. Dude, he's like being burned alive with acid.
Yeah. That is funny.
I don't know why, man. Ever since I was a kid, I kept remembering. I would always say that. I don't know. It's funny.
That is funny. And Jeremy, he went to bed. He told us that he hopes that we get some education tomorrow.
Who's Jeremy?
Gem Pen.
Just kidding. We don't need no education. We don't need no maths and books.
Oh, fuck.
No contrived spinning globes in the classroom. All we need's a flat map on the wall.
Sing it, man. So what time you gotta go to work tomorrow?
I have something very important to do tomorrow that I'm not looking forward to.
Is that why you had to get your hair cut?
No, actually. Well, yeah, I wanted to, and then, this was like, I basically had to blow off an appointment last week to get it cut. And I was like, can you please come cut my hair? Yeah, I don't want to look like a bum going in there and shit. I don't like long hair anyways. I can't deal with it.
Yeah.
It's always in that stage where I'm sure if it was a little longer I could do something with it, but it's just like that. Yes, Stone Fortress. Trolls are very hard to talk to because they're missing the part of their brain that's called the rational columbra, I think is what it's called. Where irrational thoughts are made. And they have an inflated indoctrinacala cortex.
Are you describing spherical earthers?
No, trolls.
We're talking about trolls.
And they have deflated penis syndrome. It causes the penis to be small, so small. It's a South Park reference. American penis mastodonic. Chinese penis small, so small. troll penis is so small. Y'all thinking about penises yet? I say it enough times.
No, I'm just kind of laughing at your giggle. It's funny.
Tee. Shit. Guess Conk dropped off too, huh?
Did he?
Yeah. Cause you couldn't hide.
Oh yeah, here he goes. Inverted penis. Big K says inverted penis syndrome.
Ooh, concave penis. That would be a penina.
God.
My penina. That's what the trans people, they're like, my penina.
All right, Peninas, I'm out of here.
Alright, damn.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just wrapping up
Good night.
some good old fashioned.
I think Ace
Yeah.
needs to go to bed. He's kind of silly.
Alright, Dan.
Goodbye.
See you in the
All right,
future.
bye, Dan.
Toodles. Yeah, fucking. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say that fucking asshole. I feel like we didn't get enough cussing and vulgarity into this episode.
No, I don't think we did.
Welcome, children of all ages, you fucking assholes. What's so funny?
I don't know.
Are you huffing nos or something? Man, I want some whippets. I'm gonna go get some.
Whippets.
Yeah, it's nitrous oxide containers. You never done whippets?
No.
Oh my god! Especially like if you're stoned, you fucking do a whippet. It's like you got 100 times stoneder.
Stoneder.
Yeah, but for only like 2 minutes.
Wow, that doesn't sound like
But
it.
it lasts for a while. But the main effect, where you're like, I gotta sit down, but you're not like dizzy. You're just
Why
like,
would I want to do a
holy
whippet?
shit. Have you ever huffed the gas out of
No.
a fucking
Why would you fucking
whipped
huff
cream?
gas?
Man, it's nitrous
Dude,
oxide.
no wonder you had a kundalini fucking huffing
No, it
gas.
says nothing. I've done them before, but I know what they are, and I know people that have done them. But actually, I had this guy. He was not a friend. He was an acquaintance at best, but I used to sell him weed, and he had this metal thing called a cracker, and they're little cartridges. They look like CO2 cartridges, you know? You ever seen them? Yeah, you can buy like a 24 pack at like head shops and stuff. And they're originally used for whipped cream. You know, you
Oh yeah, for
for
like
homemade whipped cream shit.
yeah.
Yeah. Rob? Anyways, so you take the cracker and you attach this big ass balloon to it, and you go, psh, and it fills the balloon with nitrous, and you go, and then you go, you breathe it in, you hold that shit in, and you're like, oh shit, dog. Ooh. Everything goes like, your head goes, wong, 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 wong.
Dude, that does not sound
I know
like
it doesn't,
fun.
but it's awesome.
No, that doesn't sound like fun, man.
Oh, you gotta
And
try.
you know,
Come
you
on.
could do Kundalini yoga and do the breath of fire, and you could get like that kind of an experience.
Oh, do you do that?
Kundalini yoga.
Yeah, and have you done
The
it?
breath of fire, do the nose.
Yeah. What is that?
That's the breath of fire, dude.
Wait, where you go in and out real fast?
Yeah, in your
With your
nose.
chest? Yeah. I used to
Well,
do that.
if you
for no
practice
reason.
yoga, you should be a belly breather.
What's?
You know, it's all about breathing into your belly.
Well, yeah. No, I thought that
Because most people are chest breathers, you know, shallow breathers. They don't realize their lungs extend all the way down into their belly.
Yep. This is true.
What's up, Dave? You flathead fuckface. We're cussing. We're cussing at Dave.
And we're huffing nitrous oxide.
Yeah,
Dave, tell
and
her
Ace is
about
huffing.
nitrous. Tell her about whippets.
Yo, Rob. What's happening, Rob?
Dude,
Dude.
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 Dude, what it do?
Duder.
Where is everyone?
We're
Man,
basically
we've been on all
we're
night.
like
Where the fuck you been?
I've been so busy lately, it's not even funny.
We're having cuss night. That's why I'm cussing like
Son of a
at
biscuit.
you. Son of a biscuit.
Son of a monkey's uncle.
slut of a butt fuck.
Mother, father.
Let's get topics in mothers, because I just got off yours.
Are you guys just talking about huffing?
Yeah, he was
No, nitrous oxide. Whip it.
nitrous.
Yeah, it's huffing.
Isn't that what the
It's
dentist
not.
gives you?
Yes.
Same
Yeah.
difference.
It's
Yeah,
not
huffing's
gas.
like super glue or gas or whatever you forget.
Yeah,
Not super
gas
glue,
and like
right?
fucking gold paint, right? Those people huffing gold paint.
No, silver. It's all about the silver.
Oh,
Man,
silver.
have you guys seen that movie, Basketball Diaries with Leonardo DiCaprio?
No.
That movie's
What?
that shit's insane.
What were
What
they
movie?
huffing there?
What?
Freedom?
Oh, well, like that's like his intro level, right? Like he starts huffing and then like he gets into some crazy stuff to the point where like every time he needs a fix, like he's starting to blow dudes in a bathroom stall.
Who?
Leonardo DiCaprio blows some guy in a bathroom stall for some money just to get a hit off of something, dude. Oh my god, that movie's insane. Like that movie is gut-wrenchingly
What
sick.
is that movie called?
It's called Basketball Diaries. He's
Man, that's a
super young.
remake. That's a remake of Sub-Zero, like a '90s movie, where the guy fucking gets all in.
Sub-Zero.
Yeah, he becomes a cokehead. He becomes a whore basically for a pimp. It's like giving him free drugs, and he's like doing shit at these parties.
I don't know.
Gross.
I mean, the movie's deep though. Like
Yeah.
life of like basically everyone out on the streets. Like it just who gets into that life, you know?
Why is it called Basketball Diaries?
I have no idea, man. I haven't seen that movie in forever, but holy shit, watch the movie.
All right, sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's super young too, so.
Yeah. But I've actually seen this dude like kind of stumbling down the street with a paper bag around a beer can. I thought he was fucking drunk, but when he passed us, he had silver fucking paint all over his face, nose and lips. He was acting like he was drinking. He was like, you know, fuck, man. Just get some ether if you want to get fucked up like that.
No, it's funny. It's like he's drinking in public, which is illegal, but he'd rather have charges on drinking publicly than huffing fucking paint. Either way, it's funny.
Hi, Dave, and yes, the fucking Cussing's fucking improved. Just kidding. There might be small children in the audience.
So, what'd you guys talk about today? Anything interesting?
Anything but the flat Earth? Yeah, dude. There was some good shit, for real. No, I don't know. What do you think, Cynthia?
Well, yeah, it's good stuff.
Well,
I usually troll chat, so I'm
Yeah.
not usually, I'm half listening most of the time, but I think it was a pretty good conversation.
So no flat Earth talk.
I'm a ninja.
A little bit.
Yeah, we had some trolls come in and out.
In the call or just in the chat?
Robert's Project Planate. He's put out some stuff.
I'm gonna watch that.
Anything? I didn't get any notifications. That man.
No, you didn't? Are you subscribed to the special access?
Oh shit! No.
Yeah, it's
I
the
think-
Project Planate special access.
And I think that's the only page up anymore, anyways.
Yeah, I can link it.
Did Jeff come back in today?
He was
Jeff-
in the
Jeff was in chat.
room. Yeah.
Oh, he
He was banning people and shit from the chat. I was like, dude.
Jeff was banning people?
Yes, and I had to go unban them. They're like people that are regulars and stuff. I was like, man.
Wait, he was banning people today?
Chill. Yes. From, like Chris Bach, you know?
Yeah.
It's like been on the show and was actually on the show when he got banned from the chat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, how you gonna ban a panel member from what happened?
I don't even know what was up with that, so whatever.
That's funny.
And
Someone
that
comes
guy-
and says hi. Ban.
Yeah, and that guy Dan got banned too. Albert's friend.
Dan?
Dan?
Yeah, Dan, the staunch global evolutionist atheist. Big
Mainstreamist.
Bang, no. Chemtrails, fluoride's good for you,
No
aspartame.
conspiracy theorists at all.
Snort lines of aspartame, dude. Yeah, I'm just kidding, Dan, if you're listening, but not really. Hey, I got this aspartame. You want to snort it?
We went to the moon not
It'll
once,
get you
twice.
more sugary.
Snorting
Apollo missions all
aspartame
legit.
and huffing silver paint.
Hell yeah. But you can take brake cleaner, and there's a little process online that'll tell you how to distill the ether out of it, so it's safe. I'm not kidding. That's real. You can do that.
It's real.
Yeah.
That's science. Is it is it
Oh
testable?
yeah. It's like bathroom science. Yeah.
So I can test this and observe it. It's all legit.
Yep. You can observe it up your nose and get
It's all about
high.
experimentation.
How do I know this turns into ether?
No, it's like 90% ether. You
Oh,
take
okay.
the harmful chemicals out.
Alright. Hey, what's that one dude's name? That Raw Patton guy or whatever? He created the engine that works on like pretty much anything, like water, oil.
Oh, shit.
It like turns into plasma, or it gets filtered
Is he
through
still
plasma or
alive?
something. Dude, that shit was amazing. I think it starts with an R, I think, like Robert or Pat. His initials RP or something. Last I heard, he was still alive.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. What is that guy's name? What is that fucker's name?
Who we got here? Ron. Hey,
Engine
Ron.
running on
Ronald.
water. Do-do-do-do.
I want to know more about this toroidal vortex water shit Itmar was talking about, man. Did you see that?
It was.
He's all about water. He keeps saying it's all about water. It's all about water.
Yeah, you know,
You know what?
yeah, water, man. Yeah,
What's it called?
was called.
Oh shit. Who's in here?
Oh, there's Ninja. Hey, Ninja. Oh, he's
See my
grooming
spot
himself.
I've got on my fucking right in the middle of my forehead.
Look,
Oh no,
his
hey.
third eye opened. Look at
What
that.
did they call it?
Face.
Oh,
Oh, man, look at that.
What do they call that when
Got
you
the
get
That's a
that
third
mosquitoes.
eye
Well,
opening.
no. There's a name for that when you have a thing on your forehead.
Pimple.
The little
Blindy,
dot
blindy.
that you use.
No, not it. When something grows because of spiritual awareness on your forehead, some people will get a lump right there where their third eye is.
Serious.
Somebody has their watch page not muted.
Dude, how are your eyes
The
so
fucking
white
watch page.
when you're sitting there smoking a
Motherfucker.
blunt?
Used to it.
That looks like you put in some super eye drops. They're so white. That's
This is only my first joint of the day. I've just woken up. It's 7 in the morning here. My girlfriend is coming to visit me today. I've been cleaning up like a...
Oh, good.
The first one of the day is the best one.
Good Morgan.
Yeah, it is. It is the best one. So that's why I'm sharing it with you, my favourite flat earthers there.
Oh, nice. Appreciate
Sweet.
it.
Yay.
Glad we didn't end the show already.
You guys normally start like 2 in the morning for me, like 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to bed a little bit earlier these days.
So wait, are you just waking up? What time is it?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
9?
Just woke up.
What time
That's
is
his
it?
wake-up joint.
7 in the morning out here.
Oh, so really? Oh, you're 7 hours ahead of me? Huh. Okay, whatever. Is London a different time zone than you?
Yeah, no, we're the same as London.
Oh.
GMT,
Weird.
yeah.
Look
So it's
at
quite
him
useful to
picking.
sort of...
Stop picking that thing. You don't
No, I'm not. I'm just
take
trying
it
to wipe the
anymore?
fucking juices off it, my love.
Oh, that's lymph fluid, man.
Lymph?
Yeah, it's a lymph.
Where's the cussing? I've been listening for about 15 minutes. I haven't really heard that much swearing.
No, we haven't been doing that.
We were.
You need Thomas. You need Thomas Scott News on.
Hold on. Ninja, you heard of Whippets, right?
What, the little greyhound, the little dog type thing?
Those are Whippets too. No, the nitrous oxide canisters.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's in it? Are you gonna
Tell
use the...
Cynthia how awesome they are.
No, I haven't done it. It just makes you laugh, innit? They do it in the pub down the road. You can hear them like...
Yeah.
They all start laughing, like, yeah.
For like
Just
1 minute.
Little metal. It looks well dodgy. It looks like fucking ammunition or something. Little metal.
Yeah. It's,
bulbs, like.
I took a bunch of valerian root.
Oh my God! Stop playing with that thing. You're not gonna do
I know,
it.
I'm terrible. I'm fucking... When I know it's there, I can't stop.
You guys hear me now?
Oh my goodness.
Hey, can
He
you guys
turned
hear
it
me?
off so I could pick on it.
Yeah, but look, it's worse than that.
Yeah,
Someone said in the
he
hangout
turned it
the other
off
day
so
he
I
doesn't
won't
have a
watch
mirror
it,
in his
pick on
house. I do, but it's in the bathroom and the light bulb's broken.
Oh shit!
I actually need to come on the hangout to see where my spot is and pop it.
Yeah, but you gotta quit picking it because it's already. You don't. There's nothing coming out of
It'd
there
be
but
funny,
lymph
like
fluid
pop it and
and
just
lymph
juice
and
goes on the camera. All we see is like just pus.
There's a big white explosion.
Yeah.
You have
man.
whiteout? You could put whiteout on it.
Nice relief.
I don't put shit on it. I'm
I know.
Oh,
Alcohol.
Yeah, you need to dry it out.
Rubbing
because
alcohol.
it's just lymph
Put
fluid now.
some toothpaste on that bad boy.
I got shit.
You know that works actually.
Yeah.
The fluoride, I think.
Witch hazel.
Hey, it's like the Geet engine
No,
by
no.
Paul Pantone.
Sorry, before I forget, the ultimate thing to get rid of like a pimple immediately overnight is hemorrhoid cream. No
It does
joke.
work. It works for bags under your eyes too because it takes the swelling out.
You just gotta suck it out with a syringe. You just put a needle in there.
What?
You don't remember when Glenn Beck had a hemorrhoid?
Did he? He did? He even talked
One of
about
the
it?
funniest things ever, yeah. He was
Who the
there in
fuck is
hospital
that?
going, ow, the pain and shit. Like, it's funny.
What? Oh no!
And then like all his detractors, his haters, people were making videos on YouTube like, I am a hemorrhoid.
Who is this? Who are we talking about?
Glenn Beck,
Glenn Beck,
Psycho Fox News guy.
That's because he
Mormon.
needs to wipe his ass better.
Mormon, there you go.
No, it's not about wiping your ass. It's the whole.
Mormon,
that's
Mason.
yeah,
Oh,
God.
okay.
No,
I'm
he
sad
cries
he's
all
got
the time, innit?
dingleberries.
To manipulate people. It's insane.
Dingleberries. Dangleberries.
Dingleberry.
So funny.
Is that what you call them, Ninja?
dingleberry, rock.
Dangleberries.
Put some weed in it.
Yeah, put some weed in it. That'll help your hemorrhoids. Put some weed in it, man.
Some oil, yeah. Like, get some
Hell
nice
yeah.
juicy oil or say wax.
Mm.
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, can hear you.
Is that me with a window open? It's usually me, but I don't think it is.
I have some CBC cannabichromine,
Hey, fuck you. I want some.
and it's a transdermal compound activated with CBDA and THCA.
Ooh.
This stuff is so good. It works so well on everything. Like, even if you had skin cancer, you could put this shit on it and it would take it out, wipe it out.
What are you talking about? Are we still talking about cream?
No.
No, I'm talking about
Weed
CBC
patches.
cream.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I thought it was a patch.
No, it's cream. This is a cream.
And it'll get you high?
They do make a patch.
Will it get you
Transdermal
high?
patch. Huh?
Will it get you high?
No. Just
What
takes
about
the
someone
pain
that
away.
never really smokes at all?
This
Is
stuff.
there?
This stuff does not get you high.
Well, is
Oh,
it just
you
like
said
the
it had
THC?
It has a little bit of THCA,
Oh, okay. No,
but it's a
CBD.
CBC. It's a CBC, not a CBD.
Okay, I got you. Huh, and it's pain relief?
Yeah, and
Wow.
and
Does
if
it
you
flow
put it
through
on,
your whole body, though? Or just in a localized spot?
it's more of a spot cream because to put it all over your body, it would be so expensive.
No. When it absorbs, does it flow through your body? Like,
Oh,
will it?
probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they make a cream that's like high THC that could get you high through your skin?
I think they do, actually. I think they have a patch with THC, not just CBD.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into it. I can look into it.
How much are the patches? How about that?
It varies.
Okay.
Like a 30-pack of the CBD package, a 30-pack is close to $250. But it's a 30-day patches. It's pretty good, I think, because it's like $6 a patch or something. I don't know.
I got you.
I don't do maths. I don't do maths.
And do you use these personally?
I put him on the Parkinson's professor, and it helps with his stiffness because Parkinson's makes you really stiff and affects your movement. So he's actually on carbidopa. It's a Parkinson's medicine. It's really powerful dope, and if he takes it too long, it'll start shutting down internal organs, which he's probably going to be having to take it the rest of his life. But the CBD actually helps the movement to where he doesn't have to dose so much on that other stuff. We haven't had to raise his dose for 2 years now, so that's a good thing.
Fucking awesome. Huh. Yeah, I want to get on some CBDs, like, just, pills or something, just to eat it, right? That would help, like, even back pain and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, cook it yourself, innit?
Yeah, that would be the best way to do it. Ace is to get yourself some and then cook it in some coconut oil.
And decarb that shit.
Yep.
Oh, I know.
Decarb it first before you cook it in the oil.
I understand. I want to try some, like, top of the line, just pure CBD. Like, I'm not. I don't even want the THC. I just want to see what pure CBD does by itself. Like,
that's probably amazing.
Everything. Yeah, I've never tried it.
I haven't. I just play Zoots. I can't be fucked with it. Dabbing in it is a big thing in the States. Wax and all that.
Oh, it's amazing.
Can't be fucked with it,
Yeah. There is something missing, though, that you just don't get from smoke.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
yeah.
It's
I need
cool
a
and all, but after a while, you'll be like, man, I kind of want to smoke.
But you lot never put any tobacco in your spliffs, do you?
I've tried it. It makes them harsher.
Yeah, a little
Can't
bit.
take as good a
But in a way,
hits.
no, but in a way, a pure one, the
But
pure smoke one will make you dribble like fucking it. You'll just be drooling all over.
yeah, but with the tobacco in it, it makes it hit faster and not last as long. Tobacco
Maybe,
is
yeah,
short.
maybe
Tobacco
you're
is
right.
gross.
Huh?
Tobacco's gross.
It is pretty gross. You're right.
I mean, make
Yeah.
sure you just buy pure leaf tobacco. You know, organic tobacco. Um,
American Spirit. Did you guys get that?
oh
Yeah, we
no.
can get that here.
Yeah.
The Native American tobacco. Where's that? That's in San Jose Valley or something.
Yeah.
You're talking about the leaf tobacco
Oh,
Well,
no,
it
or
comes in
cigarettes?
loose leaf, but it also comes in regular cigarettes. The
Yeah.
American
Look.
Spirit.
No. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. They made this thing called fire safe cigarettes, and they put a FSF like on the packages, and it's coated. The insides are coated with a chemical to make sure that the cigarette goes out by itself.
And then
What?
you're smoking
Yes.
that shit.
Well,
Yes.
you know, in regular cigarettes, there's gunpowder in the paper to make sure that it keeps burning.
Not anymore, man.
Oh, they changed that. Okay.
Look at packs. Yeah, and it changed the flavor and everything. And I was actually smoking back when this change happened, and I noticed the flavor change on all the cigarettes,
Yeah,
and
you would.
it would make my throat hurt and shit. And that's kind of when I really cut back, and I started rolling my own
Hey, you
cigarettes.
don't, when you vaporize, you don't stick that thing in your pocket, do you?
What do you mean?
You know, because those guys have been having their batteries explode on them and fucking
Oh,
getting
that's because they have cheap shit.
They're
Yeah,
trying to do
no.
like knockoff.
They got cheap shit, and the batteries that I have, they don't explode. They're a different chemical. They're Lipro. They've got like just pure lithium batteries. Yeah, and plus they have what's called a mechanical mod, which is just you mechanically turn the voltage up and down, and you can turn it too high, and you'll blow a battery as you're taking a hit.
Fucking hell.
And it turns on in their pocket and just goes and
Yeah.
just stays on, and it overheats.
And it's like they have a firecracker in their pocket.
Well,
It sparks and shit.
and
But
those
it causes
rigs-
serious fucking damage.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what that CBC would be on burns, anything like that, man.
Oh,
It'd
that's
take it right
awesome.
out.
Dude.
Anyways,
That's
do
miracle
people
stuff.
want to talk about Robert's presentation? Because Ron's on the panel, and they're asking about it in chat if they wanted to talk about it.
You need to use more cuss words, innit? That's what we're here for.
Hey y'all, how you guys have been off for a few days? How you guys doing?
Hey, Ron.
Yeah,
no,
give us the
I
skinny.
stuck it out. Didn't you watch it,
Ron?
Ace, or no? Hey, bro.
What? The video?
Whatever. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna watch it later.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, he went into some papers and showed, well, basically his thesis is that that there's a ellipsoid
Correct.
shaped Earth and the ellipsoid shape is caused by the different layers of the atmosphere. Like I definitively asked him that, are we talking any kind of shell? And I don't think he said yes. So yeah, and the Earth portion of it, or where we live, would be flat, basically inside of it. And we're talking like a really squished down ball. I hate to say it that way, but more of a, if you take a spherical thing like they've been presenting and squish it down 3 or 4 more times, that's the basis of what he's saying it is. And then he went into figuring based on NASA's temperature data and what NASA says that the temperature of the moon stages are, both hot and cold, and then the temperature of the sun, by looking at the different layers of the atmosphere, the stratosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere. You could, by doing that, you could determine about where it lies in that, and then pretty much determine the height of both. And I think I roughly did it. I think he had the moon at about 72 to 75 miles overhead and the sun at 190 miles overhead. And I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I mean, that's kind of the general model I got out of it. Of course, he had a lot of other paperwork involved. And it's about an hour and a half long. We did have a Q&A afterward a little bit, but that's the gist of it right there. It's pretty rather interesting. Questions?
Any questions?
Oh, you guys are all blanked out. And he started out with.
I called Stone Fortress a fuckhead, and I hope he knows I was just kidding because this is improved cussing. I guess I shouldn't call people names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the gist of it. I mean, he started out with different locations on the plane at portion of this sphere or ellipsoid atmosphere, and we're in the middle of it, or like you'd take basically it'd be dead, cutting it right in half in the middle of the side. And he said that we are stationary, and then everything spins around us, and it's through electromagnetic forces, and there's probably spinning action that goes two different ways at different elevations in this thermosphere or atmospheric reaction that's going on up there. But he didn't get into a lot of detail on that, but it's definitely worth a watch, and kind of cool that he actually proposed a model out there.
Yeah, it sounds like he's got a pretty good basis going.
I enjoyed it.
It's a good idea.
What happened to your picture, Ron?
I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me. I got it on the chat, but maybe I need to put it somewhere else. I've been having a booger of a time with that.
That's weird, huh?
It is. Am I doing something wrong?
I don't know.
There's YouTube, and then there's Google.
There's Google Plus, so you got to put it on, and then there's YouTube page, you got to put it on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll have to work on that some more.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Is my name still showing up?
Yeah. It's just your little blue guy.
Yeah. I guess I'm just gonna be blue guy from now on, huh?
Yeah.
No, I'll work on it. Hopefully I'll get it. You guys have had a pretty good show last couple nights.
Oh, yeah?
I think so. A lot of activity. Joined in. I figured
I think so. Yeah, I think it was pretty good. A lot of interesting stuff. Like I like how the subject changes around and stuff because people have short attention spans, man. And, it's like perfect. It's kind of stuff I'd want to listen to when I'm at work, and I can't just sit there looking at a phone or changing, videos every 10 or 15 minutes. So.
Yeah, and then you guys late in the day, you had the theological thing going on. Ninja was involved in that. Idmar and Albert. Did you enjoy that, Ninja?
Ninja.
You there?
Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
You're not?
Ninja.
Robert, you were on last night, I think, Rob.
Yes, sir. I was pretty much interpreting Itmar the whole time.
Oh yeah, he's not that hard to understand.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't his words. It was more of like what he was trying to say. Because I'm kind of more familiar with him. I know where he's coming from, and everyone else was kind of getting lost in translation with what he was trying to say, like the whole backwards talk.
Yeah.
Me and Ace had already heard that from him prior,
right.
And Albert didn't, so he didn't realize what he was trying to say. So I was just coming in and saying that, and then there was, I think, something that David had mentioned that I don't think Ninja quite got the full grasp of it.
It puts words in backward order. Is that what you mean?
No, well, Itmar sees language as and I think he agrees with Ninja, is language is like incantations and enchantments. Basically, every time we speak, it has a effect on people, whether we know it or not. Like in a more like deliberate spiritual way than what we realize.
Vibration and power.
Yeah, exactly. So I was trying to explain to Albert that that's where he was coming from. That basically most of the language that you see, well, English is backwards compared to that, and it more is under the impression that English is based off of satanic, uh, satanic teachings. Yeah, because up is down and down is up in the satanic realm. So when English was basically created, it was created by Satanists. So every time we're speaking English, it has a negative impact or effect on people.
Yeah, it was created in AD, wasn't it?
So what the fuck are we supposed to talk then?
No.
Are we just
I cleared
supposed
it
to
up.
not fucking talk?
No.
I cleared it up.
You can talk fucking do it backwards.
I cleared it. I basically said it's. I explained to Itmar it's all about perspective though, because regardless of the greenhouse or the house is green, it's a matter of perspective. It has nothing to do with, and especially the intentions behind it. So then our intentions aren't to freaking, cast a spell on people. But it is what it is. I was just kind of the mediator, going on back and forth between them two. I was trying to stay neutral because it was very interesting to hear them.
Let's put it this way: righteous intent has more power than the little flimsy vibrations of the actual words. Because look, communication is 90% nonverbal, anyways. It's your voice inflection, it's your body language, all that stuff. Hell, you don't even have to say words, and you can tell what people are thinking, or if they're in a bad mood. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at someone, you can tell right away whether they're confident or they have self-esteem issues. Like when they're just standing in front of you, whether someone's having a good day or a bad day, whether someone's chippy and cheerful or they're just in the dumps, and they don't have to say anything. It's just all in their presentation, how they.
No, even you can physically feel it, innit?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's either bums you out and you just want to help them out and cheer them up, or they make you happy and
get away from them so they don't drag you down.
Hey, what else is funny? When you're having a shitty day and someone comes up to you is all happy, it makes you even worse because you're like, oh man, how come these people are having such a great day? And and I feel like shit. So it's almost like you're envious of them, which causes more.
I guess it can sometimes. Sometimes it can cheer you up.
Yeah, it could change your attitude. Sometimes.
Yeah, not always. Not always.
Can do
sometimes.
Both. Yeah, you're right.
So I was looking into the Gematria today. You know what that is, Ace? What is it?
Gematria with the numerology.
Gematria, your Ace is well into that.
Yeah. That's interesting. That shit is interesting. And how everything's coded in numbers and shit like that. And it's like, well, that figures because I don't even understand them. Numbers. It's like I can understand sacred geometry better than I could normal geometry. Is that weird? That's kind of weird.
Huh? No, that's cool. Yeah.
Because there's more of a truth for you personally.
It's more fundamental because you don't have to put numbers in it. It's only points and radiuses, and the way you get to all the shapes is just with the compass and keeping the size the same. It's nothing to do with angles and protractors. That's what I'm really interested in. Ace, you're an artist. You mentioned a few times. I've never seen your work. What kind of stuff are you into?
Me? I really haven't done much since I was in high school. But I was in
I just thought you did because you mentioned painting and drawing and stuff a few times.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I used to just draw with pencils and stuff, but in high school I was in a couple art contests and auctions.
Cool.
So I sold a piece for $11,000.
Nice, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I was like, what the fuck?
But I do like photorealistic with Prisma pencils.
Like Math Boylan does photorealistic work. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That
I
with
can't.
pencils
I
though, that's
can't.
really cool. Have you got a website or anything? I'd love to see some.
No, but I was into graphic arts during and then after high school. I got more into like the Photoshop and 3D programs to make just.
I
But
want to see the one you sold for
no,
like grand, man. Fucking hell.
sure. I was never into the. I could never paint photorealistically with a paintbrush, and I don't know how anybody can with a fucking paintbrush. But you know, I can do it with the Prisma pencils.
That's interesting. That's
It's all
really
about Bob Ross, man.
Bob Ross is a
Really.
badass. Yeah, you gotta love
Bob
that.
Ross was he's like the first ASMR guy. It's pretty
Oh
But
nuts.
yeah,
yeah,
he's got a good way of teaching painting, Bob Ross.
Yeah, he's a strange one, but I love him.
yeah.
He's cool.
Rock.
But have you, Cynthia, have you ever done some sacred geometry? You got a compass out and done all the flower of life circles and all that?
I used to play with spiral graph when I was a kid.
Yeah, I
That
got
was
one
fun.
of them. I still play with that.
Yeah.
Use it
No,
in my
I've
work.
never done that secret. No, I just
Was that
read.
like 6 years ago,
I
Cynthia?
just, I read
It's
a lot of
really
books.
easy to do, really therapeutic and relaxing. You get really nice patterns at the end of it. I mean, what I've started doing is sellotaping a paint pen onto my compass. You know, like a really nice thick gold paint pen or a white paint pen or something, and doing them big on a bit of wood, and it looks nice.
Yeah.
I have to show you. Yeah, wait one sec. I've got one right in
See,
front of me.
I'm just keep trying to work on finish this stupid purse that I've been embroidering for like 2 years for a friend of mine who's not my friend anymore, but I still got to figure out. I still have to finish the purse to move on to a different project. So I haven't done that yet.
You
Oh
say
yeah,
purse?
yeah, very nice.
That's nice, Ninja.
Thank you.
Did you make that yourself?
Yeah.
With
Very
what?
nice.
That's what I'm saying. It's just,
Fire?
you see the blue lines, it's just a paint pen sellotaped
Yeah.
onto a compass. And I swear to God, it's the easiest thing to do because you just put the point of the compass on the ring of the first circle you draw and draw another one. And then from there, you just, every new point that you make, every new point,
Yeah.
overlap that you make with another circle, then you just put the spike of the compass in there, and you just keep going round and round and round. It's great. It's really therapeutic. Colour them in differently. Hang on, I've got some with glitter downstairs if you're interested.
Yeah,
Wait.
it's like
Oh, yeah,
Angela.
glitter.
What happened
pretty
to
cool.
his-
Did I hear him running down the stairs?
Yeah, he's grabbing another one.
What was that?
One with glitter.
With a compass.
Won't do, innit?
I've been stuck on the fucking YouTube for a couple months now. Probably should back off a little bit.
You love it.
I do love it.
What you do?
Yeah, it's just
No one says the YouTube and not love it.
Well,
Oh, look at that.
It's where all my friends
that's like
are.
a big ass snowflake. And the
Yeah.
Star of David.
Yeah, all natural forms fall into this grid.
like
I've got
mandala
the
work.
Japanese version, the flower of knife. Is it? That's another pattern. Pretty simple to do as well. Do cans and stuff with this.
Oh my god.
Very nice.
You sleep with that under your bed?
Huh?
You sleep with those under your bed?
No, they're downstairs on the mantelpiece. I just come to grab them.
I meant, do you put any geometry patterns like under your bed when you sleep?
Oh, like sigils? Yeah. No, I don't. No, I kind of don't really fuck with it in a feng shui way like that.
There you go. Alright.
What I could do, I could draw around my own body and I don't know.
That looks cool.
Connects Because that's what money is. Money is like magic sigils.
Well, shit, make me some money
Was
out tonight.
that's the
Yeah, dude.
Amaterasu. That's some
Amaterasu.
Naruto stuff right there.
Yeah,
That's some Shippuden.
Naruto uses all of this stuff.
That's cool.
My mate is well into
Man, that has a lot of up is down, down is up symbology in those, you know, like that pyramid one you just showed.
Oh yeah.
They either look up or down, you know.
Shit, I've got fucking
switch around.
glitter everywhere now.
Cute name.
My girl's gonna love it.
A lot of symmetry.
Yeah, mirror,
Yeah,
shapes
reflection.
are mirrored. Yeah.
Reflective.
But I would definitely recommend doing that in a sort of like meditative, like relaxing. If you've got nothing to do for half an hour, just get a compass and, like I say, do one circle and then put the point anywhere on that first ring, draw the second circle, and then at any point where they overlap, do another point in the middle and do a circle. Just go round and round and round. Really relaxing and satisfying.
What the fuck is this bullshit?
We've had a lot of
I got a
Globers.
Glober in a.
Go ahead. I was gonna say we have a lot of Globers come on chat tonight.
Did we? I missed it. Shit. And on the Cussing. I would have let.
I've been pretty busy today, so.
Where's A4 on the Cussing special?
Well, he didn't show
Has
up
he
with
even
that
been
handle.
around?
No.
I haven't heard from him in a
still
while.
haven't seen that video he made about this. I keep meaning to watch.
He made a video.
You made a video? I was gonna say.
Yeah, dude. He made a video. He like recorded shit from that day. And
Oh yeah.
made a video talking about him. He was like, "Yeah, this is a straight military psyop." You know, this guy Ace McCall.
Dude, what was that like?
Fuck?
That I think Tim put up of him. He was talking about slit that bitch's throat and all this and that. I'm like, what the hell? Dude, he was threatening someone. He was threatening someone for like I think like 10 minutes of all just pure. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna kill you.
What the fuck, man?
Dude, go find it on Tim Osman's thing, dude. He's freaking nuts. He's nuts, dude. Like if anyone's possessed, that guy's possessed, dude. This is negative energy coming out from all freaking everywhere.
Those dark circles in his eyes.
Dude, that guy needs to freaking go take a hot bath or something.
In holy water. He needs a holy water enema.
He needs to.
He needs to put some fucking weed in it.
He needs to stop.
Put some weed
taking the
in
bath salts in his bath. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna make a bath salt reference, you asshole.
This is more like it. Yeah, we could just cuss that thread for fucking half an hour.
Yeah, go check it out, Ninja. It's some crazy stuff, man.
But what is his channel name?
Let me see if I can post it. 1 second.
Calvin, the proof was that it wasn't a globe, or isn't a globe. That's the proof. Prove it's a globe, and we'll listen.
Oh yeah, you know that Brad Jeremy that was on last night. He came and commented on my video that I told him to watch.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
He just posted a link to who was it? Like
Gemp, or
he posted a video to some debunker. Like he didn't answer the question at all. He just posted to a general debunking of flat Earth without saying anything.
Yeah, Gem
like
Panda.
A proper lunatic thing to do. I asked him a specific question, and he left me a link to a video about flat Earth debunked in 10 minutes. It's like, thank you. Thank you for just ignoring my point, fucking coward.
Well, he came in under like 3 different pseudonyms tonight because he kept getting blocked because he was just getting out of hand.
He came in
the link, Ninja, in the chat.
Yeah, he was here. He was
in the
here.
chat.
In chat, not in Hangout.
If you guys haven't seen it, I sent a link in the chat for the A4 thing.
Oh, in the
okay.
on the watch page, yeah.
On the YouTube chat.
Yeah, cool. I'm there.
Ninja, maybe you can stream it. Let's watch it.
Yeah, well, it's long, but it's like
Stream what?
24 minutes, man.
Is that
How do I do that?
the whole thing with him in there?
Share
Or?
screen.
Well, I mean, you could stream a little bit, you know, no big deal.
Yeah, just do a little.
Let me tell you the part I was talking about. Let me go find it. 1 second.
Yeah.
I'll tell you where to.
Like 4 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, I'll tell you what minute
So
to go
he's on camera talking about killing people?
Yeah, dude. It's not just
No.
audio. It's him, man. You see him. He's freaking.
Is he all riled up?
He's tripping balls, dude.
Man, is he trying to get locked up?
Well, he says he has like 6 months to live, so he's gonna take this person out with him, whoever it
What?
is.
Ew.
Wait,
You'll see.
why
You'll
is
see.
he at
You'll see. Check it out. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
So how do I get it to?
I don't know how to get it to share. How do you do that? Don't ask Ace because he'll get upset.
Blood of Cain. Adam Dwyer. Here we go.
And then you hit the green share
Oh
screen
my god! He's fucking hurt himself and all. Rose is there.
Rose.
Oh shit. Rose was acting like he's alright. He's cool and shit.
Yeah, well.
I think that's Rose's secret friend offline. Cool. Right, Rose. I know you're listening.
Look at him though, man. You screen it, cause this fool looks crazy when he
You
talks.
gotta share your screen.
Ninja, come to the
Ninja.
hangout page. Come to the hangout page.
Yeah.
Hit the green icon on the very far left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find this damn thing.
Is it shared?
I tried to figure that out earlier, and I was like, no way, I can't figure that out. It's probably so simple.
All right, if you go to.
Oh, there you go, Ninja. You're sharing.
Is it? But if I change tab, does it change tab?
Go to
Yes.
the 14-minute and like 30-second mark.
Okay. Hang on. Oh, I closed my Skype.
You know who he reminds me of?
No.
You guys know? You remember? Oh shit! What's the name of the movie with Christian Bale? He plays a psycho.
Oh, American Psycho.
Yeah.
American Psycho. He reminds me of American Psycho. Watch.
You see that?
Yep. All right, listen.
Let's go screen share. Present to everyone. We'll join high. All right. Let's go up to the top of this chat. All right. This group here, they're all upwards. They're all like this group here. This guy here. Wolf Warrior Radio is either Lateran's relative or he's just a loser. All right. He's a dead set fucking loser. He's never added anything to the group.
What'd you do? Switch screens?
Fucking bullshit nothings. All right. And how to fucking fix what? What are you gonna fix, you cunt? You told people about what? About how to make vegetables, cunt. I didn't come to the truth community to learn how to fucking grow vegetables, you dumb fucking little kid.
Whoa.
This guy here is a dumb moron. He's a fucking moron.
A dumb moron.
Moron. He never says anything. This guy here, Ryan, he's just a baby cunt. Alright, Jay Norton.
Oh my bad. It looked the same, so I thought it was the same thing. Go to the 19-minute mark. 19:30 minute.
Yeah, so he's a troll. He's a dirty fucking fat.
It's dirty. This guy's on and on.
That's cool from there.
Now she watching Justin Bieber. She's a dirty fucking pedophile. That's cool.
Is that a pedo stash?
This guy's off his rocker.
Dude, it goes on and on and on, dude. It just like he has so many videos like this.
Why is he talking about other people look stupid? Like, this guy's ridiculous.
He's a psycho.
Yeah, man.
And I go to heaven. That's all I have to do. That's God's told me. Kill that slut. Make her fucking realize what she's
Like,
What the fuck? There you go. That's what you're talking about, isn't it?
There, look, right.
That's what he's told me. He told me, kill her and her family. Make her realize what she's done. Do not make her realize what she's done. Kill her.
I think right here, somewhere around here, he's gonna talk about how.
Let it go, bro. Smoke a joint, man. Please, for the love of God, just fucking hell.
He only has like supposedly 6 months to live or something like that, and he's gonna take her out with him.
wait, he's got weed right there?
What has she supposedly done? Who is she anyway? What is
I
going
don't
on?
know, man. He has weed. He's saying he's gonna sell that weed to make the trip to wherever this chick is at and kill her.
Oh my god, you kidding me?
Yeah, it's all there, man.
How is he not locked
You know,
up?
can't you use that? Like,
Yes, Cynthia, you can get locked up for that shit.
Oh, for sure, dude.
You cannot make death threats to people on recorded communicators.
Care about fucking what I'm saying and who I'm saying to. It's a fucking retard. They don't like calling people retarded. It's a fucking retard. Alright?
It's a retard.
God, I hope to God it's all this walking. I seriously do. But I'm telling you how to run. I'm doing the thing that I want. Your bed's slap. You're fucking dead.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
I'm telling you how to run. I'm telling you right now, slap. You're dead.
See, you're dead. I'm coming for you. That's what he's saying.
This is a death threat. Yeah, this is a death threat.
Slap the rain slap. He's a dirty fucking whore. He's a fucking whore. I would have fucking smashed the fuck out of this slap if I ever met her in real life. Smash the fuck out of her. But I know how I can get away with this. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking steal fucking throat right away.
Dude, that negativity is just not natural, man.
He's fucked. He's obsessed. He's demon possessed.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Where's this shit? Where's that?
That is the bloodline of Cain.
He's lost it, man. Hey, on one of these,
not
like a
piss this
couple of
guy
these
off.
videos, he tries to show his nuts on YouTube, dude.
No way.
Fucking
No,
bullshit.
no, he tries to show his testicles on YouTube.
Fuck
Does he?
Fuck off, Lizzie. Which one is that one? Which one is that one?
And it's not just one, it's like two separate videos that he does it. He stands up and he has like shorts on, and he's like stretching his shorts out.
Why?
I kid you not.
Dude,
I kid
hold
you
on,
not.
hold on. That fool
Look
went
for a
on like
ninja.
that for like 20
Look.
minutes.
What's his channel?
On his channel? He doesn't?
No, that's Tim Osman's channel.
Is it
man.
going to be on Tim Osman's channel, what you were talking about?
Look, it is Tim Osman's channel. Look at the. Go to the
Oh, this
description.
it's the one you were talking about with his balls on Tim Osman's channel.
Well, no, it's in that whole 24-minute. Like, if you
Oh, it's in
skim
this
through
video?
it, you'll find it. Yeah,
Oh,
you'll
it's
see it like two or three
in
different
this?
times in that video.
Fucking hole.
He just says the same
Like, this
thing.
fool goes on for like 20 minutes
Yeah.
like this? How?
Because he's possessed, man. That's energy from a different world.
Who is this guy who's been going on about chopping her head off for 5 straight minutes?
Who else is talking? What are the other people saying?
They played the video. They played our video, your video, innit? In the
My
hangout.
video. Oh, is that it right there?
Yeah. Look, they played it in the hangout.
Oh. Oh, Tim did make the video. Cool.
It says in the comments, Ace got his ass handed to him. Someone thinks that was him winning. David Quintana.
Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me.
4D4M.
Yeah, that's A4.
In your action, now use motherfucker.
Did you see you, Ninja? Did you see you in that video when he was on
Yeah,
my
yeah, I saw
channel?
him there.
You were like, "What?" You were just
Oh,
sitting
that
there
was
like, "What the
hilarious. I
fuck is
couldn't, because I was gonna have a words with him, yeah, because he was threatening children. But then when I saw him, it was like, bruv, you're worse off than any child I can think of.
Oh my god. Oh, what's that thing on his chin? Something.
That was a joke.
I'm gonna fucking sell weed. I'm gonna
I'm gonna break laws to break more laws.
What a crackhead.
Hey, Ninja. Go to 1410.
Oh!
Go to 14.5. 14.5.
Oh, there you are. Oh my god. Stop.
Go to 14.5.
Guys, what is
Go
happening?
to 14.5.
So everyone just lets him off because he's got cancer and he's dying. He probably doesn't even have it. He's made it up.
That was for you, Ace.
Shit. What the fuck, man?
Look again.
I don't know whether to laugh or to cry.
Oh my god.
Why?
Got a little doggy. Oh no.
Oh, that gives a new meaning to the word you knob.
Come on, man. He must be paid or something to do this to make flat earthers look nuts.
That guy's soul is sold.
Comment.
It's
You should
done.
leave a comment on Tim's video or whatever this video is.
Yeah, it's Tim's video.
And I don't like people going on.
Who's this? Do you guys know who Fellow Man is?
No. But it's like
Okay.
he knows them, innit?
Well, apparently A4 was talking about him, so it's
4-man. That's A4 4-man or something, innit?
yeah, that's A4.
4D4M, like Adam,
That's
innit?
Adam, yeah.
Instead of A's, yeah.
Hey, tell Tim Ace says, hey, nice video. Or some shit. I'm too lazy to
Fake
go.
Space Cadet says he's right about that Ace and those Flat Earth TV shows with hundreds of mods just banning people for asking questions.
With what?
Yeah. The
I
banning.
got banned, but I will accept, that I look like a troll, like if you first see how I go on. And then I came back the next day and everything was sweet, everything was cool, This guy's he's just got such a bad attitude, it's ridiculous.
Man, I don't know.
Deeper, man. He's not mad at people banning him. It's obviously something else.
He's just
using
mad
it as a catalyst.
Yeah, he's scrounging for reasons to justify his fucking madness.
He just wanted to show his nuts on YouTube.
What the fuck, man? The nuts of Cain. I'm gonna have to make my own video, innit? The balls of Cain.
You gotta paint his nuts, dude. Paint,
Hey,
paint,
you
paint
make a
that
video.
picture, but with some big nasty nuts
Hey,
hanging out of his
hey
shorts.
Ninja, make a
Come back
video.
Nah, don't do it. Don't do
What am I gonna do for the soundtrack?
Make
Don't
a
want no
video.
short dick, man. I have Rose there with the gas mask on. Don't want no short
You know
dick,
what? I'm gonna
man.
make a. You know how in dubs, I just call it dubstep, but you know how they take like a vocal and they chop it and make music out of it, like synth.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
do that with him. I'm gonna
Dude,
turn
you
his
have
voice
so
into
much
synth.
material. It's not even funny.
Yeah, yeah. This guy's better than
It's like,
fucking Eric. You guys see Eric? Right.
Someone needs to make a video where like
I'm coming for you.
he shows his nuts again and someone's like, you just got blackballed.
Did you guys see Eric's new rap?
Yeah.
The vegetarian one.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that guy
That
too?
guy's getting goofier
Nah,
and goofier, isn't he?
He's munching on broccoli like he's a pig or something.
Having it falling out of his mouth and shit. What are you talking about, Eric?
That's a waste of broccoli, man.
That was just insane. Like he's slipping away, man. I don't know, yeah.
I told y'all those all kinds of different troll infestations. I guarantee this guy is. And Eric, fuck it.
Yeah.
What's with those cheap ass glasses?
That fuck like this is some sort of heavy duty bloody MK Ultra breaking down or something.
Well, apparently he likes to put his computer where the sun just smacks him in the eye.
Why does he think people are interested in his fucking nutsack?
This guy's like hunched over on some shit.
Wait, what's the context? What is he saying? I think he's talking about that chick, right?
He's
Like,
got cancer or something. I've got nut cancer. Have a look.
Nuh-uh.
Have a look.
Is that
It's
what
like
he said?
Nathan, I'm not even a little bit dodgy. Have a look at my porn Oakley. The first thing that it will say.
How much cigarette ash you think that guy spilled on the ground? And look, that door keeps creeping open.
oh, there's a dude behind him. In one of the videos, dude comes in the room and you could totally see him.
And the dude's all like thinking this is perfectly legit.
Oh, he's just, I think he had a smile, man. He's just laughing.
He's like, you're right, A4, man. This motherfucker's fucking. Let's show him our balls. Ball clap.
And Ninja.
Yeah, like,
yeah.
Go to,
what is this?
Go to, go to,
God, is he another one? He says he's God.
it's your reaction video.
Wait, whose reaction?
Go to like 10, 20.
You're wrong before my life's ended in 6 months of it. You can't even turn your own camera on your own live show. Your own live show, look, it's live up there, buddy, it's live, and you can't even turn your own fucking camera on.
Wow.
I feel like I'm cursed just for going on that hangout that time by this guy.
I don't have a camera, man.
Now I'm painting him, I'm compounding it.
No, unfortunately.
I just told you to run live streams and talk shit about the flat earth, but you don't actually talk anything about the flat earth. You just sit there and ridicule real people that come in and try and express truth.
Show your nuts, man.
Give us some truth, man. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
I got you. You ain't fucking sitting here and fucking like, you know, when you fucking ban me 20 times in the chat.
Leave, man, if you don't
Before
like
you started the show, you want to ban real people?
I know I said he just goes on and on with that.
You have to fucking own up to your own stupidity and your actions. How you motherfuckers want to sit there and group attack somebody in a chat. That's what we have to fucking talk about. How people like you need to be held responsible for group attacking in a fucking chat. Like children.
Real truth.
Fucking fake accounts. None of you cunts deserve to fucking say a word unless you fucking show your faces, you fucking mumps.
You got 30
There's our improved cussing.
Wow. Yeah, there we go.
Some dude commented he's got some nice bum fluff on his face.
Real truth. Made by thinkies.
$30. Holy shit.
He wondered why we banned him from chat.
I can't believe I'm gonna have to like this video or something.
Can you comment on my behalf, Lindsay? Pedophiles?
Who's he calling a pedophile?
He's got issues, man.
I guess we are for looking at a 10-year-old's nuts.
That's only if we enjoy it, bro.
I always thought pedophile meant foot lover. You know, like ped crossing and all that.
It's too much.
See, that door opened.
That walks in.
I would have already pulled the trigger, so I can't even tell you that I'm fucking up. The dirt is slightly dead. I think I'm gonna fucking pull the trigger and shoot the
Sloppy
Not to
dick?
kill children, he's fucked.
Is that what you said?
Oh yeah. 17:30. Some dude walks in and starts laughing.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like a turkey.
That's Tim Osborne. Oh, no, it isn't.
Nah.
Look at that guy's friend rubbing his nose. Oh, something.
Oh wait, he's gonna show his nuts again, dude. Look at this, look at this.
Oh man, what's wrong with us just watching it, man? I've got to go.
I didn't see anything.
I knew it wasn't just once.
There you are.
Oh god, thank you for that, sharing that. You know, it's going to add some extra depth and layers and character to my painting.
These people in the chat are just talking about like regular flat earth stuff.
Go to
background music. That dumb
look
shit.
at the end at 25.
Oh my god.
40.
Okay,
You don't have to screen share. Just look for yourself.
You guys see that?
Tell us what happened.
There's a request. Cynthia's gonna bring one in. Are you?
No, I don't know how to do it, and that's a link to,
YouTube.
yeah, and
Dave, go ahead.
There's a video.
There's a baller trying to argue. He's giving us this video, and Dave went and previewed it, and he says we should probably show it. So if somebody wants to show it.
Okay.
It would be right under. That's Kelvin. He's arguing that the sun's rays are straight, and what else? He's trying to say that something about he originally. Well, anyway, let's look at the movie and then we'll talk about it. Getting mixed up with his argument.
yeah, when I do links like that, I always get a weird. So what I get is Rihanna. That's what I got. So
Let me try.
I don't know.
Oh, you have to.
I copied and pasted.
Did Oh,
but
you
it
got it
came
in
up through
Hangout?
Donna.
Yeah. Well, that didn't work. Yeah, it
Yeah,
didn't.
come on in, Dave, and show it. That'd be great.
Yeah, Dave, you already got it dialed up.
Yeah.
Maybe you had a longer link up there or something.
Ace is gonna fall asleep. You know he is.
No, I'm not. Why would I?
Yeah, it wouldn't save for me either. It wouldn't copy for me either.
Cynthia is a pedestrian.
Hey, Dave, you need a link to get in?
Said you posted it.
Yeah, I posted it.
Oh, okay, you got it.
Well, fill me in. What's going on?
Dave's coming in to show us his video because I can't figure it out.
Awesome.
My eyes are tired. Kelvin is all believer, so. And I gotta go way back to. He first started out saying that there were clouds behind the sun, and that kind of confused me. Then he
What's up, Dave?
Am I here?
What's up? You're here.
Yeah. Well, Dave.
I gotta warn you, everybody, a poker game might pop up during this presentation. Let's see what I got right now.
Hey, Dave.
I'm on a break right now, so let me see if I can show it. Anyway, but basically he's saying the sun is underneath the clouds. Y'all just watch it. I want to hear what y'all's reaction to this is. Hold on, I hit the wrong button.
That's what I thought he originally said. So I'm like, you're talking about the sun. Maybe he was talking about the sun rays.
You have to present me, Ace, or something. It's not letting me do it. Hold on.
Yeah, sometimes it goes up on me.
Yeah, share screen first. Let's see. Is that you?
Am I there yet?
Oh, yeah, we got it. Got it.
All right, here it is.
So what is this? What is this now? Oh,
Sunrise under the cloud.
Gotcha.
Let's see when this was released. October of 2010.
What is this supposed to prove?
Well, just watch it. It's just a minute.
Okay.
The hell? Well,
Get rid of that advertisement.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's his poker game.
Ah.
I don't see sunlight under the clouds yet. The sky is too lit for the sun not to be in the sky. You follow? So
So the
I
clouds
told
are
him y'all would
above.
debunk this in 5 minutes, so go ahead. Who wants
The
to do it?
clouds are above the sun.
he's saying that the sun is below the clouds from their elevation.
Okay.
That now I understand what he's trying to say. He wasn't talking about. He
Take me
originally
off
said
the
the
screen.
clouds were below the sun, and I'm like, well, I don't go for that. But now he's talking about the sun's rays are below the clouds, and these guys are in a single-engine plane, so they're probably not more than about 10, 15,000 feet in the air. Well, it could be in a twin, but look like a single.
So wait a minute.
That
So
angle.
he's
It's
saying
got
the
to be.
sun is far away, but the clouds are over it.
I think he's trying to argue that at sunrise, the sun is below the clouds and not above them. Because you see that bright spot down there, all that reflection going on. You can look at it again. But
I still present and I try to take it off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll take it off.
So, Dave, you want to jump in on that?
I mean, to me, it's some kind of light refraction illusion kind of thing or something. The sun's like
overhead. It's got to be. You see how bright the sky is?
Some
It's
kind
not
of refraction going on there.
It can't be sunrise.
What do y'all think?
What do you mean it can't be sunrise?
I think his argument is, well, the sun must be just rising or setting. And
He's typing away in chat. He won't come on and talk about it, but he's typing away in chat over there.
Well, I'm in Hangout.
So he's trying to say the sun is going under the horizon or over the horizon?
No, his argument.
He's saying the sun is under the clouds and it's going to be impossible on a flat Earth. Is his argument?
It is or is not.
He's saying the sun in that video was underneath the clouds and that's impossible on a flat Earth. That's what he's saying.
Impossible on flat Earth.
Did you see the angle? I mean, the sun would have to be probably 100 miles away if there was on the ground if that was a direct. It's really
the first thing I noticed is the sky above is lit, so the sun has to be up there.
It's up in the sky, yeah. I mean,
that's some kind of refracting light that looks like the sun down below the clouds or something. What do y'all think?
That's what I think too. I don't know what it's refracting off of, or if it's reflecting too, or if it's reflecting in the clouds. There might be water molecules in there that's causing that.
It's rising from a distant perspective to that plane, so it could be throwing light everywhere, right? When it comes up above our perspective horizon, it's throwing light all across the plane. And
Right. Well, and if it's 93 million miles away, it's running in parallel, so everything should be equally lit.
Right.
Especially from that perspective, a plane that's probably 15,000 feet in the air. Did it show the altitude on that?
Oh my God.
Did it show the altitude on that in the beginning?
It's a plane, so it's at least what's the minimum altitude for a plane? Like 20,000 feet.
No, that's just a light aircraft. It's probably a single or twin, maybe.
It's like a Cessna flying at like 10,000 feet or something.
Yeah, that would be normal, or less.
What do you think, Ace or Rob or Cynthia? Anybody want to Ninja? Who wants to jump in on it?
I didn't even understand the question to begin with, to be honest.
I don't really get it.
I didn't either until I saw the video. So.
No, I saw the video and I still don't fucking get it. So.
Well, he's talking about from ground level, you're looking at the clouds, and after finally talking to him for a little bit, that he was talking about light under the clouds, or the clouds between blocking the sun. So basically, I could see what he was trying to explain there, but that's an impossibility on a flat Earth or a ball Earth, to tell you the truth, for it to be under the clouds, especially at that angle.
He says, so the sun is clearly rising. The sun comes straight from the light comes straight from the sun. That's what he's saying.
Where's the sun in there? Because you can see the horizon, and the sky is blue, so it can't be just rising. It would be colored, and it would had different areas of light in it. So. No, I think it's a fail.
Well, do we know? Does that video show what time it is at the time of the recording?
Can you redo it, Dave? Because it might have had altitude on that. Because it showed the instrument panel there.
We need a couple more information. We need altitude. We need time.
Location.
Yeah, exactly.
And altitude and the elevation of the top of the clouds.
Because we don't know if it's rising or setting or what.
I mean, if it was coming from underneath the clouds, then it would have to reflect up to the clouds, because there's no way I mean, I think if I recall, you could see the horizon on that. Okay, there's might be an altimeter there.
Okay, I'm looking at the details on the video uploaded, blah, blah, blah. In-flight Cessna Citation flying it somewhere in Florida, it says. It doesn't say what time it's flying.
Well, you got the attitude indicator on the left, and the altimeter is right dead center, but I can't read it. Can you read it, Dave?
I can't read a damn airplane shit.
Oh no, can you read? Right, scroll up. That's the altimeter. Can you read the numbers on that?
I still present.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, who did that? I just donked out of the poker game with pocket aces.
Okay, stop it there. It says
28,000 feet. Is that what that says?
Could be. It's possible.
Look at the flat horizon over to the left there, the gyroscope instrument.
Oh, his attitude is going down.
So it says 3:05. That's not the time. That's some other number.
No, let's see.
Oh, full screen it for a
Looking
second.
for the dials on it.
Yeah, let's see if I get it full screen. Is that better?
28000. 28,000.
Yeah, I don't know if that's it.
This down here is not a clock, though, is it?
I don't know what that is.
Barometric pressure. It would be 2992 right there.
There's a pilot in here.
In honor of Jeff,
I've flown.
This guy's going to prove that globe in 1 minute and 18 seconds. Continue.
Go ahead and look at the angle of where this brightness
Hey,
is.
what's wrong with What's wrong with magic, Kelvin? Isn't gravity magic?
You don't need to look at any of that stuff on the instruments.
Well, what's that one right there? Can you?
I mean, I've got it as clear as I can get it.
Just hit it and pause it again. Okay.
Back it up a little bit.
Yeah.
About all that shit, man. Just let it play. See how the sky's lit up above them, right?
Trying to see what type plane you're flying through. Okay, so what's his argument? See how lit the sky is?
Yep.
His argument is that the sun is below the clouds, rising. See off to the right there?
Yep.
See that yellow? How much brighter it is over there? But I think what's happening is that the sun is penetrating through openings in the clouds, and so they're getting that.
Yeah, I don't think the sun is actually under the clouds.
Right there. Is that the actual sun there that we're looking at?
Well, it can't be. You see mountains off in the distance.
That's some kind of reflection. That's not the sun.
You see those little peaks out there?
This is that guy's problem. He thinks that's the sun. That's just the light from the sun when it's rising out of perspective. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
It's just coming up from the plane. It lights up the whole plane.
Well, and it can penetrate different thicknesses of clouds, and then it starts reflecting off of them. And of course, when you get into a lot of moisture, you can get a lot of different colors.
I saw that David Weiss vid where he, that little bulb behind the mountains.
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah. Anyway, this guy's got 20 more seconds. He's going to prove that globe. Continue.
Yeah, if that was the sun, that'd be awful close, wouldn't it? With the clouds. Direction of it.
There you go, guys. We're back on the spinning ball. Everybody agree?
Thanks for sharing, Calvin. That was actually a nice video.
What's he saying in chat? I can't see it.
I don't know. I'll go back.
You don't want to come on here and talk about it. But anyway, I hope I didn't waste y'all's time with that. He was just bugging me.
He says it, yes, it hits the clouds from under.
Somebody take me off his screen share. I can't do it.
Okay, well.
Thank you, Sim.
Rising from. Well, you guys can read chat. "8 kilometers between the ground and the clouds."
We haven't heard from Ace on this. You asleep, Ace?
No, don't buy it, Calvin.
Yeah, he's probably sleeping.
What about you, Ninja? You still there?
Ninja.
Ground control to Ninja Tom. Anyway, y'all continue. I didn't mean to interrupt your show. What were y'all talking about?
Oh, that's, yeah, I don't know. You know, everything and anything.
Yep. Let's see. 12:15. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I gotta wake up in 4 hours.
I'm right there with you, man. I gotta get up in 5 hours here.
Yep.
So,
all right,
somebody,
you
what
take
about
care.
Ace? Hey, Rob, good talking to you.
Peace out,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Peace on the plane.
See you, Dave.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Later.
Good night, guys.
So, I guess we gotta wake Ace up somehow, huh?
You got control, Cynthia?
Or you got
I got controls, but I don't think I can shut it off.
Oh.
I don't know.
Man, I'm not going to bed right this second. I'll stick around.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. So you working or no? You're not working.
I got home about 2 hours ago. Sold $4,000 worth of Whoppers and shit today.
Holy crap!
You're still screen sharing.
Why?
Dave. I don't know.
You got to hit that upper thing on the left up there. You know, the blue thing.
I know my shit ain't working for some reason. Anyway, anybody else got any questions from Chaz? They got to think that we're all on the globe now. So.
No.
You go away.
Let's see
Get Itmar in here. He'd talk about it.
Get Itmar in here. Get on in here, Itmar. Come here, you got to bed if you want to keep this show going.
Yeah, anyway, regarding that, that if indeed it was below the clouds, which I still don't buy it because of the lightness of everything and the angle at which we were seeing it from the plane, it would actually, you know, the direction of that light, if Kelvin, if you're indeed correct in stating that the light shines straight, it has an angle right towards the Earth.
There it is. Finally go off
horizon.
Sure.
Huh?
Did I finally get off the screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ron. Sorry.
No, sorry. But what I was going to say was that same effect, if indeed it was coming from underneath the clouds, can happen on a flat Earth too. It's the distance away, the perspective you have on it. Because we've all seen portions of clouds lit up from the bottom, haven't we?
I never really thought about it before I saw this video, so I guess I have.
I have. Yeah, I've looked at that. That's always been a bone of contention.
Man, it goes back to the sunrise effect. I mean, like the Beatles, the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. But it's really the sun going around us, and that's just...
Yeah, but then you look at that one portion of that video, remember where they kind of angled off to the right, where towards the passenger, just behind him, you could see real bright yellow on top top of the clouds. I don't remember if you recall seeing that, but seeing it a second time, I noticed it. So it told me that there was indeed light shining on it. So I'm thinking what you're getting is you're getting light shining through that mass of clouds and openings, and it's it's refracting off water molecules, and from their perspective, that we're getting a good, like you would at
Speaking of,
sunrise.
y'all remember the movie a long time ago where the kid finds a geode in his backyard? They're digging a swimming pool, and it opens, it goes to hell.
What movie was that?
I don't know, man, but in one scene he has an eyeball on his hand and he stabs it out with a shard of glass because he's freaked out. Yeah.
I
I
remember
don't
that.
know. I'm trying to remember.
That's not Poltergeist, right?
No. It's probably like kind of a B movie. Oh well.
I'm gonna go to bed, guys.
Yeah.
All right, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Keep it flat out there in Colorado.
For sure.
Alright, good night.
And guys, I do have to go to bed very soon. I have a very
We can wrap
important
it up
meeting.
anytime, Ace. I just got in here to show that video we debunked. So.
For sure.
And
Alright,
Stone
well,
Fortress take care of him instead.
I guess let's wrap it up. Stay flat. Fucking assholes. Fucking morons. It's fucking,
Yeah, just do some research.
fucking
There's a
ball.
lot of it out there. If you want to stay a baller, go ahead, but don't give us grief all night,
Yeah, if you want to stay on your
who's in
spinning ball, you don't have to come in our chat room and talk about it.
Well, you can ask, cognizant questions, but prove it first.
Wait, who was saying that? I want names.
The one that provided the video is Kelvin.
Kelvin, the baller in the chat room is Kelvin something.
Oh, jeez.
Kelvin 0.
He said it's clearly under the clouds, since the top of the clouds are not lighting up. I just saw it twice.
Did you see the video, Ace?
Yeah, and did you notice that there's no shadows from other shit in the way around the curve? It's just whatever, dude. Hey, you have a good night, Calvin. Or morning, or whatever.
Stay on your spinning ball and be happy.
Or do they even have night and morning in hell where you're from?
You guys are funny.
Alright.
Thanks
Alright,
again.
y'all. Good night. Yeah,
Good night,
later,
Dave.
Dave.
Night, guys. Keep it quiet.
See you, Ninja. See you, Sin. See all you guys.
Night, everybody in chat. Thanks for watching.
See you in the future.
Peace out.
Yep. Good night, guys.
Toodle.